Welcome to GWENT Masters, the official esports series for GWENT the Witcher Card. In Masters, rivalries and friendships are established in an action-packed series of tournaments. Witness as the best GWENT players from all around the world go head-to-head for the title of GWENT World Master. GWENT Standard Rank Play is the entry point for all players wishing to join the world of GWENT esports. Each rank season lasts 1 calendar month, and its highest achievable rank is the Pro rank. To remain competitive throughout the seasons, players will need to actively participate in the rank play, reaching Pro rank as well as constantly vary the factions and deck types they use. Every ranked season players will be rewarded with crown points accounting to their achievements during GWENT Masters and its events. Players will receive crown points for placing in the top 200 of the Pro rank at the end of each season, official GWENT Open tournaments organized by CD Projekt Red, including online qualifier tournaments. You will be able to check how many crown points you have at any time at masters.playgwent.com. There are 3 tiers of official GWENT tournaments. GWENT Online Qualifiers are the entry tier tournaments happening twice a month through the GWENT Masters competitive season. Top 16 and top 64 players in the Pro rank leaderboard of the previous month will compete for spots in the next GWENT Open. The second tournament tier is GWENT Open. There will be a total of 4 open tournaments held throughout the GWENT Masters competitive season. Each of the events taking place every 2 months will feature 8 competitors, finalists of the 4 online qualifiers from 2 previous ranked seasons. They will battle it out for a share of a prize pool and a spot in World Masters event. The GWENT Masters series will conclude with GWENT World Masters, the final tier of official GWENT tournaments. The event will feature 8 competitors, up to 4 winners of previous open events, up to 7 players with the most crown points accumulated over the ranked seasons leading up to GWENT World Masters. They will be competing for a share of a prize pool as well as a trophy and a title of GWENT Masters World Champion. GWENT Open and GWENT World Masters tournaments will follow the same single elimination format, with the winner being determined in a best of 5 game series. Online qualifiers, on the other hand, will utilize a mix of Swiss system and double elimination format. GWENT Open and World Masters tournaments will have a base prize pool of $10,000 and $50,000 US. Additionally, GWENT Masters community will have the ability to contribute to the prize pool of each event by purchasing special items from the in-game shop. Ready to become a GWENT Master? Visit masters.playgwent.com for the complete rule set, tournament dates, and more details regarding the format. And make sure to follow @GWENT Masters official Twitter account. Play GWENT now. Hello and welcome to GWENT Open number 3. My name is Pavel Buja. I will be your host for the next 2 days. And it's going to be exciting 2 days. We have the top 8 best GWENT players from all around the world going head-to-head. And it's going to be amazing, amazing. We're going to start off with the battle of the corns. Big corn versus big corn in 2 languages. But apart from that, what I will be doing for the next 2 days, I will be leaking some stuff. We have a total of 5 leaks. 4 are visual, the 5th one is also visual, but it's a different visual than the other visuals, but you will get it once we get into the show. So enough about that. And yeah, I'm excited, and I will stop talking and throw it over to Flake Miri, so our 2 first casters.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Like Mr. Pavel Burja said, this is GWENT Open number 3 for Season 3. I am the Flake portion of Flake Miri, and this is my apprentice, Shin Miri. As always, my friend, it's nice to see you. How are you, my friend?
Hi, Flake. It's great to be here. Yeah, I'm the Miri part of Flake Miri. I really like that. Flake Miri, it just flows right off the tongue.
It just works, man. And
yeah,
sometimes
it works.
when it works and you just roll with it, so we're just going to go with it. But yeah, this is GWENT Open number 3. And again, the passion of this, of the community has gone ahead. And again, we do have that $10,000 foundation. The baseline's there. CDPR giving us a nice little pat on the back saying, here's some cash, go play. But you guys out there in the community have injected even more love into the prize pool. We've got a total of 15,800 USD up for grabs for this tournament.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for supporting the Gwent esports scene. And if you wish to continue that support, you can also purchase the Great Oak Bundle in the shop right now, which will boost the prize pool of the Season 3 World Masters event, currently scheduled for the end of this year, December 2021.
Yeah, man, this is not it's not an okay oak bundle. It's not a pretty good oak bundle. It is a great oak bundle. All the stops have been pulled on this oak bundle, my friends. So yeah, go ahead and grab that again. December 2021. I can't wait for that. World Masters. We're going to have like a few World Masters all in one year. It has been the year of the World Masters. All right, we don't need to remind you about this, guys. Again, we're talking about tournaments that are down the road. Hopefully we can do those bad boys in person. But for now, again, we're doing this in the comfort of our own homes. CDPR is doing it in their place. Shadmiri and I are doing it in our shared love home. And all the players are playing out of their living rooms, most likely. But again, Twitch Observer, friends, is online. So we might see some cards that you haven't seen before this weekend. So you might want to say, what is this card? What does it do? Hover over it on your Twitch Observer. It is fully operational, and I do recommend you take advantage of it.
Yeah, and we have some very special rewards for you guys watching the event on Twitch this weekend. And there are going to be predefined rewards awaiting you for each 2-hour milestone that you watch. First off, we have at 2 hours, 50 meteorite powder. Then at 4 hours, another 50 meteorite powder, plus this beautiful Walter Veritas avatar. And
oh, man. It's just like, that's the face that Jason Slama gives me whenever I ask him about Arcaspore. Another change to Arcaspore, and he's just like, shut up, man. Just shut up. That's the face.
And then at 6 hours, we have an ultimate keg, and at 8 hours, a second ultimate keg. So be sure to remember to claim the drops in your Twitch inventory every 2 hours so you can begin accruing progress towards that next milestone. And make sure you link your Twitch and GOG accounts if you guys haven't yet already.
All right, and as you all know, I mean, the journey is in full swing. This one's a little bit different, and we like that, right? It's not an avatar, it's actually the entire Mage School of Aretuza. That journey is in full swing. If you do not know, well, watch this, and then you'll know.
Welcome to Thaned Island, home to the continent's finest magic academy, Aretuza, where famous, influential mages roam the halls and train adepts in the arcane arts. In time, you too will emerge from Thaned, prepared and eager to fight for our cause. Discover a new type of journey, where you'll progress whenever you play, unlocking and collecting ever more extraordinary vanities, magical ornaments, shiny coins, colourful card packs, and 8 Aretuza game boards. Additionally, a new type of vanity awaits you. Music, equipable with every board. Return each week to learn more about the Mage's School and its history, and to reveal all the secrets of Aretuza.
You know, I really like about this journey is that they added the new cosmetics and vanities on the game boards and the music themes to the journey this time around. It's really another way to be able to customize your Gwent experience. Right, Flake? What do you think?
Yeah. I mean, there's new layers to it, right? I mean, the music is really cool. So many more game boards. Everyone's going to have to wait for the next Journey Pass when Dagon's finally released it. I mean, for now, this is pretty damn cool, but the bar has set pretty high with this one. And speaking of setting the bar pretty high, we got 8 competitors who are playing the top level of Gwent right here at Gwent Open number 3. So let's go take a look at who those players are. We've got the 8 competing today. And I mean, like Pavel Berja said, it is the battle of the corns, the big Kukuruzina versus Grand Mazorka. And then we've got Truski and Nequiz on the other side of that bracket.
Yeah, and coming up in the later half of the day, we've got Wang ID versus Shaggy Nuts. That's going to be a big one. And then your World Master Season 2 defending champion, Piable, versus newcomer Lord Triss to round out the quarterfinals today.
Yeah, 3,160 bones are on the line for each one of these match stakes, but take a look. Everyone just gets about 800 bucks just for walking through the door. Just punch your clock, say hello, and you got a nice payday already. But again, 3-0 gets you the whole pie, friends, and do the math otherwise. But it's basically the prize pool is going to be distributed based on how many wins you get, the proportion. If it's a 3-0, it's all yours. It's a 3-2, well, you get about 60% of that pie. All right, friends. I mean, we're so excited here at Gwent. That's what we're calling ourselves now. We are Gwent, apparently. But nonetheless, man, like, high-level Gwent is always fun to watch. The deck lists coming through and etc. You're going to see this happen, and you're going to hear us blab on all day long. And that's, to some, amazing. To others, meh. But we want to hear what you have to say, and that's why we're going to give you the hashtag Gwent Open to tell us all kinds of thoughts that you have. Things like, hey, I think so-and-so is going to win, or wow, this was an amazing play. Hey, Pavel Bursha's got another aces amazing suit. Or you could say, what is in this emergency envelope? You can ask all these questions. There's so much to happen, so use the hashtag Gwent Open to tell us about it.
Yeah, and you can also talk about the brackets that we're going to show you guys right now. This is the action that's going to happen today in the quarterfinals of Gwent Open number 3. First off, we've got Big Kukuruzina versus Grand Mazorka. And before we get to that matchup, I just wanted to clarify that this is going to be a best of 5 tournament setting. So each player will bring 4 decks. They will ban one from their opponent, and then they will play a best of 5. And the player in the top position, Big Kukuruzina in this case, is going to be going first in games number 1, 3, and 5, and the player in the second position is going to be going first in games 2 and 4 if necessary. So the players know which coin they're going to be on before going to the game, and they will queue their decks accordingly.
Yeah, and that really factors into many levels of preparing for these tournaments, Shinmeri. I mean, when the coin is essentially predetermined, you're gonna pick certain not only factions but leader abilities and build decks surrounding that are going to take advantage of that red coin, that red coin situation, or be able to play a more proactive list on blue coin. So it really, factors into the bans. It factors into the deck building. It has a lot of implications.
Yeah, and if all this talk of strategy and gameplay makes you want to try out and check out the game yourself, you can go to playgwent.com and download the game right now for free. And also make sure to check out our social media. We are at playgwent on both Twitter and Facebook.
All right, so we talked about the prize pool being all the way up to 15,800 USD. And again, the baseline, the foundation of 10K, well, that was CDPR saying, hey, let's play Gwent. But the rest of that, friends, that is all your support, your passion for the game, your enthusiasm, picking up those bundles, supporting Gwent Esports, and we love to see it. So again, big thanks to everybody for pumping up this total. I know the players are really hyped about it because they got a nice, a lot more kapusta on the line in this tournament now because of you guys.
All right, so we've got the first quarterfinal coming up between Big Kukuruzina and Grand Mazorka, 2 big corns duking it out. Let's see what these 2 players had to say coming into day number 1.
Welcome back, Big Corn. Once again, congratulations on winning the last Open. Is there less pressure right now since you've already secured a spot for the Gwent World Masters final tournament?
Привет.
Hi, thanks for the congratulations. I think that I feel even more pressure actually, because I didn't play Gwent a lot last month after winning the second Open. I basically took a break from the game. Because of that, it was way harder to prepare for this tournament, although I hope I'll be able to get back in shape and show the best performance.
Из-за этого было сложнее подготовиться к этому турниру, но надеюсь, что к самому турниру я уже окончательно приду в форму и покажу свой игру.
Alright, hopefully it's gonna be that way. Yeah, you're right. Actually, you have to practice all the time, even when you're not participating or you don't want to participate seriously in a tournament. You still need to practice and get ready for the final tournament in the end. Alright, and what do you think of the players this time around? We have some completely new players and also bringing back masters like Patchball or Wang ID. Tell me more about it.
В этот раз
I think this time we have 3 new players on the roster, and I believe it's good for the game to have a little rotation on the pro scene. On the other hand, it shows other players that it's possible to qualify and gives them motivation. But on the other hand, it also shows that some veteran players tend to gradually leave the game. Players such as Gravish, Tailbot, Green Knight, Santu are not seen too often on the competitive events and in general. It's pretty sad because it shows that even strong player faces professional burnout and they get tired of the game.
Tailbot, Green Knight, Santu. Их уже довольно редко можно встретить на турнире. Но это печалит на самом деле, потому что даже такие сильные игроки выгорают, и им надоедает игра.
Well, this might actually be natural for them, and the rotation of the players is something that happens in every game, basically. Maybe some of them decided to move on with their life, maybe started playing some other game. But, anyways, as you said, new players, new fresh blood is always great for the competitiveness of Gwent. All right, and last but not least here, what is your biggest strength as a player? Please name only one and tell us why is that so?
Я бы назвал, наверное...
I would probably point out my ability to be patient, take my time, weigh every move in advance, and at the same time, do not tilt during the game.
All right, makes perfect sense. Thanks a lot, man, and hopefully I'm gonna see you tomorrow for the second part of the interview. Good luck today, and see you soon.
Thank you.
Hey guys, welcome. Probably you have never met me before. I am Sebastian Lopez. I am a gameplay UX programmer in the GWENT team. With us today, we have the pleasure of having Poison, or should we call you Gran Mazorca?
I would prefer to be called Poisound, but I suppose that for this Open I will be the Grand Mazorca 2021.
Vale, está bien. Maravilloso. What is the reason for the name change?
Because the first time that I listened to it, it sounded like a funny name, Big Kukuruzina. Besides, I promised that I would change it if this person would get to qualify to Open number 3, and the 2021 part is in honor to one hit.
Really honorable, sir. So last time we saw you was pretty much 1 year ago in Open 3 as well. You made it to all the way to the finals, only losing 2-3 to Tailbot. Most people will call it that a very good tournament. Do you feel calmer this time or even hungrier to win at all?
The first time I felt really calm. Right now I would say I feel a little bit pressured because I feel like I need to demonstrate the same thing that I demonstrated in the first time, but I come with all the energy to win this tournament.
Let's do it, man. Do it for Colombia. Yeah.
All right, well, there you have it. Again, the metagame apparently goes beyond just the deck building, Shidmiri. It also goes in the name selection, as I am still contemplating whether I want to call myself Shidmiri 3, just to one-up you there, buddy. But it's just fascinating. Again, these interviews are always great, and new faces at the interview table as well. Fantastic, and it's good to see, some of the more interesting parts of those conversations being the fact that, some of the pro players that people are accustomed to are not present, and they mentioned some names, and how much of that is just people taking breaks, enjoying themselves, taking some time off, and how much of that is just new players that are coming in and kicking the asses of these, these established players that are trying to get through.
Yeah, we're gonna find out this weekend because, like they mentioned, there's 3 new faces to this tournament. We've got a couple of veterans and old faces as well. First off, though, we do have the battle of the big corns: Big Kukuruzina, aka Iluha, versus Grand Mazorca, aka Poisoned. Both have been at GWENT Open before. Big Cuckoo actually won the previous GWENT Open 2 months ago, GWENT Open number 2 for Season 3. So let's see what you guys think is going to be their chances. And yeah, we have Big Kukuruzina with a 75-25 favorite over Grand Mazorca.
Yeah, I think you and I can both agree that there's no surprise here. Again, when you have a relatively new name, I mean, Poisound has been around, but Big Kukuruzina is coming off of some wins recently, and the fact is, there's maybe some recency bias, but there's no shame in tossing your vote towards Big Kukuruzina because he's been playing exceptionally well lately. So I'm kind of in favor of this as well. I don't want to go against the grain when it comes to corn-related Twitter polls. Nonetheless, 75-25 seems about right to me.
Yeah, so let's jump right in and take a look at the decks that these 2 players are bringing to the tournament. First up, we've got Big Cuckoo's decks. He's bringing Line Pockets, Tactical Decision, Fruits of Yiskit, and Precision Strike.
Now, we saw a lot of respect in previous tournaments, Shinmiri. Line Pocket Syndicate in general is just getting the banhammer like crazy. But in this case, take a look at it. I mean, a lot of the usual suspects are there. Cleaver and Professor with Horson Jr., Novigradian Justice Tempo plays. But again, the Tunnel Drill and the Horson's Freak Show. But Shinmiri, I think you and I have a few cards here that we want to talk about.
Yeah, so first off, this is a control list, right? But the new card that probably some of you haven't seen for a long time is Graydon at 3 power, 9 provisions. Graydon is a card that destroys any enemy unit that has a bounty and potentially the option to tribute and boost himself by that base power. So Graydon is one card in this deck that can punish things that go super tall. Otherwise, you have to methodically hit it down with your fees, with the Freak Show or the Tunnel Drill. But Graydon can really give this deck some really powerful reach when it comes to bounty. But at the same time, he can brick. So he relies on a bounty. So you got to kind of watch out for that.
Yeah, this is a card that needs to be paired up with something like, you have the Witchfinder there as well. Professor can go ahead and drop a bounty on it, although it is a little bit less efficient. All right, Tactical Decision with Sunset Wanderers. This is basically a snapshot of a previous meta that we all had to go through. But I mean, is Arthesius, Vilgefortz, Madoc is on this board as well, Shinmiri. What do you feel about Tact Decision?
Yeah, this is a hyper thin reveal deck, and Tactical Decision is used to draw up to 3 cards and then put the same number of cards on top of your deck in the order that you choose. So it has so many good synergies with this deck. It is used to put Mage Assassins and Afan to the top of your deck so that they will come out of your deck and thin automatically, giving you thinning, giving you kind of free points as well. And also, by drawing those 3 cards, you're adding 3 more cards to the right side of your hand, which will increase the number of turns that Sunset Wanderers gets to move and boost itself as well. So really good synergies with Snowdrop, and just like making sure that your reveal target, in this case it's going to be the 12-point Imperial Golem, stays in your deck in round 3.
Yeah, it just fits to everything that this deck wants to do. Thinning down and ensuring that you have that Golem as your last card, giving more runway to Sunset Wanderers, hyping up that Snowdrop as well. A wonderful, wonderful way to build that deck. All right, monsters, baby. I mean, monsters are getting more fearsome and fearsome as it goes. I mean, it was kind of a faction that was a little bit of a throw-in for most other competitive scenes, but now it's got a lot of respect. It has been terrorizing the ladder, Shinmiri. There's a lot of big boy cards in this.
Yeah, and the flavor of the month for monsters is definitely relics. It's all about relics. We've got really strong engine in Self Eater as well as Witch Apprentice. We've got the Crones, and now with the latest expansion, we have Bloody Mistress. What do you think about this big gold card, Flake?
Well, and when you're looking at how this deck wants to operate, Sabbath is basically what you're aiming for, and a card like Bloody Mistress does so much. Obviously, you're going to slam it down. It's a lot of points, though. The 10 provision and 7 body seems a little bit lackluster. Transform that into Gurnakora, poop out 2 extra fruits, and you're off to the races, friend. As basically, you're just creating a card in a scenario where you have 3 engines to deal with, and it's very difficult for certain decks to actually address this cleanly. You've seen a lot of tech cards in the past that have come through to try to answer this, but in reality, I mean, you might be able to answer the Bloody Mistress, but you're leaving 2 thriving fruits on the board. It is very, very much a runaway train when left to its own devices. Again, you can even though it kind of got answered or nerfed or addressed recently with its interaction with Caranthir, Bloody Mistress still can be a decent enough target with Caranthir. And this list as well is running in Earden, so there is an Earden lurking about, ladies and gentlemen. You got the Geralt is lurking somewhere, and that might find some value for sure.
Yeah, especially in a potential monster mirror, Earden can be a big win condition, as monsters tend to row stack and end up with a lot of boost as well.
All right, Precision Strike, Shinmiri. Looks like it's kind of wheeling back. Precision Strike used to really dominate the ladder for Scoia'tael. It was basically the go-to for a lot of decks. You did have some Nature's Gift come through, but Precision Strike was really the ultimate control option. And frankly, seeing Precision Strike back at a tournament, it's the greatest return since CM Punk 12 hours ago, frankly. And in all reality here, I mean, there's a card in this list that I'm sure you are well acquainted with.
Yeah, and that's, I think you must be talking about Herald Gord, right? This is, at the end of the day, a Herald Gord list. It is a no-unit control version of this kind of deck that plays a lot of specials and boosts Herald Gord to somewhere like 15, maybe even at most like 20 strength in this particular deck. He can get bigger in other decks, but this is a no-unit control version. So Herald Gord is like the finisher, the main power play that this deck has on its side of the board, while almost everything else is focused on removing units and threats from your opponent's side of the board. You've got all the bombs, you've got Nature's Rebuke, Geralt Professional, Heat Wave, with the Madoc, and then Shiru as well, and then you have the immune units in the Saber-Tooth Tiger and Synthesis to have some points on your side of the board. So this deck, it's going to be really important to win round one and have last say to slam that Gord so that your opponent cannot interact and punish you.
Yeah, it's about control and evasion with that list, and ultimately slamming down big points. That Gord is going to be supercharged by the end of that game. All right, Grand Mazorca's coming in with some heat of his own. Again, the corn is on, friends. Line Pockets Imprisonment is the Nilfgaard choice, but we do have another Fruits of His Gift and another Precision Strike in this one, Shinmiri.
Yeah, so Line Pockets, it's the same archetype. It is the Control, Tunnel Drill, Freak Show type of archetype with Crimes and Crown Splitters, but Grand Mazorca has chosen to play the Scoundrel in the Graydon slot. And Scoundrel's a new card from this expansion. What are your thoughts on this, Flake?
Well, I mean, you talk about Scoundrels, the first thing I think about is doing the Kessel run, but in reality, here we are, the Scoundrel, a 12 for 10. In terms of just body, body to provision ratio looks good. Obviously, you're pulling a card out from your opponent's deck, but a lot of the time you can get that right back. It's a nice piece to just come in and maybe pull out a bronze card that they're looking to pick off. I mean, Mamuna herself is looking to possibly go ahead and eat out of the graveyard to pull out another Self-Eater or something. But if you can go ahead and just pull that out on your own terms, get a nice bounty on it, spend the coin, get those coins right back, it is a nasty card. And when you pair this up with the Witchfinder that can continuously put more bounty, you will always have a way to spend your coins in a control-related fashion.
Yeah, he is a very tough to remove spender, offensive spender that can harvest those bounties from Kurt, from Witchfinder and Professor, like you said. And yeah, the one alongside what we talked about with Graydon, he also has a weakness, is that you need to have enough, Scoundrel needs to have enough coins to actually kill the bronze unit that you pull out. Sometimes in a short round 3, you play Scoundrel, you accidentally pull out a 9 strength Griffin, and you're just like staring at a hand with only 4 or 5 coins. How do I kill this Griffin? If you can't kill the target, you don't get the bounty, and potentially Scoundrel only plays for a few points.
Yeah, you just pick out the Kikimor Worker, and it's the most efficient play that you'll probably get in that case. But yeah, nasty card. Imprisonment in this case. I love this list. I love this version of Nilfgaard, frankly. A little bit more interactive, a little more build-up towards Arto Terra Nova, but take a look at all of this. It's just Assimilate, my friend. There's no Masquerade Ball. There's none of that. But here it is, baby. This is the centerpiece, the work-up card. Build up to this bad boy, Arto Terra Nova, spawning a copy of a non-disloyal unit you gave spying to. So basically you're playing a lot of those units, the Mage Torturer, the Turncoat. You're giving spying to select units on your opponent's board, the big boys. And this counts for golds too, Shinmiri. So as you're working through your game in rounds 1 and 2, eventually Terra Nova's just creating this arsenal, this library of options that can really help you out as a last play, not to mention as a massive tempo swing where needed.
Yeah, I love this deck. I really share your love for this deck as well. I've played a lot of it. It's a deck where you really need to understand what your opponent's strategy is, because a lot of your points are going to be coming from copying your opponent's cards or replaying them later down the road. So it's kind of like a I play your deck sort of style. and so you can come up with a lot of creative ways to pilot this deck. I'm looking forward to seeing it in action.
Fruits of Vizgith is the monster donation to this this foursome of decks that Grand Mazorca's playing. Lots of big boys. The standard procedure here when it comes to relics, you got the Crone Trio, Bloody Mistress, Mamuna, sure, why not? There is, you got your Caranthir. We've got a Cave Troll in here, a little extra protection, nice little shield up front, but there's an Iteran in this list, and that is a very important piece to just, getting an out-of-control board state.
Yeah, and it's crazy good how synergistic Iteran is with this list. You've got the possibility of spawning a fruit of Yiskith from the leader ability, and then you can spawn whatever you copy from a Caranthir. So if you Caranthir Mamuna, you can get a third Mamuna from Iteran, or you can get a third Bloody Mistress, for example, from Iteran as well. And he even works with self-eaters. When the self-eaters split themselves, he will make a copy of that and get you more relic engines.
Yeah, 6-point body is not exactly easy to remove either. He's not really falling into that Nature's Rebuke territory unless you're using a precision strike ping as well. So relatively resilient, usually is a lock magnet, but that is a target that you need to get rid of. But again, if you're locking that target, you're not locking something like a She Who Knows that might be exposed, the Bloody Mistress that continues to grow as well. So just for a 6 body for 8 provisions is not really that scary. It's just the implications of what this can possibly do when left to its own devices.
Yeah, and last but not least, we've got the Precision Strike No Unit Control Shiru list again. Grand Mazorca bringing the same list as a Big Kukuruzina for Scoia'tael. This one, like we said, it's looking to control your opponent's threats and not let them stick any units on the board and win with last say. It has a Shiru in it. We've loved seeing this card at tournaments. We've had some great moments at previous Gwent Open tournaments with Shiru. It's designed to, destroy some sort of swarm strategy. You can either target 3s by playing him from hand, or you can target 5s or 4s from playing him through an Isengrim's Council. This is the only elf in the list. So when you play Isengrim's Council, you will always have the option to bring an elf out as Shiru with a 2 boost. So he comes out as a 5, and then your Precision Strike can be used to either lower your opponent's 6s or 7s to 5s, or even lower Shiru to 4s if that's what's on your opponent's board.
Well, basically, I mean, this is a card that can really hit or massively miss, because a card like Shiro is going to be fairly punchless against monsters, but you're going to see it absolutely devastate a board where Cleaver just spawns, 3 or 4 muscles over the course of a turn or two, not to mention taking out perhaps a drill with it, if necessary, not to mention, Shinmei, like you said, there could be a situation where Elven Whisperers are on the other side of the board and you need a quick way to get rid of an entire board of those elves, and that is one way to do it. Again, in conjunction with your leader ability, you can tailor that 5 to a 4, or you can pull it out the old-fashioned way with Owneromancy. So you do have 3 different power levels for it if necessary. But again, a card that can really just stay bricked and feel really bad when it does not have an adequate target.
Yeah, it requires a lot of thinking ahead and setting up a plan on how to best utilize his powerful effect. So I'm hoping to see some big brain plays like we've seen in the past with Shiru.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. And it's not just necessarily going to be about the obvious plays with Shiru. It could be a matter of that you have to invest some time and some effort into making it work. No initiative on Shiru, right? So maybe you drop it, you boost it, you ping something, and maybe you can just go scorched earth on a row of like 7s or 8s or something like that. We'll see. Again, these are the best players in the world right now. We want to see how they make it happen, but at the same time, there are some bans that we need to get to, friends, as each player is going to have a certain faction and leader ability locked out, as we see here. Big Kukuruzina, no dice on monsters, as Grand Mazorca is not going to have that assimilate engine piece going, as it is imprisonment that is off the menu for the Corn Boy.
I'm personally a little bit sad that the Imprisonment Assimilate list got banned, but hopefully we'll get a chance to see it later down the road. Both Syndicate lists getting through the ban phase, Flake. This is this is not the pattern we've seen at previous Gwent tournaments in the past couple months.
No, man, this is a brand new 2021 Syndicate is a go. But I mean, it's not to say that the deck has necessarily taken a kick in the teeth from a power level perspective. It's still as good as it always has been. I think just the fact that a few new cards have come through and made other factions a little bit better, perhaps a little bit scarier to deal with. You know, with Lion Pockets, you kind of have almost a year and a half, 2 years of experience with that core set of cards that have essentially done the same thing. They've come in and they've set up these pockets, they've come through a drill, they've refilled the bank, and they've absolutely devastated your board. That is what Lion Pockets can do. And, you know, the reintegration of a card like Horson's Freak Show has really made for another massive control swing if necessary. But given the fact that, you know, these bans have come through, monsters can be that runaway train that you just need to step away from. I mean, it's just a matter of, if you can't stop it, just, you know, sidestep and let it go. And that's the way it's going to have to be for some of them. And it's the same thing with this Assimilate deck, because we've seen on ladder how those kinds of plays can get out of control. You know, an Arto into... you know, I've seen an Arto into a Brothins, into a Duchess, into a, you know, it has been this massive, massive train of nonsense.
Yeah, and I got some insight from the players as well, because I talked to them yesterday, and they're both bringing this control no unit Scoia'tael list, and actually targeting the more traditional scenario Scoia'tael that has the 5 provision threats like Sorceress, Whisperer, and Seer, but neither of them found this target in their first round opponent, so they're going to be a little bit concerned on how to get this no unit Scoia'tael Shiryu list through. And Syndicate is actually one of its better matchups, because Syndicate relies a lot on removing opponent's board, removing power from your opponent's board, but the no unit list doesn't give them anything to interact with, so it actually has a good matchup against Syndicate. And that's one of the reasons why I think they're both letting Syndicate through, to give themselves a better chance of winning with their Scoia'tael no unit list. But it might end up coming down to even a Scoia'tael no unit mirror, so we'll have to see. And we are getting ready with game number 1, guys. The Big Cuckoo Rosina versus Grand Mazorca. Here we go. Gwent Open number 3. May the bigger corn win.
May the bigger corn win. Might be on the... If you had that in your pool of things to kick off this tournament, that would probably have some pretty hefty odds against it. Yeah, let the bigger corn win. Why not? As both players here are trying to, you know, navigate this maze. Both of them are really trying to figure out, you know, what do you take in on blue coin? What do you take in on red coin? Monsters on red, Shinmiri, is a nightmare in a lot of scenarios when you're on that blue coin, because a lot of the time, Shinmiri, it's the fact that when you're on blue, you probably do not have window to interact with something like She Who Knows. That's usually how you're going to slide it in there if you're the monster player on red. You don't want to expose that card to get locked, removed, you know, or dealt with in any way, shape, or form. You want to make sure that you're playing She Who Knows on a pass. So the best way to do that is just to cultivate this massive lead where necessary, or just, you know, stay relevant. And if your opponent decides that they want to play their last card to get ahead of you, you can go ahead and slam that She Who Knows. Or if they take a pass early on, you have a safe play for it. That's one way to do it as well.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what makes this card, She Who Knows, so much more powerful on red coin. And in this sort of coin-determined tournament environment, it makes the card even stronger. And that's why we see we're going to see She Who Knows a lot in these monster lists.
It's a big boy. I mean, that is a nasty card. Again, the wet dream of that card, frankly, is you're playing it for 30 points, right? Play it round 1, bleed round 2, have it there standing tall in round 3. That's a tough pill to swallow when you're trying to just keep track. And, you know, even a short round, you know, it's not like Syndicate is really punchless in a short round. They've got some tools as well. But when you're going in with a 10-point deficit already, that's an uphill battle in a short round that's going to be tough to overcome.
It could even be more than 30 points, because from round 2 to round 3, it could potentially carry over like a Ratcatcherist that has strengthened herself above 10, because She Who Knows, it carries over the card with the highest base strength. So usually herself, but Ratcatcherist could get bigger. And here we go. Big Cuckoo threatening the poison on the 9-point Griffin. And Grand Mazorca just casually eating that poison griffin with the Brewis, getting rid of the poison tag, and not allowing that big poison to go through.
That's
and now
that's a
Cuckoo only has
dangerous-
one poison left in his hand.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's like you're doubling down here if you're Grand Mazorca. You're saying, all right, well, I'm assuming you only got the 2. Like, you may have had 2 poisons, so I'm just going to go ahead and consume this one because I doubt that you would have kept 3. It's completely possible that you may mulligan into it, but I don't think that's something you're doing by design. So doubling down here, removing the poison, essentially is bricking at that Fistech Traveler in hand. That's probably just going to be worth a self-poison for 3 if necessary, or maybe you just hang on to it and move forward and hope to pull a second poison, knowing now, Shin, that the consume element to get rid of that poison is long gone. But just like that, this is a tough, like I said, uphill battle. But I think that this is just a feint, and I think that this is a good way to do it. I don't think that the 3 coins that Fistech Traveler represents is going to be too important here. But again, I guess Furco can always go ahead and pick that up.
Yeah, Furco does have the option to find that second Fistech. It is a crime that Furco can tutor out of the deck. It needs that big 15 tempo play, and I think at this point he does. He's so far behind right now on blue coin, Big Cuckoo is, so he needs to look for that big tempo play. But playing Furco for that 3rd poison here is gonna cost him his ability to get the Novigradian Justice. Novigradian Justice is a key part of this deck. Puts down multiple Crown Splitter bodies for your Tunnel Drill to get the Crown Splitter pockets, and Furco gives you that kind of unconditional Novigradian Justice because he's a Crown Splitter that tutors. Now, later down the road, if you draw the Novigradian Justice into your hand, you still need to stick a Crown Splitter first before you can get the 5-point Cleaver's Muscle from that Novigradian Justice.
There's a Megascope just lurking in hand as well. That's a card that can feel pretty good if you're playing something like Skellige. You drop it on a Greatsword. You're playing Commandos. You drop it on a Commando. It's all working through. But hey, it's a 9-point Griffin there that's going to get a 9-for-4 return of power to provision ratio. And suddenly, if you're keeping track here, this is a situation where your stratagem gives you coins, but you got to find a way to actually spend them. And, if you're bleeding a Griffin for multiple turns, it kind of can feel bad to a degree because you're thinking, well, I have to commit to these turns for this bleeding to actually be relevant. But you know what? The Clown Show comes in, and much like the drill goes brr, the clown goes tee hee hee, and just makes short work of that Griffin.
Yeah, so like Big Cuckoo's forced to play the Clown here, the Freak Show here, as a second spender because Bloody Good Friends is just not that great of a spender when there's not boost on the board and there's not that many units to bleed. Bleed, you can only get 1 point per turn from the bleed. You don't want to bleed the Gurnicora's Fruit because it's just going to allow it to, it's going to keep it short and low in power and allow it easier time to thrive. So, and there's no boost on the board to get you actual tempo in damage. So he's forced to play that Freak Show here, and Freak Show is played without actually removing any targets of value, which is a big deal in my opinion in this matchup. There's later down the road there's going to be a lot more stuff worth removing, like the Self Eaters, like the Gurnicora's Fruits that spawn from Bloody Mistress, for example. And Big Cuckoo's going to really miss this Freak Show, but he's forced to play it now.
Yeah, and I think part of the comfortability of just jamming it down here is, A, you want to keep the power level low and limit Sabbath as much as possible. You're kind of run out of time where, slamming it down now and keeping the power levels low makes so that if they do follow up with a Witch Apprentice, you're not in Sabbath range. So you can still kill it relatively for 2 clicks rather than for 3. Not to mention, you also have a future power pocket going on with Cleaver and Drill down the line, right? So that is definitely an option to do a similar, more cost-efficient way of jamming down a lot of damage to just keep a row in check. Now, here is that play that we're talking about, Shinmiri. Again, you see the pass, and there is the She Who Knows. There's really a very little way to dodge that move, because Monsters is always going to play to a high power level, especially on 1 row. So you're always, after 3 or 4 turns, you're practically guaranteed that you're going to be in range where 10 points is going to get you Sabbath. So there's the carryover of 10 points. The question is this a situation where Grand Mazorca is going to bleed? And if you're Monsters, it's one of those, Grand Mazorca's thinking, call the ambulance because I'm bleeding.
Yes, exactly. He's going to be doing it because he needs to get Sabbath again, which is 25 power or more in at least one of your rows, in order to activate the She Who Knows again, to get the carryover from round 2 to round 3 as well. So I'm totally expecting a push here, and the objective for Grand Mazorca is also to maybe get out something like Tunnel Drill in this round so that there is not available for round 3. But Big Cuckoo getting some nice golds on the round 2 mulligan here. It looks very well prepared for a bleed.
The beautiful part here is that though you may not have a clean cut way to deal with that foot, first foot fetishist there he is, the self-feeder. You don't have the Horson to deal with that. After the split, you do have potentially a professor that'll clean it up nicely. The fact remains is that Big Cuckoo Rosina knows that this is going to be a bleeding scenario. This is going to be a situation where you basically want to make sure that you're reestablishing Sabbath so that you can protect those 10 points moving forward. And I think you're totally right here, Shinmiri, that Tunnel Drill is going to be public enemy number 1 when it comes to this bleed mission here. You want to get that out of the way. And looking at the hand here, Caranthir, Bamuna, Bloody Mistress, you got another Crone going on, 6 points with Parasite. I think it's looking good. And the problem now is Witchfinder comes out, and man, do you have one hell of a beautician when it comes to that Graydon.
Yeah, exactly. The Graydon is going to get you your full bank back and boost himself by a potential 10 if you take the tribute. For the low price of 5 coins, he can get 10 boost.
I got Shinmiri is channeling his inner Billy Mays here. That's freaking amazing. Yeah. Well, when he's not selling OxyClean, Shinmiri's up here talking about just the sheer value of that Graydon on that She Who Knows. The problem is that there's going to be an over-profiting situation. So I wonder if Big KK here is going to think about perhaps finding some way to spend coins, but it doesn't look like that exists right now other than your cleaver.
Nah, you're not going to be able to. It's over profiting by only 1, right? Because you're getting 10 coins back. So there's no way, even with a spender, to actually avoid that over profit situation. Grand Mazorca taking a pretty early pass. I'm very surprised by this. I mean, he's just resigning to the fact that the She Who Knows is going to die to something. And force Big Cuckoo to actually have the Graydon. So if he assumes that the She Who Knows is going to die, then it doesn't really matter to get the Sabbath and the carryover.
Well, that's
now, Matt, now it's possible that Cuckoo doesn't even play the Graydon.
I don't think you do. I mean, there's no reason to.
There's no Sabbath.
Sabbath isn't online. It's not there. You do not have, not to mention you have the Graydon and you do have Kurt in hand. So if necessary,
he's going to go for it anyways. Going to go for it anyways, maybe because he's thinking, okay, I'm going to be too dependent on this Kurt for the Graydon next round, or I just have to make up a lot of points anyways, so might as well just play it. Nothing else gets me cleanly there. I'd rather save my Cleaver or my Professor, for example, for round 3. And now we've got a pretty long round 3, but Big Cuckoo Rosina still has those Crown Splitter pockets, still has the Tunnel Drill ready to go against all of those Fruits of Yiskith and all of those Relic Engines.
Lots of control elements there for Big KK as well, not to mention just the flat-out pocket of Cleaver with Drill. Nice little sandwich action there on the Drill is going to make for a tough time for Grand Mazorca to come back from this. Looking at that list, though, if you're kind of putting crosshairs on what that Parasite is hunting for, it's got to be the Drill. The Drill is essentially what that is there for. No defender in Big KK's hand. So Big KK's, he's still got that in his the back of his mind. He hasn't seen the other Crone yet, so he knows that there's only a 4 damage Crone potentially. Yep. But at the moment, he has to make sure that when that Drill comes through, it is going full tilt. It is going to have to go absolute bananas.
The Drill is going to die. Like, the turn after you play it, it's going to die to that Parasite. You know that, so you need to get the most bang for your buck on that one turn when it's deployed. So the way to do that is you want it close to a full bank, and you still want to save all your leader charges for it as well. You want to have Kurt being played before the Tunnel Drill to set up a bounty on something that's high base strength, and and then slam the drill, harvest the bounty, get all those coins back for free, and then do as much pinging as you can and get 3 damage for 2 coins on the turn that you play the drill before it gets answered.
Big KK not clicking the extra button, putting down their body on the board, and Grand Mazorca is taking advantage here, saying, all right, if you're not going to create the pocket there, I've seen your Furco, I've seen one of your other Crown Splitters, where's your other Crown Splitter? Now, that is a risk that Grand Mazorca is taking by limiting the drill value, you know, putting Big KK on not having an additional Crown Splitter. But...
yeah, but...
hey,
But, hey, here comes the Justice. Gets another Cleaver's Muscle, which is really difficult to answer, and then also this Blacksmith, which can protect the Tunnel Drill now. This Blacksmith, not everybody is running Blacksmith in Syndicate lists these days, but very, very useful for protecting the Tunnel Drill. We were saying how, like, the Damage Crone from Grand Mazorca right now does 4 damage, can potentially do 6 damage if the Boost Crone is played first, so that normally could kill the Drill, but now Cuckoo can just boost it up to 7, and it won't be answerable anymore. And Grand Mazorca is really limited in terms of how many control tools he has left. He really just has the Damage Crone. There's no lock in this deck, as far as I know.
No lock, no movement, nothing like that. It's basically going to come down to the fact that Grand Mazorca is just going to have to hope that he's got that Damage Crone locked and loaded. And you know, this is a tough situation because you could always say, well, I'll just play the, you know, I'll damage that, you know, I'll damage the Chorus Blacksmith. I'll kill that so that he can't bring the Crone back up. Sorry, can't boost the drill. But then you're like, well, I don't have damage anymore, so the drill's just going to run rampant. I think that the use of that Parasite Shinmiri might be the tail of the tape here. That might be the turning point in this matchup. You know, just dropping it in there and not saving it for the drill. Grand Mazorca might just be thinking here, well, the drill's going to get played and go haywire on me anyways, so why not just take an advantage here that, you know, wherein that's a card that has... it's got Intimidate too. It's going to keep getting boosted with every crime. Maybe that's the best answer for me now, given the fact that the drill's probably going to get all the value in one foul swoop.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe Grand Mazorca was banking on the fact and hoping that there was no Novigradian Justice. There wasn't an additional Crown Splitter, and by killing the Cleaver, that this drill would never get 3 damage for 2 coins, and at best only 2 for 2.
Now, not to sell Grand Mazorca short here, because taking a look at that hand, you got another, you've got a Mamuna, you've got a Bloody Mistress, and there's Karen here to just give extra sauce on these mashed potatoes. Hey, why not? Let's go. There's 3 Griffins in there.
3 Griffins in the graveyard.
Taking beta rules, baby.
From the Megascope, but Self-Eater is the target here because there's still a copy of Self-Eater in Grand Mazorca's deck. Gets summoned out with Mamuna's ability, and now we've got this threatening Relic Engine on the board. But yeah, this Tunnel Drill is now, like, these are open deck lists. Players know how many answers and what answers are available in their opponent's deck. So Cuckoo knows that this Tunnel Drill is going to be unanswerable. He can either boost it now to 7 or just leave it as a 5 and boost it when he sees that the Boost Crone come down, so that he knows that potentially there is 6 damage from Damage Crone.
Yeah, and hanging on to some coins here, just getting yourself out of the way of a potential Bloody Mistress into Sabbath. You know, Bloody Mistress is going to come down for 7, bring you to 20. The 1 trigger of the Thrive brings you to 21. That's not good enough. So Big Cuckoo Rosina is not necessarily going too haywire now, saving some of those coins if necessary. You don't need to spend them all right now. You're basically just waiting for the right opportunity, and here it is. The writing's on the wall, Shinmiri, like we're talking about it. And before you get to that 6 damage Crone, you got to boost the boy by 4. So Big KK here is going to just, like he's mentioned, there it is, put him way out of reach. Why not? And it is a scary situation for Grand Mazorca here, as a drill that goes unanswered is essentially going to run the table.
Yeah, and we were talking about earlier how, like, we thought that with the Parasite and Damage Crone in hand, Big Cuckoo Rosina's drill would only get 1 turn of play, but this is no longer the case, and now for the rest of the round, he has the option of doing 3 damage for 2 coins, which is a huge advantage, and I think that's going to propel him to a very advantageous situation here in round number 3 in game number 1. The other thing that I noticed is Mamuna, the second Mamuna, or the original Mamuna, that has no target right now in the graveyard. There are 3 Griffins. The Self-Eater's already been thinned out. The Griffins are gone. So basically, Grand Mazorca is going to have to rely on Big Cuckoo to kill either the Genkane or the Piggy in order to get a second Mamuna target.
Yeah, he's basically, but you're basically hoping that your opponent helps you out here and just kind of kill some of your stuff, right? So the thing is that if you have that drill that just keeps Sabbath offline, there's no reason to kill something like the pig, right? There's no reason necessarily to kill anything, and I think BKK knows this. One side of the Corn Wars here is just reading the tea leaves, and it says, okay, well, you've used your Caranthir on Mamuna, but there's only one target, so you're going to have a 2-point dead card. And I'm totally okay with that. We're just going to keep your power levels low here. This drill is going to go crazy. There's still a lot of ways to generate coins. Let's be completely fair. You got a Professor. You've got a Kurt with an online drill with no threats to it at all. And it's just going to be a situation where Big KK is just going to continuously just give that melee row a haircut constantly. Keep it digestible. Keep it away from any kind of Sabbath. But there's
it's really delaying the Witch Apprentice and the Bloody Mistress from going online. Regarding the Mamuna, it's not going to end up being a 2-point brick because it can always, worst case, just consume a Griffin from the graveyard and boost itself by 9 and play for 11 points. It's still not bad at 11 points. You just don't get the extra unit from your deck. So, but playing it at 11 for 10, nobody was really that sad about that in the past. So it's not the crazy 20-point levels that Mamuna can get to, but still not too shabby. But I don't think that's going to be enough to help Grand Mazorca out of the situation. The Tunnel Drill just blasting everything. Kurt setting up the big juicy bounty on the 6th strength Wispus here and collecting that bounty, and Big Cuckoo's just going to town.
Yeah, and we're going to see now, I don't think he's going to lay waste to that Gankan. He's just going to leave it there because you do not want that Mamuna to pick it out. But yeah, good point there. Again, you can always consume something out of the graveyard. So again, 11 for 10. Nobody's complaining about that. And once again, not quite there yet. You are not at Sabbath. You've had every opportunity to get there. You've had the Foot Fetishist. Yeah. You've had your Iterane into Double Fruit, Caranthir into Mamuna. You've had the Bloody Mistress, and you're still struggling, Shinmiri, to get past that 25-point benchmark. That drill went untouched. I think that Grand Mazorca is just thinking that Parasite at a home, and he whiffed on it.
Yeah, and just Cuckoo never allowing the Sabbath to go online for Grand Mazorca. Everything just getting down to 1, 2, or 3 strength. Only 10 power on the monster side of the board. Have you ever seen anything like this?
Only when I play against Scoia'tael Precision Strike hate cards. I mean, it exists. It's out there. I mean, this is it. I mean, Line Pockets with a drill that goes unanswered is a really, really tough pill to swallow, as we see right here. It's just, it wasn't even a matter of, that card was the driver in this entire round, and ultimately there was an answer to it, and it was just kind of left to its own devices. A situation where perhaps you're saving that Parasite for that drill, you're saving that 4 damage Crone to kill the Coerced Blacksmith in anticipation that they might buff it out of range. These are things that you probably have to keep in mind, but it is a dangerous game when you're rolling the dice against a Tunnel Drill with a nice Crown Splitter sandwich going on.
Yeah, and I think like Grand Mazorca, when he looks back on this game, he might kick himself a little bit for not pushing more in round 2, to try to get like either the Cleaver or the Tunnel Drill out in round 2 and have a round 3. Maybe he loses card advantage, maybe he gives up last say, but just forcing out that control element from Big Cuckoo's deck would allow all of his Sabbath engines to activate earlier and potentially stick on the board and get him a lot more engine value.
It's a unique way to take it. Typically, you see a deck like that, you see Fruits of Izgith, big boys like that, you're thinking that you're going the distance in round 2. You think that you're going to have to spend some big pieces. I think that Big Cuckoo Rosina might feel like he dodged a bullet there, given the fact that he had just a nice free and clear way out of that round. And if you think about it, Shamir, you're absolutely right. Giving up that Graydon in round 2 would have been a non-factor in that other round, in round 3. Graydon in round 2 was just, it was an overcommitment, sure, no problem, but you fill your bank and you go into the next round with a nice, hefty pocket going on. But really, the writing was on the wall from the beginning. The game plan was set in stone. It's create a pocket, dump drill, keep them out of range, not even keep them under Sabbath. Keep Sabbath out of the picture entirely, like not even a sniff at Sabbath. And that was played masterfully.
Yes, indeed. And in the bigger picture of things, both players feel like their Scoia'tael list, their no-unit Shiru Gord list, is going to be their weak link, and the deck that they're going to have most difficulty finding a win with. And remember, this is Conquest format, so you have to win with every single one of your decks in order to win the match. And now, Big Cuckoo's Line Pocket Syndicate list is through. That was one of the winnable matchups for Grand Mazorca's Scoia'tael list. So now he's got an even tougher battle to find a win with that Scoia'tael list.
Yeah, and you know what? We just saw, let's be fair. We saw monsters get completely dunked on, like full Space Jam style. Like it was obscene in that 3rd round. It was never in doubt. But we're going to see that monster list possibly come back, and we're going to see it do the exact same thing to someone else. And that's exactly what we're going to get right here, as Monsters is going to come through. Grand Mazorca taking another kick at the can here with that monster list. And my man, I'm telling you, Shinmiri, you know what? Like we saw it get dunked on, but in reality, it's going to do the same to somebody else, and we're going to have this conversation. So all those out there saying that, Monsters is trash or this or that, I don't think anyone's necessarily saying that, but you're going to see the other side of the coin when this deck can just pop off.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be the game, because I've played this matchup from both sides, and yeah, the no-unit Scoia'tael list is really struggling to find enough points to beat monsters here. It can control their engines like Self-Eater and Piggy just fine, but it's so tough to find enough points to match the point slam element of the monster deck with cards like Griffin and Double Mamuna and things like that.
Like right out of the box here, Shinmiri, I mean, the fact that you're staring down something like a Sabertooth, yeah, the Sabertooth is really nasty. It's a great blue coin opener because it forces your opponent to have to, establish 2 units on the board, let's say. But that's what Fruits of Viscus does. It just drops a 1-point Thrive unit and immediately shuts off any value from that Sabertooth. Now, obviously, playing the Griffin is going to eat it, but you're on blue anyway. So Sabertooth comes in, you flip it, and now it's Fruits, 3rd body, and suddenly it's going to be a problem for you to actually get value out of that Sabertooth.
Yeah, and I'm really curious to see if Big Cuckoo Rosina has some sort of tricks up his sleeve in this matchup. I think in order for Scoia'tael to have a chance, you need to get a really big Shiru. If you don't get a big Shiru, I think it's such an uphill battle. So, and unfortunately for Big Cuckoo, he has the Shiru in hand right now, which might be suboptimal, I think, because you're more likely, with all the big units that monsters tend to get, you'd much rather have a boosted Shiru from the Ice Women's Council, but you can't do that if Shiru's in hand. I think he had to mulligan cards like Madoc and potentially Brocklin Sentinel, so he didn't really have a chance. But here we go, first bomb. That's the Banish bomb, by the way.
Yeah, that's a great bomb to have there. That just limits your Mamuna value down the road. That is a long gone sayonara, adios, goodbye to that Griffin, as it has been banished to the Nether Realms somewhere. It's the Delta Quadrant. I don't know.
And yeah, so the Griffin is now no longer a potential target for Mamuna, but Grand Mazorca still has Self-Eater and Gankane already set up, with a Witch Apprentice probably coming down not too far behind.
And there's another card that we're seeing right here, just taking a look through the actual deck of these players. That's Xavier. And Xavier is another card that has a lot of graveyard hate in it as well, right? So, if you need to go ahead and actually prune out some of those recurring threats that Mamuna might be looking to get, that's one way to do it. The problem is that those foot fetishists, man, they spread like monster disease, and it is a tough thing to get them all out of the deck. Mamuna's probably going to have plenty of options to go ahead and fetch the other one from the deck.
Yeah, that's true. So Big Cuckoo getting a look at the order of his deck with Maxi. Not sure if he chose to keep that or to shuffle. But if I were him, I would probably keep. You've got access to your Oneiromancy at the start of round 2, along with your Heat Wave. The thing that you're not drawing into, the gold card that you're not drawing to, is Synthesis, which you could get with Oneiromancy if you really need to.
Yeah, I mean, anytime that you have that Oneiromancy as a guarantee, the next one, not to mention Gord is there as well. You know, you got to go for that Oneiromancy. I feel like it's just the best option here. Grand Mazorca looking at their deck as well. Brewis, Caranthir, Inaran, got a Worker and a Griffin, and then you got a lot of meat in the table a few turns away. I would imagine it's Parasite. You've got. Yeah, that's a tough keep because you are going to have access to the big boys. You're going to get Bloody Mistress. If your plan here is draw, mulligan twice, you're going to have access to Bloody Mistress. You're going to have access to She Who Knows in round 3, but you're not going to have these in round 2. So this is a situation where you're probably going to have to really, dig deep into these rounds.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of which, there's the pass.
Yeah, just cannot keep up with these monster points. Goetel forced to pass here. And we'll see what Grand Mazorca decides to do if he's happy with just the long round 3. Looks like neither player shuffled as they're drawing into the same cards as they saw from Maxi. So both players know what they're going to be drawing into. And I find that I do this a lot. Mostly when I play Maxi, I usually lean towards not shuffling. Even if the deck order is slightly suboptimal, it's just the information and the knowledge of knowing exactly what you're trying to draw into, the ability to plan out all your rounds going forward is so useful that you don't necessarily need the perfect draw order in order to keep maxing.
All right, the bleed is on, ladies and gentlemen, and you could probably, set your bets to the fact that Grand Mazorca is going to not make the same mistake this time. He was in the driver's seat in round 2 in game number 1 and decided to, pull the chute on it a little bit early. I doubt that that's what's going to happen here. This is likely going to be a situation where he wants to see some of those bigger threats. Basically, Big Cuckoo Rosina is going to have to present some points at some point if he wants to win this round. And that's going to come in the shape of, I don't think a Pyrotech's going to do it. I don't think Maddox's going to be enough. This is going to be a situation most likely where you're going to see something like, say, Synthesis or Gord or something along those lines that's going to have to come through to actually compete in the numbers game, because it's not just a matter of controlling your opponent's board. If you're going to need to pay the toll to pass into round 3, and Forest Protector is a good start, getting rid of an Iteran in a very cost-efficient way. But here comes the fireworks, Shinmiri, as once again, Mamuna Caranthir combo has set up a wonderful, wonderful set of points here. 19 points, double Thrive Threat, and the Foot Fetish is there and hungry.
Yeah, and the fact that I wanted to note that Big Cuckoo Rosina did not use an extra leader ping to kill one of the Fruits of Yskith when it was 1 power. It's a pretty low commitment to kill that. But I think that's a sign that he plans on eventually Shiroing those fruits. When they get to maybe 5, you've already got a 5-point Mamuna on the board because she ate a 4-strength Self-Eater from the graveyard. So in 3 turns, when Grand Mazorca thrives these fruits to a 5, that might be when we see the Shiru come down.
Yeah, that's a good option as well. It might even line up with the Self-Eaters, perhaps even lining up in a big way. It's completely possible. There's the first roll of Oneiromancy. Xavier comes through and starts clipping away at that graveyard because he knows that there's another Mamuna in there. So might as well lock that out. Get the maybe remove some of the value off of what that could potentially do. Not to mention it's presenting a threat that Grand Mazorca can't exactly address. But hey man, when you're in the driver's seat with a major lead, dropping a squirrel like that is a beautiful thing.
Yeah, Squirrel getting rid of the Oneiromancy on Big Cuckoo's graveyard, so no Oneiromancy in round 3 for Big Cuckoo, and that's also one less special that will buff up the Herald Gord at the end of the day.
Next turn for Grand Mazorca could just be a split of the Self-Eaters, drop a Witch Apprentice, let that start growing. Big Cuckoo is going to have to start making some decisions here in terms of how you want to control this board. You're playing a control deck, Shinmiri, but you haven't exactly presented too many options of too many elements of control yet.
Yeah, but Grandmaster has to be a little bit careful here about how much he plays into Shiru. There is the possibility that Shiru could scorch 4s next turn as well. There are already 2 4s naturally, and then if he plays the Piggy, then there's going to be more and thrives the fruits to 4. There could be a Shiru on 4s, and yeah, Big Cuckoo actually hits the 5 down to a 1. Maybe he is looking to do 4s.
Yeah, I think that's possibly it. I mean, you're going to split the self-eaters.
The self-eater splitting will go to 3s, and playing a relic will boost both of them to 4s.
Yeah,
there will be a lot of 4s if Grand Mazurka is not careful here.
Yeah, double both fruit.
I like this. I like the not splitting the self-eater and keeping it at the 7. Yeah, to play around the Shiru a little bit, but Shiru still looks really great here.
I mean, that's a big read. You're getting some decent value off of it. In reality, you're getting rid of one of those fruits, which can come back to haunt you later on. Yeah, it's kind of tough here. What you can do, actually, well, no, because you need one of your pings. You're going to need one of your pings to actually ping down your own Shiru.
Right.
It would have been way too perfect if you had that extra, firepower in your deck, or if you had one more bow. One more ping from your leader ability. You could double ping the Witch Apprentice as well. Ping down your Shiru. Use the charge on the.
Here comes the Shiru. What is Cuckoo going to use his last leader charge on? Does he want to hit the Witch Apprentice down by 2 with the Death Blow? Not the Death Blow, but the. I think he is going to go for it. Is he going to go Witch Apprentice? He's actually going to thin out the Broccolon Sentinels, making his top decks better, and deciding not to kill the Witch Apprentice or the Self-Eater with the Shiru. Let's see if this decision will pay off for him, but he's currently got a lead. It's not huge, but he does have a lead.
That lead might just start to evaporate here as we see a lot of firepower out of Grand Mazurka's hand. A couple of those are bronze, but you still have a Mamuna. I don't think there's anything for you to get with that Mamuna, but a 9-point Griffin is still 9 points, puts you a little bit closer to Sabbath, but more importantly, puts you 1 point ahead of your opponent.
Yeah, something that you could do from Grand Mazurka's side is set up the Brewis on the board and then consume a Mamuna target on the same turn that you want to play the Mamuna, so you don't give your opponent's Xavier a chance to banish the card from your graveyard. But you can't do anything. You don't have any targets right now. Even if you eat the Piggy, the second Piggy is in your hand. So it's not going to work this time around, but that would have been a really nice play if possible. This Xavier Lemons has been a thorn in Grand Mazurka's side for sure when it comes to Mamuna. We might end up seeing another 11-point Mamuna down the road.
Oh, poor Mamuna. Only 11 points.
Yeah, only 11 points. Boo-hoo!
Yeah, well, cry me a river, said Justin Timberlake. But in this case, we're going to go ahead and drop another Fruit of Isgith. Again, a wonderful little piece there. It's just being able to drop a Thrive Engine every turn. And hey, take a look at that, Shinmiri. We are locked and loaded for Sabbath. It is happening now. And it's going to be tough for Cuckoo to get through this again, because that is a 8-point... That is an 8-point Witch Apprentice, which is not easy to get through. The problem here is that you have to decide. I mean, there's been decisions here that have been made that have been, the fork in the road was presented. Do you use the Sentinel without the Death Blow to bring the Pig down to 4 to get a better Shiru, or do you do the thinning play with a little bit more tempo in that case, keep the Pig on board? And now it's a situation where that Heat Wave is possibly just waiting for a She Who Knows, but because Cuckoo Rosina does have that card advantage, he will have last say. So he's kind of hanging on to it in the situation where that might be what needs to happen. But in the meantime, you've got 2 Pigs now that are getting out of control.
Yeah, and the point swing has gone right back in favor of Grand Mazurka, and Cuckoo Rosina on the back foot here. And I wanted to clarify something I said earlier mistakenly. I thought Grand Mazurka had banished with the Squirrel, banished the Oniromancy in Cuckoo's graveyard, but instead it was actually the Madoc. As you can see, these bombs have been being played by Aluha, but no Madoc has come out from the graveyard because of that squirrel. So he will still have the second Oniromancy for round 3, but Madoc is gone and all the bombs are a bit neutered now.
So here comes the Heat Wave, which is basically Kukuruzina. You can see him kind of saying, all right, you got it. It's yours. I need to get ahead of you here. But if you have that She Who Knows, I am going to get punished. Unfortunately for Grand Mazorca, no She Who Knows and I guess, a suboptimal Mamuna. The rest of your turns here are not going to be fantastic. The difference, or the significance, rather, of playing those cards is going to be buying bigger pieces out of your opponent.
Yeah, if Grand Mazorca can force the Herald Gourd out in this round, that could be huge, because then Herald Gourd will not be available in round 3, and there's going to be very little power left on Kuku's side to contest.
Saber-Tooth Tiger, nothing really going on there, unfortunately. That stealth mode is all she wrote, as it's basically going to be taking a look at the sidelines, not really playing a factor in terms of the damage it would otherwise do. I think that this is a pass. I don't think that there's anything else in that graveyard that you're consuming. That Xavier has, just completely emptied the shelves of what's possible. But no, going for it anyways. I like that play. You're going to eat the Griffin, opening up the door for Vermuna to get a lot of value. 11 for 10, Shinmiri. Boo-hoo, you said it best. And now there's a 22-point deficit and not a whole lot of juice left to be squeezed out of that hand.
Yeah, huge lead for Grand Mazorca, and not even like a Geralt Professional or this Herald Gourd is going to save Big Kuku here. The 2-0 by Monsters. Grand Mazorca tying it up now, this series 1-1.
Yeah, 1-1, and we talked about it, man. I said that we saw that monster list get absolutely dusted by a tunnel drill, and here it is, just running the table, being all up in Scoia'tael's kitchen, saying, I got bodies, I got time, I got fruits. It's like a freaking farmer's market here. I got so many fruits. Deal with it. And unfortunately for that Scoia'tael list is more geared towards stuff like, I'm going to get rid of this 4-point engine. I'm going to get rid of this 4-point engine. I'm going to make sure that you've got nothing to touch on my side. And when push comes to shove, I'm going to drop 8 points of immunity and then a gourd and yada, yada, yada. That's how I'm going to make this work. But monsters like the Honey Badger, they don't give an S. They are not interested in that nonsense.
Yeah, they don't have that many cards that need to take damage or remove value on your side of the board. They mostly play a proactive strategy, which is a bad matchup for that no unit Scoia'tael Shearer deck. So yeah, monsters.
I was gonna say they fire out of the gate and they just play catch me if you can. That's basically what it is, mm-hmm. and they do it successfully. And unless you're completely geared up to deal with it, you're left in their dust.
Yeah, you not only do you need to control their engines, but you need to also have a good, strong value cards that can compete with their pure point slam, because that monster deck is both an engine deck and a point slam deck at the same time. All
right, so we're inching closer to that lovely Scoia'tael Persistent Strike Mirror perhaps around the corner. We'll see. So we're going to be going to Game 3 here. This is the quarterfinals of Gwent Open number 3 season, also number 3. Probably my favorite season, frankly. If you're gonna ask Shinmiri, I mean, this has been the best season of Gwent, frankly. I mean, we even had some callbacks to Gwent Masters number 1. It's been quite the year here at Gwent, and these players were treated to a corn war. What's going on, man? Can't wait for this one. Game number 3, tied 1-1. We see it here. There's the Nilfgaard list, baby.
All right, Big Kuku with the Nilfgaard Hyper Thin reveal list with Tactile Decision and the Madoc. So he's got bombs for control, locks for control, as well as tons of point slam in a short round 3 with those reveal cards like Zarthisius, Triss, and Yennefer, versus the Line Pockets deck we all love and hate. The Horson's Freak Show, the Tunnel Drill that Grand Mazorca is going to try to find a win with here in game number 3.
All right, and right out of the gate, we see the Sunset Wanderer doing a little Texas two-step to the side, making way. Says, "Excuse me, Dimeridium Bomb. I believe you're in my spot." And I mean, we all hate those people. You go to the, you go to the water slides, you go to the amusement park. There's always that one person who's like, "Oh, my friend's just ahead of you," and just like weasels his way ahead of you. Yeah, that's what Sunset Wanderers essentially is.
Yeah, navigating the line at the slip and slide, right?
I hate him.
This is actually maybe the first time we've seen Sunset Wanderers at an official Gwent tournament, because this is our first Open since Sunset Wanderers was released last month. Pre-nerf, it was all over the place at 11 provisions. Now it's at a more healthy, more reasonable 13 provisions. And while it's not in every single deck anymore, it still is great in a deck that has high synergy with it, like a Tactical Decision deck with Snowdrop and the leader that can keep drawing more cards, to put more cards to the right side of Sunset Wanderer, to give Geralt and Dandelion and Roach more time to kind of meander over before they get onto the board.
It absolutely boggles my mind that this card is only like a month or two old. It feels like this card has been around for like 2 years, and here it is, first appearance as the first Dimeridium Bomb goes ahead. Bloody Good Friends are now bloody good weak, as the Madoc is also threatening there. Dippin' the Pontars is going to see and say, all right, re-roll this one, my friend. Re-roll it. But again, no Snowdrop in hand is a little bit of a detriment to what this deck wants to do. Again, capitalizing on Movran Voorhees off of your Tactical Decision. Give a little bit more runway to that Sunset Wanderers to grow, give it more space. Suboptimal bomb here, but the name of the game, Shinmir, I think, is just don't give him an opportunity to set up for a potential,
Novigradian Justice.
Novigradian Justice. Yeah, let's just get that body off the board. I mean, the good news is that even though you did 1 point of damage, the Madoc comes through and supplements that.
All right, so let's talk about big picture game plan here. As we know, the Reveal Nilfgaard deck, what it wants to do, it's called Hyper Thin for a reason. It thins almost every card from its deck. And in round 3, it's going to have exactly 1 card left in your deck, which is the 12 Strength Imperial Golem. And then it's going to play the reveal cards that are random, like Yennefer Divination is reveal a random unit from your deck. But because there's only 1 unit left in your deck, it will always get you that 12-point boost. And same with Yen, or same with Zarthisius, and same with Triss. So that's the game plan, but that's very disruptible. And actually, Grand Mazorca's Syndicate list has a great way to disrupt that, and that's with the new card, the Scoundrel. The Scoundrel can thin an extra card for your opponent because he pulls out a bronze unit from their deck. So Big Cuckoo's got to be really careful here. If he takes all of his normal thinning, the Scoundrel could end up over-thinning his deck, and Big Cuckoo might end up with 0 cards left in round 3 and nothing to reveal for Yennefer, Zarthisius, or Triss.
Well, you're playing this deck on a razor's edge. Essentially, the power level on it, if all things if all the dominoes fall the way you want them to, which I mean, with the amount of helper cards in here, like Snowdrop, your leader ability, etc., that's the way it goes. You should have everything line up properly so that you have this grand finale finish of the Imperial Golem being the last card in your hand. But I mean, like I said, razor's edge here. I'm not just talking about Scott Hall. I'm talking about the fact that you are going to be at risk of 1 card getting out of your list, out of your deck, and then you have to account for that. You have to play around that scenario. There are ways to do that, of course. Maybe one way to do that is you just play your Sunset Wanderers out of your hand and deny that extra card draw. So that's something to possibly keep in mind. Novigradian Justice now here on top of that Furco is a wonderful way to just slam through with some tempo as Grand Mazorca is setting up the Crown Splitters. It's Crime City here, and Big Cuckoo Rosina is not short for, big plays himself. You've got speaking of Scott Hall, you got a Razor Ramon there that can pair up nicely with that Cavalry and lock a whole bunch of nonsense that might cause some problems.
Exactly, but you've only got a certain number of answers. And there's going to be a lot of threats coming down on the board from the Syndicate side. You've got to answer Witchfinder. You've got to answer potentially Freak Show or Tunnel Drill. Maybe you want to answer the Scoundrel. So gotta pick and choose. You've only got 2 answers here.
New card as well. A new card alert, Shinmiri. That is Fur Card coming through. Again, play Fur Card, play a special card, draw a card as well. You're also dropping a little bit of spying, saying, hey, welcome to the team. You stay there and just give me some information. Bloody Good Friends now a spying card, but in this particular deck, that isn't, relatively low implications, right, Shinmiri? I mean, this is not like you're trying to capitalize with an Arto Terra Nova later on. This is just a matter of thinning out the deck and getting a little bit of an extra tempo move with that particular special play.
Exactly. It's one of the many thinning tools in this deck to get down to that one final card in round 3. So, the good news for Big Cuckoo is that Scoundrel can only thin bronze units. So, if you can get to the point in round 3 where you only have 1 gold Imperial Golem in your deck, the Scoundrels can't do anything about it, right? So, if you can get to that point, you're safe. But before you get to that point, if you have any bronze units in your deck still, he can mess with the amount of thinning that you do. So Grand Mazorca might want to kind of hold the Scoundrel as an option, as a sort of a threat, but he has to time it well so that it's not too late by the time he plays it.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying that from the perspective of just saying that jamming 12 points of, free range whole grain points is not good. I mean, it's still amazing. You're just not getting the sort of situation that you would have liked, where perhaps you're creating a tougher thinning situation where maybe the Scoundrel throws a wrench in your plans. And unfortunately, there for Big Kukuruzina, maybe would have perhaps liked to have gotten rid of that muscle in the middle as well, trying to limit as many pockets as possible. But keep in mind, there's no drill, no drill in hand. It's going to be a clown show through and through. So as it stands right now, everything that's that Grand Mazorca is building up here for the grand finale, frankly, is just going to be, KK is going to have front row tickets to the circus, as the freak show is going to be the cleanup mechanic here.
Yeah, exactly. And Big Cuckoo will probably try to save that second lock for a spender like that. Grand Mazorca, the other thing that he could do is, hyper thin, a lot of its points are reliant on getting that thinning first. So with round control in Grand Mazorca's hands, he could try to push this round very deep and force these reveal cards to be played suboptimally, and maybe take a gamble, rely on randomness a little bit to see what units are revealed, and potentially can reveal like a 3-point Yennefer or a 5-point Vilgefortz still remaining in the deck for not that much boost or damage.
Well, that's the situation here. You want to basically create or inject a little bit of variance to that deck's strength, which is essentially reliably thinning down to 1 and creating these massive plays. And finally, here it comes. I heard, Shinmiri, that he's done the Kessel run in less than 12 parsecs. The Scoundrel is here, picking up a big piece of artillery there. That is the Tortoise coming through, filling the banks, boosting up as well. It's a lot of points, my man.
Yeah, exactly. And so there is that extra thinning provided by the Scoundrel, and now Kukuruzina is going to have to decide, what do I not thin to compensate for that? Is it playing the Sunset Wanderers from hand? Is it playing perhaps the Mage Assassin? No, that came out automatically and drew another card. But maybe he's going to play the Mage Assassin from hand and not thin that with the leader, for example. It is a close game right now, tied up at 31 apiece. Big Cuckoo, though, with the card advantage at the moment. Grand Mazorca could take a pass here and not lose his card and try to keep Freak Show for round 3. But we'll see what he decides to do. He is going to keep going, spending coins on that Bloody Good Friends and taking away some of the boost on those Sunset Wanderers.
Yeah, basically, I mean, it's round control to Major Tom, all systems go, and he is just pounding face here as the Bloody Good Friends are making short work of that Sunset Wanderer. Still a spooky card, you got to spend coins to do it, but it's an extra layer that Syndicate players can play with. Here comes Witchfinder, front row center. Kaboom, baby, there's 3 extra coins in the bank and a nice little piece of bounty. Now, again, the Witchfinder's gonna drop bounty on the tallest target, and bounty's gonna convert into coins based on base power. So that base power 1 Sunset Wanderers, you had to shave that down. You didn't want the Sunset Wanderers to eat that bounty because the payoff was gonna be minimal. So I like how this happened here. It's gonna be, you're gonna be able to go ahead and kill that that tortoise anyways, and refill the bank. Nice efficient way to spend the coins and get some, get some callback on that. Get a little bit of ROI.
Exactly, and it's a great setup by Grand Mazorca, getting rid of any sort of randomness and just guaranteeing that bounty on the big base strength tortoise. And here we go, Big Cuckoo with the big combo, right? Snowdrop drops for 6 points, and then followed up immediately by the leader ability of Morvan Brutus, getting another 3-card draw, boosting that Snowdrop all the way up to 12. And there is his poison target, Grand Mazorca, setting up the poison on that Snowdrop, as well as harvesting that bounty. But I'm surprised to see him use a leader charge compared to using just one of the coin tokens that he already has on the board.
Yeah, I'm a little bit, not concerned, but I'm a little bit surprised at that as well. I mean, those are there; they don't carry over. And I get the pronunciation is not always easy, so we'll just call him Steve. His friends call him Steve. We'll just call him Steve. So Steve hits the board, adds a lot of deck thinning, not necessarily thinning, but a little bit of hand fixing rather. Gives a little bit more, a little bit more high octane power to that Snowdrop. And yeah, I mean, the problem here is that when you're killing those tortoises, the bonus is going to go on the Scoundrel, and frankly, that Vilgefortz is looking real juicy when it comes to killing that 16 points here. So the problem is that might be just be an overcommitment ultimately, and Grand Mazorca is in control of this round, but there is a 12-point deficit that needs to be addressed here.
Yeah, there is a 12-point deficit, which is easy to it's easy to come up with because he's already got the 1 poison set up, right? And he can use the 2nd poison to clean up the Snowdrop. And first spending coins with that Bloody Good Friends, making sure not to over profit. The Fist Tech, normally 4 coins, 4 profit, but also with the Line Pockets passive would get him 5 total. But instead, it's going to be the Freak Show here. Spending. The Freak Show spending and cleaning up some stuff on the front row. We're saving that poison for later.
It's a tough card to deal with, and there's no, surefire way to deal with it besides Vilgefortz. But that's not necessarily the way you want to do it, perhaps. I mean, maybe it is. You're already ahead by enough, but you know that your Snowdrop is being threatened.
Yeah, and the Freak Show actually killed the Mage Assassin, which was the only agent on Big Cuckoo Rosina's side of the board. The agent would have given Doadric a Zeal here, so a click on the same turn that he's played, but with the agent gone, Doadric has Summoning Sickness, can't be used right away, and Freak Show is just going to clean him right up. And so Big Cuckoo is not going to be able to mulligan these Triss or Zarthisius, these reveal cards, these cards that are currently a bit more random than he would like, into his deck to draw for later.
And he's going full tilt here, and I don't blame him. Again, you still have, and he's also setting up the Professor on the Steve in the back row. So Steve is kind of like, you see him in the back row looking out. He's like, what threats lie ahead for Steve? And you have the Professor who is just ready and waiting. I mean, we have glasses that thick. You cannot miss. Trust me. I have the world's worst eyesight, and my aim is always on point when I'm using a crossbow, which is more often than you'd think.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about earlier. Getting down to it, the last few cards for Big Cuckoo's Hyper Thin Reveal deck in round 2 are likely to be cards that he doesn't really want to play. Currently, in Big Cuckoo's deck, there are 3 units. There's the 12-point Imperial Golem, and there's the 5-point Alba Armor Cavalry, and the 3-point Yennefer Divination. So it is a real gamble on which unit you're going to be revealing, and how much power or how much damage you're going to be getting from your Triss and Zarthisius.
Hey, man. These are gamblers, baby. Might as well make it happen. Even you don't even have a choice, frankly. As it's balls in Mazorca's court here, and you got spenders galore, and I think he's going full tilt here, and I think that's okay, because if you're putting your opponent on a 33% chance to hit a home run, you got to roll that dice. Create yourself a situation where you're well ahead here. As the professor's going to come through, fill the bank again to 9, and you'll be able to spend the entire package here. Again, you're up the whole way, spend as efficiently as possible, which is 2 clicks on your Sea Jackal, and then just go to town with the rest of them. And there it is, 20-point deficit that Big KK is going to have to come through. That is at least 2 cards. That's everything. Even if you high roll.
Yeah, and he's going to have to I think he's going to have to hit this Imperial Golem with at least one of these 2 reveal cards in order to make up that 22-point gap that he needs. He's down 20, so he needs 21, and he's got that extra bleeding. So 22 points. You've got 8 points from the bodies. So, and the slow roll on the first card, so he only gets to 3. Only an 8 points Arthesius, and now can he even make it? I think he can. If he gets to 12 here, he can do 12 damage to that Sea Jackal on the other side of the board, and it will be enough, but it's a 33% chance. Big Cuckoo really praying right now before he plays the Triss, and does he gets enough for 3! And it's over!
City.
It's
baby.
over!
That's all she wrote for this one. Again, you want to, live by the dice, die by the dice in certain cases. And this type, man, you did not stack the deck the way that you may have wanted to. That was so well played there to really create a situation where I know that the guaranteed situation for me in round 3 is a golem in the deck and me eating a lot of haymakers from those, from Zarthisius, from Triss, etc. So why not actually inject a little bit of variables into this and see what happens? And you low rolled both of them. It was the best scenario for you to win, and if that is your line to victory, you go full force, giddy up, let's go.
Yeah, exactly, and that is a great strategy to employ against Hyper Thin Reveal. If you guys run into it on the ladder, for example, win round 1, go all in round 2, and force them to take some gambles on their big payoff cards. That Triss played for 6 points, that Zarthisius only 8 points. Normally they could be upwards of like 17. So yeah, big difference right there. And Grand Mazorca now taking, game number 3. So he's
game number 3.
He's up 2-1 versus the reigning champion, Big Kukuruzina.
Yeah, and again, we're glad that you're here for Corn Wars, ladies and gentlemen. The Big Kukuruzina versus Grand Mazorca. The uprising of this, the crops are crying, and it's turmoil, civil war within the crop world, ladies and gentlemen. But one of these two is going to harvest all of that delicious grain. But that's it. I mean, one of them has their backs against the walls, friends. The other one is got one more option left, and I believe it is Scoia'tael, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. Grand Mazorca has his no unit Shiru. Scoia'tael still has 2 chances to find a win with that versus Big Kukuruzina's Nilfgaard Hyperthin Reveal deck, and also the mirror in the no unit Scoia'tael mirror. That, if it comes down to that, we're gonna be in for a discard fest, I would guess.
Yeah, that's what this is here for. It's the emergency envelope of doom in case things go wrong. I have contingency plans, Shinmiri. Don't worry, we'll be fine. But we're gonna see. We're not there yet. But if there is perhaps a Scoia'tael Precision Strike control mirror, we're setting the discards, the total discards at 4.5. That is the over/under number. I'm taking the over on the 4.5 discards. We'll see. You guys can toss it out there as well. Again, hashtag Gwent Open. There has been some pretty decent matches up to now, ladies and gentlemen. I don't want to say some surprising bans, but we're seeing factions and later abilities that have been very scarce, that have been very seldom let through when it comes to the ban phase. And it's nice to see Syndicate back in the tournament scene.
Yeah, and even though you say we're not there yet in regards to the Scoia'tael mirror, I think we could get it in this I think we could get it in this game because Grand Mazorca is forced to play Scoia'tael. He has no other options because he's already won with his other 2 decks. Iluha or Big Kukuruzina has the option now which deck he wants to queue up with. And I believe this being game number 4, Big Kukuruzina is on red coin for this game. And in the Scoia'tael mirror, the no unit mirror, you really want red coin because you can play reactive. You can force your opponent to play proactive plays, and you can give them nothing to interact with for quite a few turns. So if Big Cuckoo Rosina believes that this series is going to come down to the Scoia'tael mirror, this is the right time to take it when you have red coin, because if you go to game number 5, you're going to be on blue coin and you're going to be in the unfavored position.
Well, you're essentially walking into a scenario where you have to win with that deck anyways. So why not take the best situation with your worst deck? Because if you win the game 4, yeah, it's amazing, it's all tied up, but now you're going into that worst deck in a bad situation of being on blue coins. So line it up the way that you want to. This is probably the best option to really pump up that deck as best as it possibly can be to compete against a deck that is going to struggle on proactivity, and you are going to capitalize on that reactivity. So good luck. I mean, that's basically how it's going to go down to. I wouldn't be surprised, like you said, Shinmiri, for this to be that Scoia'tael mirror that we have been essentially had on our radar as being a very pivotal match in this matchup.
Let's see if we were right. We see Scoia'tael from both players. Here we go. The no unit mirror. Both players focusing on removing your opponent's board while having nothing to remove or interact with on your side. This is going to be an interesting one, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we're going to see how these players maneuver around this sort of match.
Maneuver is the proper terminology, I would say. You got to be pretty nimble when you're playing this, because you have to be prepared to actually just play for no value. And when I say that we're going to set the discard value, the over-under discard value at 4.5, well, I said I'm taking the over on this one, and looking at these hands, I suspect that might be the case. There's very minimal proactivity here, and the bricks that Cuckoo Rosina is holding on to here, you don't want to see Gord in this situation. I don't think that's a card that you necessarily want, and there's that Sentinel that is doing nothing.
Yeah, this is like, even though Cuckoo Rosina has the advantage of being on red coin and being playing proactively, I think his hand is significantly worse, because you want to save Herald Gord for round 3, and you don't want to be playing your Brocklon Sentinel from hand, because you can thin that out with the leader potentially. So he's got fewer real plays available to him.
Yeah, no, you're correct.
Everything in Grand Mazorca's hand is technically playable. He's got no bricks. Grand Mazorca has no bricks, but he has to act first.
The saving grace in this matchup here for Grand Mazorca being on blue is the fact that you do have access to your Sabertooth. And that is a very good card to play on blue. It forces your opponent to have nothing to interact with and actually develop, which then gets punished. If you're not putting two things next to each other, if the units that you're playing are not holding hands, that Sabertooth is going to pounce. And you do not want that. So how do you respond? So in one foul swoop, and a tough hand for Big Cuckoo Rosina to digest here is that Grand Mazorca has gone through, has got the first wheel on that Ownermancy, picked up the Sabertooth, and it is troublesome. So what happens here? What are you getting? What are you using that for? We're going to go ahead, I guess, and go get that Pyrotech, thin out the deck a little bit, but give that a little bit of resilience from removal cards. Now you're not dying to a Nature's Rebuke necessarily. It's going to take some work. It's going to take a ping perhaps and a rebuke to get that done. The difference is do you really care, Shinmiri, that that's there, given the fact that there's nothing on the board for you to interact with?
No, you don't care. You could just bomb it, let it, take it to 2 power, and what's he going to do? Click it and kill your Madoc? The Madoc doesn't care if it gets killed, right? It'll just come right back the next time you play a bomb. So it's not, this Pyrotech is not a huge threat in this matchup.
All right, here's another question for you. When all is said and done in round 1, what do you think that the total points are going to be between both totals? I'm saying that it's going to be below 18.
Oh yeah, I would say, yeah, that's a good guess. I think one side is going to have basically nothing, and the other side is maybe going to have a unit or 2.
All right, I like this play of Geralt Pro here because there's probably going to be fewer targets for you to actually hit. I think that that's a perfectly fine way to use that. It also, surprisingly, it's not like that's a target for your Sentinels to hit, because if you're using all 3 of your bows, it's going to kill the Geralt, and there's nothing else to connect with for Death Blow. So, but it is a body on the board, Shinmiri, and like you said, that's what these decks want, is they want to be able to interact with their opponent. So the first making a bomb comes through, but take a look. Grand Mazurka has the answer. That is the Northern Wind. That is the Banish Bomb. That's the one you want to have in this mirror. That is the most important bomb in this mirror.
Yep. Banishes the Madoc. Madoc is no more for Big Cuckoo. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't have his Banish Bomb for Grand Mazurka's Madoc. But at the same time, I don't know how valuable Madoc is in this matchup. Again, there's never going to be any units on your opponent's side of the board, so you're never really getting any Cataclysm value. Maybe against something like Immune to Synthesis, that's the only thing I can really think of that Cataclysm is really useful for, right? Being able to hit and reduce the power of that immune unit through non-targeted damage. But both players really, really want to win round 1 here, and that's to get last say for round 3. With last say, your Gourd is untouchable, and you can potentially heat wave their Herald Gourd. And you can just you can play absolutely no units so that they don't have anything to death blow with their leaders, so they can't get their Brocklon Sentinels out. It is a massive advantage to have last say, although I would say it's not unwinnable if you don't have last say. It all depends on what resources are utilized previously. Like Saber-Tooth Tiger is a huge one. Synthesis is a big one because both players usually can't really do much about Synthesis, and then Herald Gourd obviously is going to be a huge one. Anything else that puts power or units on your side of the board is expendable.
Is there any situation, Shamir, you think that given the fact that the whole board is going to be fairly bare, perhaps there's a situation where you just use that Brocklon Sentinel out of hand the old-fashioned way and kill that and kill the Pyrotech?
Yeah, you could potentially do that and just thin your deck a little bit.
It's a possibility. I mean, this is such an awkward matchup. I mean, with nothing on the board to interact with, just the other day, I had to actually remove immunity from my own Synthesis to hit it to bring out the Sentinels to kill a 2-point Stimblast. It was so awkward, but that's the way that it goes sometimes.
It might even be better to discard the Sentinel and just not play it rather than thin it out, because once you start putting units on your side of the board, you're giving your opponent the option to use their leader and thin out their Sentinels. Well, so that is also a concern. And I wanted to mention, to mention that the Xavier Lemons for Grand Mazurka, it banished the only nature card in Big Cuckoo's graveyard, which was a Nature's Rebuke. And so now the Forest Protector on Big Cuckoo's side doesn't have anything to play. It's kind of bricked in this round. So now Big Cuckoo all of a sudden has 3 cards he can't play. He can't really play the Brick Sentinel. He can if he wants, but there's downside to it. He can't really play the Gourd because, you want to save that for round 3. And then the Forest Protector has just nothing to resurrect from the graveyard.
It'll be tough. I mean, as it stands right now, you've got 16 points on one side, 4 on the other. That bomb is just going to go ahead and get absolute full value. Again, in conjunction with that Saber-Tooth, just peeling the armor away. That's another way to do it too. I mean, you could have just clicked, removed, but why waste the 1 point when you've got a nice way to do it that way?
Yep, you've got to play a damage card anyways, so might as well.
Like, and Big Cuckoo,
he has to make up, he's frustrated with his hand and the situation that he's in. He needs to make up. So currently it shows 9 points for Grand Mazurka, but there's the 7 points from the Saber-Tooth Tiger, and maybe it's more like 9 points from the Saber-Tooth Tiger if you're playing only 1 unit and something's getting hit. So Big Cuckoo has to make up realistically like 19 points here to get ahead,
which
he has to do that in two cards. 19 points in 2 cards. I mean, you've got what, a 9-point leader because you were missing one of your Brocklon Sentinels. So technically, you could do something like Brocklon Sentinel, and then if Grand Mazurka passes, you could go full leader into Synthesis. I think would get you ahead here.
Well, you're gonna have to do it if you want to go through this. But the issue now is like Grand Mazurka, seeing that hand is bricked, can just respond with. I mean, what are you responding with? I don't think Heatwave is on the menu here. Is Synthesis what you want to give up? I mean, I feel like you're just dropping 5 points of nothing here. Yeah, just rebuking and pass turn kind of thing. Easy peasy. it's such an awkward matchup. This is such a unique matchup. You know, it's not just a matter of like engine versus point slam, where it's kind of like this race of whoever can, you know, create the most amount of just. It's the complete opposite. It's who can remove the most amount, and you know, every tournament's going to have a unique matchup, and this is probably one of the more challenging to get through. Not just for the players who have to play it, but I mean, on our side as casters, you viewers, I mean, this is a side of Gwent that some people may say is a little bit tough to get through. But it's something different, and I gotta say that this is a different type of gameplay that challenges these players in a different way, rather than having a very linear path to victory, or having your card set up like, okay, I play this, then I play this, then I play this. This is a completely different ball game, and it shows on their faces as they're really struggling in terms of how to get through. And there's that Forest Protector that really lost a lot of value because you got rid of the Rebuke, was it, Shinmiri? And that had a beautiful home onto that Jhin.
Yeah, exactly. So, but even with playing this 5-point Force Protector, Big Cuckoo is still willing to try to fight for this round, because if Grand Mazorca passes here, Big Cuckoo can catch up with the Dragon and the full leader. But if Grand Mazorca doesn't want to give up the last say, he would have to commit something a little bit bigger, like a Heat Wave or like a Synthesis, and that could be a big enough advantage for Cuckoo to win the round 3 without last say. If both immune units are played here, these are big cards. Heat Wave answers a Gourd or a Saber-Tooth Tiger, and Synthesis is pretty much uninteractable. So it's just like a guaranteed 8 points on your side of the board that you get, that is protected.
Grand Mazorca still has all the Sentinels just waiting at the ready. 3 shots out of that bow summons the Broccolon Sentinel party. Also leaving a home for them as well. I like that. You know, you have the 2-point death blow ready and waiting. The target is there. The crosshairs are squarely put on that Broccolon's forehead. He's just got to figure out what's the next card to come through. And I mean, there's really only one option. You're not dumping a Gourd that hasn't been completely supercharged, but you have seen the Heat Wave already used on a fairly punchless 5. Is this a situation perhaps where Big Cuckoo Rosina says, I can drop my Say Synthesis. If you follow up with Say Synthesis, I can get on top of you, no problem. It might have to be a full commit from Grand Mazorca.
Yeah, like you could play. Oh no, he's gonna pass instead. He's gonna pass instead and decide that with the Heat Wave and the Saber-Tooth Tiger gone from Grand Mazorca's side, he does have a fighting chance even without last say. So he's gonna keep his big, important, crucial cards in the Immune Dragon and the Gourd. The Gourd looking not too bad now, right? Because Heat Wave and Professional both gone. So even without last say, the Gourd isn't really punishable anymore, I believe.
No, it's going to stand tall. And the situation is going to be how much more juice can you give it? You know, how much more can you supercharge it? And oh my goodness, Grand Mazorca here has also just taken another tough penalty in terms of drawing. Now you're probably going to go into the last round. You know, you're dry passing here, but without a Heat Wave, is that even worthwhile?
Yeah, I mean, I think you still have to go for the advantage of being reactive and forcing your opponent to play more proactive plays. But I honestly think, you know, oh my God, he's playing.
I think he's playing because
this round.
Well, last say doesn't necessarily mean much anymore because you do not have Heat Wave to answer their Gourd, but it does protect your own Gourd from their Heat Wave.
Exactly. So I think it's still significant because otherwise Big Cuckoo's Heat Wave wouldn't have any real targets. The Saber-Tooth Tiger has already been played. So if you lose last say here as Grand Mazorca, then you're done. I think you're really done. But on the other hand, if Cuckoo doesn't have last say, it's not necessarily over for him. So he's going to get the Heat Wave out and stay uninteractive himself.
So they're
giving Grand Mazorca another chance to pass if he wants to.
Yeah, well, you can take the pass over here, and now you're securing your own Gourd away from that Heat Wave.
Yeah,
Big pieces are gone here. Yeah, they're adios, goodbye. But we're gonna keep going. And there is Say Synthesis can't touch me. That is the MC Hammer of the Scoia'tael army, and those pings ain't gonna find a home on that. Again, a little green blob at the bottom left is essentially just it's just everything. Water off my back. Nothing can touch me. You can't even point at me and call me names.
It's interesting, this push from Grand Mazorca. One thing that he could be thinking is that because these decks have so few units, he's maybe thinking that, like, if I play as a Synthesis here, there's going to be no way for Cuckoo Rosina to actually get ahead without playing, like, a Gourd. And he's hoping maybe that, like, the Synthesis will force out the Gourd in this round, and that would be a worthy trade.
That could possibly be it, but we're going to see how he goes here.
Yeah. As we can see here, Cuckoo has a lot of options. He's going to take the Saber-Tooth Tiger now. And the Saber-Tooth Tiger can hit the Synthesis.
Yeah, this is big.
Yeah, this is big. Cuckoo's technically ahead already. Wow! And Gourd is just coming down early.
Well, you're protecting the say Synthesis from the wrath of that Saber-Tooth Tiger, but it's coming through and pushing Cuckoo Rosina into a position of, like, okay, you're going to have to get on top of this somehow, and it's probably going to cost you 2 cards. The difference here, Shinbiri, is the fact that those 2 cards could potentially just be, say, Synthesis and Max.
Yeah.
And if your round 3 is just a supercharged Gourd without a Heatwave or a Geralt Professional as a threat, then that makes Grand Mazorca's leader ability rather moot. It's going to come in for the 3 pings plus the 1 the Sentinel and the damage, which in itself is great, but if you don't have that death blow, you're really losing a lot of the luster of what this can do from a thinning perspective, from a tempo perspective, etc. So, really walking the line here. Say Synthesis rather is going to come through, basically dodging any potential answers that Grand Mazorca might have, and that's
I love this play by Iluha, using the Synthesis and giving nothing to interact with on Grand Mazorca's last turn, because he knows that this is Grand Mazorca's last turn. If he wants to play, he has to, this is when he would need to use his leader and his last card. They're probably a reactive card. Pretty much only reactive cards left in Grand Mazorca's deck, and so Cuckoo Rosina forcing the pass basically by playing the immune unit. And now he can just take it with Maxi. And although he doesn't get card advantage, he doesn't get last say, but the big difference now is Cuckoo still has a Gourd, and Grand Mazorca doesn't. Like, that is huge with no punish left in their decks. There's no Spores. Geralt Professional and Heatwave are gone.
Let me ask you this. You don't have last say, so you're always going to be the one giving up your Broccolon Sentinels potentially to your opponent to interact with. But if you're on last say here as Grand Mazorca, I mean, this is a tough call as well, because you kind of want to present something for your opponent to play that one Sentinel off of their leader ability so that your own Broccolon Sentinels will have a home to drop their Death Wish, their Death Blow.
Yeah, we need to see, like, how many points this Gourd actually is. Actually, I'm checking it right now, and Big Cuckoo's Gourd is not very big. It is only boosted by 6 right now. So it is a 9-point Gourd at the moment. It might not be enough to carry. Yeah, those are definitely rookie numbers, because, I mean, some of these specials have had to be discarded because of, like, lack of targets. And, yeah, I don't know if this is going to be close, I think. On the other hand, this Shiru is looking horrible. It's a 3-point Shiru, right?
3 points, that's all you got. And, I mean, you're going to have to eventually present bodies. Big Cuckoo Rosina is going to have to dump something on the board. So this might be that discard game that we're talking about. I mean, is that bomb worth it? I mean, there's no more Maddox on either side, am I right? Like, I think they've all been eaten alive. Is there still one for Big Cuckoo Rosina?
No, Cuckoo Rosina's Madoc was banished in round 1.
Yeah, that's long gone.
Grand Mazorca's Madoc is also gone because of the Xavier Lemons just played in this round by Cuckoo Rosina. So, yeah, neither player has Madoc left. Cuckoo is deciding to discard his bomb.
There's the first one. And it might be met by another one. There's 2, baby.
We're at 2. But Grand Mazorca, keep in mind, he still has the 2 Broccolon Sentinels in his deck.
He does,
He has
but
a
he
little
needs to
bit
find
more-
a home for them, right? Like, where are you going to put those?
Yeah, how are you going to get... Like, the Gord is going to be fairly tall. Oh, Neuromancy, what's he got left? He's got a... Wait, is he going to play a unit, or is he going to just discard a special? Yes, he's going to take a special from the Oneiromancy and discard it. That actually does count for Gord, and his Gord now is going to be 11 points.
That's 4. That's 4, baby. And that is a very lackluster Gordo here. This could be a situation where, is there ever a scenario where you're putting your opponent on nothing? On absolutely nothing. If you're dropping that Gord, I mean, I think you have to. You can't take the risk. An 11-point Gord is an 11-point Gord, but man, oh man, you're going to the bank without your wallet here, because your entire leader ability is unspent, untouched.
Yeah, exactly. Untouched leader ability, and that's gonna be it for Grand Mazorca. He gets the rebuke from the graveyard. He gets to play the Force Protector for 10 points and finish off with the leader, barely taking this no unit mirror by 4 points. And that is the power of Last Say, ladies and gentlemen, in this sort of uninteractive mirror game.
Yeah, no, that's a tough one. As you can see there, take a drink of water, buddy. You earned it. Because that is a sweaty match that you need to get through. Oh boy, yeah, he's just reveling in it, because that was all brain games. I mean, in reality, there's the amount of threats that your opponent presents from a point value perspective are rather limited. It's just you do not want to present them with, you don't want to feed anything to the wolves for them to eat up. And at the end of the day, in many other of these types of matches, Shinmiri, that Gord could have been an 18, a 19, in which case that's a winning Gord in that matchup. Unfortunately, without that many targets to interact with, that Gord was rather pedestrian.
Yeah, and I want to point out, that was a 4-point game. Grand Mazorca won that by 4 points, and Big Cuckoo had a full leader ready to go with nothing to hit. That full leader is worth 7. So if he had something to just hit with the leader and the Broccolon Sentinel, he could have won that game in terms of value, but being able to deny that leader is the difference maker when it comes down to it.
Well, and if you're playing the home game, friends, the official discard count for that one was 4. So if you bet the under, you're a winner, and you win.
I wonder if, like, Big Cuckoo had the option of maybe using the leader in round 2 instead of playing the extra card in Maxi. Like, he could have.
Yeah, it's definitely an option, and these are some questions perhaps that our host and interviewer Pavel Berja will be asking the winner of the quarterfinals.
All right, I am here with Grand Mazorca, aka Poi Sound. It's good to see you again, my friend. How are you doing?
Oh, me encuentro aquí con mi gran amigo Po Sound Grand Mazorca. ¿Cómo estás, mi amigo?
Espectacular, la verdad que no podía estar mejor después de semejantes partidas. La verdad que no esperaba ese resultado, era un match bastante complicado y al final todo salió bien.
Wonderful. I cannot believe what I'm feeling right now. It was a really hard match, but oh my god, I wasn't expecting that result, but I'm really happy how it went.
Awesome. I forgot to mention that Jesus is here translating for me. Thank you so much for that. I wanted to ask you, in the last matchup, you guys were discarding cards and it was down to the wire. How did you feel at that moment?
En la última ronda... ¿entendiste? Bueno, en la última ronda, ¿cómo te sentiste en esa última ronda de discards?
Era un match súper complicado. Me sentí bastante presionado, sobre todo por la ronda 1. Luego la ronda 2 simplemente dije, tengo que jugármela porque si no voy a perder. Y luego ya descartando cartas, tuve suerte de que no me hizo vanish al rebuque y pude ganar.
A really stressful situation in which I was needed to discard card by card until I was praying like for him to not destroy my rebook, and well, I managed to do it, so good.
Awesome. Incredible stuff. Thank you both for the interview. And
Maravilloso.
Yeah.
Maravilloso. Gracias a ambos por la entrevista.
And let's move back to the casters. Thank you.
I mean, stressful, suspenseful. It's not an easy task there to win that round 3, let alone a quarterfinal match. I mean, when it comes down to it, when your ticket to the semifinals is basically that kind of mirror match and those kinds of plays, you saw the stress in their eyes on both of them. Just, it was a challenge. And Grand Mazorca comes through. Poisound has won the first quarterfinal matchup here at GWENT Open number 3. Shinmiri, this first series has been excellent.
Yeah, it has been. I really enjoyed casting and watching that. Grand Mazorca pulling off a little bit of an upset versus defending champion Big Kukuruzina, proving that he is indeed the bigger corn.
Yes, the bigger corn indeed. If we're measuring ears, I guess his is the bigger one, but it's not always about size. It's about how you use it. In this case, those discards were awesome. All right, let's take a look at the bracket and see with where we're at. I mean, it's still early in the tournament, friends, but we've got our first advancement. Grand Mazorca is off to the semifinals. 3-1 over Big Kukuruzina. The Corn Wars are officially over, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have to wait for the Corn Strikes Back in perhaps a future tournament, but still a lot of action down the pipe there, Shinmiri.
Yeah, exactly. Next up, we have Trusky versus Nequiz. And we can take a quick look at the prize pool, see how the Corns made out with it. Grand Mazorca winning the series 3-1, taking now up to $1,390 and a chance to win more tomorrow in the semifinals and perhaps the finals. Big Kukuruzina getting just short of $1,000 for his trouble here in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, no, that's not a bad consolation prize. Again, just coming in, you know, the prep was there, the work was put in. Kind of fall a little bit short, but it's okay. I mean, you still have, you might still be flying high off of previous tournament wins. There's still a lot more action here today. I believe there might be some leaks coming soon. You know, Pavel Berger's got some stuff up his sleeve, but before then, we do have another set of players, but we also got another set of casters, Leah and Thyenhart. That's right, I'm leaning into that one now. So if it's not a mistake if you meant to do it, friends. All right. 2 more players around the corner, Lee and Thyenhart as well. For Flake and Shinmiri, we'll see you in just a few minutes. Moments, hours. See you soon. Why not?
Hello and welcome, Trusky, to a first GWENT Open appearance. Congratulations. It's always a big first step. I'd love to know a bit more about you because I think some players maybe have seen you on the GWENT ladder, on the pro rank, but not many people have got to know you during an Open yet, so go ahead.
Hello, thanks for congratulations, that's great to be here. And about myself, I'm a student, I'm studying computer science, I'm finishing my master's, and I'm also working as a computer programmer. And I really enjoyed card games. I play card games from the beginning of my childhood. I played a lot of standard card games like poker, bridge, especially with my parents. And I just enjoyed that type of the game. But also, I also like tactical games like chess as well. When I first played Gwent in Witcher 3, I just fell in love with that game, and that's why I'm here. I
awesome.
guess.
Yeah, that's really cool. I think we'll probably see more of you then in the future once you've gotten to the top and gotten the taste for playing competitive, possibly. But yeah, I would love to know then what your goals for this first, first initial Gwent Master season is that you're taking part in an Open. Is this already like your big accomplishment, or do you feel like you want to make it all the way to the Masters, win Masters, and that is the only goal that a player can have?
Yeah, that's of course a great achievement to be here in Open. It's not that easy, you have to win so many games in qualies to qualify, but now when I'm here, I think I have a decent chance to win some games. And of course, everyone here is fighting for the win of the Open and a chance to go to the Masters. So that's my current goal. And beside that, I don't think I will try hard in that season. So that's probably my last chance to go to the Masters. So I'll try my best.
Awesome. All right. One last question before I let you go. Is there someone that you would like to play against in a tournament? Maybe it's someone that's already here in this tournament, or maybe it's someone that you would like to play against from the past of the Gwent tournament scene. So go ahead.
It depends. For me, I of course want to play person with best lineup for me. So decks which I counter. But if I have to mention, of course, I hope my other teammates will qualify, and from per the people who were in the past, I think play against Danny Wright as well. He helped me in the prep as well a bit, so that would be definitely interesting.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you so much. I won't take any more time. You gotta get back to prepping. But yeah, thank you so much for taking this time, and great to see you. And good luck in your games.
Thanks.
Hello there, Nequist. Welcome to the official Gwent Open tournament. This is your actually first appearance on the big stage. Could you tell us a bit more about yourself? What do you do apart from playing Gwent?
Помимо Гвинта я сейчас обучаюсь в университете.
Apart from playing Gwent, I'm currently studying at the university at the Faculty of Information Technology to become a programmer. I also really like basketball and often play street ball with my friends, or practice shooting and dribble drills on my own. In general, basketball and Gwent are my two main hobbies.
Баскетбол и Гвинт — это два моих самых любимых дела, наверное. Вот, в принципе, все.
Alright, perfect. So you are combining the physical activity and the mental activity as well. Staying in shape, keeping fit. Yeah, that is the way to go, definitely. All right, awesome. And tell us more about what are your goals for this season. Would you like to push for the Gwent Masters Finals, or is the participation in Gwent Open your dream coming true?
Я бы очень хотел сейчас пробиться на Мастерс.
I would really like to qualify for the Gwent Masters finale. After this tournament, I'll be trying to get to the 4th Open so that I can have 2 chances of winning tournaments and getting tickets to Masters. Apart from that, it is also the last competitive season, so I have to show my best performance to stay in top 16. Overall, winning the grand finale of the Masters Series is my biggest goal and dream right now.
То есть выиграть Мастерс — это такая самая большая мечта.
Alright, awesome. That's the spirit. You gotta do this, man. Alright, what about the third one? Let's ask you the last question here. Could you tell me more about the lineup? Is there someone you would like to play against in this tournament specifically, or not really?
Лайнап у меня самый обычный. Я взял те колоды.
I actually have a pretty standard lineup. I picked the best performing and strongest ladder decks. Speaking of the player I'd like to face, let's say Piable, who taught me how to play Gwent during his streams. Well, he wasn't literally teaching me himself, but I was watching his streams and learning how to play on my own. That's why I'd like to play against him and see if I'm good enough to win.
Попробовать свои силы против него. Вот, в принципе, наверное, вот только с пейболом.
Alright. So there is gonna be a clash, an apprentice and the master, possibly, in this tournament. That would be great. And a small hint to all of the other players out there. If you want to play better, watch other good streamers and good players on Twitch or any other platform you like. Alright, awesome. Thank you, Nequist, for the short interview. And hopefully I'm going to see you tomorrow for the second part. And good luck today.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the second quarterfinal of Gwent Open number 3. The first series of the day really did deliver some amazing action filled with the finest corn-based Gwent names you could possibly be looking for. My name is Lionheart, and it is amazing to be back casting a Gwent Open. Joining me as always is my partner in crime, Tia Beastie. Tia, how excited are you for the upcoming series?
Hey Lionheart, it is great to be back here at the very height of the Gwent competitive scene, and of course for the sake of the community we won't be making any more corny jokes, but we're fresh into a new expansion, and of course there are quite a few fresh faces to go along with it. But before we go into that, let's take a look at the very special rewards that we have for the viewers who are watching live on Twitch. Now, for those of you who have been watching from the very beginning, you should already have reached the 2-hour milestone and received 50 meteorite powder. At At 4 hours, you'll receive another 50 meteorite powder, as well as a very handsome and familiar-looking Walter Veritas avatar.
I think I've seen that face somewhere before. I can't quite place it, but it looks vaguely familiar. And if you are watching for 6 hours, you will also find yourself in possession of an ultimate keg, and the same will happen again at 8 hours. Now, those 8 hours don't have to be concurrent. Don't worry if you got here a little bit late. It is absolutely fine. It is total viewing over the whole weekend, so you should be completely fine, and I hope you get those drops. Now, we have players here that are making their debut at Gwent Open, starting with Truski from Team Elderblood. He is a big fan of monsters, and based on this meta, am expecting to see some monsters from him. Qualified by winning the top 64 for Season of the Viper, and he's facing off against Nekwi today.
Yeah, and Anequis or Anekwi coming from Mother Russia. Now, both of these players are new to the big screen, so we haven't yet gotten to analyze their plays quite that much, so it will be interesting to see who takes it. But let's go ahead and look at what the community thinks.
And it looks like the community has decided Truski here is the favourite, coming out 66% on top. Now, if I'm not mistaken, in the previous game, it was a bit of a commentator's curse from Twitter, as it didn't go the way it was expected. Now, can Truski turn this around, do you think, Tia?
I sure think he can, but you know what? It is anybody's game at this point. We'll get a better idea once we've looked at the decks, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense. The players getting ready, going through their final preparations, but we can take a look at their deck lists now, starting with Truski, and he opens up, surprise, with a lined pockets list.
Surprise, surprise. Now, if Syndicate wasn't scary enough, we now have a few bounty cards that have joined the fun. Witchfinder assures that there is always a bounty on the board, and it gives you 3 coins just to make sure you finish the job. Now, this is of course extremely synergistic with Graydon, who is great when it comes to some well-needed toll removal. Other than that, you have your usual control cards, as well as some nice reach with cards like Horson Jr., Horson Freak Show, Professor, as well as the infamous Tunnel Drill. And if that's not enough, we also have 3 poisons just to make sure. Now, the next deck is a hyper thin list.
It is Tactical Decision making an appearance, and this is the second time we've seen Tactical Decision so far today. It is a hyper-thin reveal list with all the power and punch you would expect from that. Some big point slams in this kind of list if you can thin properly. We've seen the Sunset Wanderers as well. Really, really powerful card. I think Flake mentioned earlier. Feels like this card has been with us forever. However, it is its first tournament and it fits perfectly in this list. The additional synergy that cards like Dodoric, for example, can give, you can choose to drop that on the board, draw cards, keeping things to the right, making sure they don't get in the way. The synergy with Snowdrop as well, and that leader ability for the extra thinning can be really nice, but there is always the risk if you thin too far in something like a Nilfgaard mirror, it could end up hurting you. So I'm really excited to see how this list performs today. And the next one, I'm not even going to introduce the name because I think everyone would like you to say it.
Well, I think everyone by now knows I pronounce it Arajas, but apparently it should be Arakas, but I think the former sounds a lot better when I say it. But I did not expect to see this list in the competition. To be fair, I was expecting just Gurnikora lists. But one of the main goals of this deck is to remain uninteractive while simultaneously damaging your opponent's units so you can later feed them to your pet Blasty. Now, an interesting card here is Karanthier and Mamuna. Of course, we know that Mamuna is exceptionally strong, and combined with Karanthier can be more than 30 points in one turn. The problem is just that Karanthier doesn't have another target in this list and will be bricked if we don't draw Mamuna. Luckily, we do have cards in this deck that's thin, making your chances of drawing it just a little bit better. Cards like Sunset Wanderers will help thin the deck, and there's also a little bit of tempo in round 1 or 2 if you want to have some. Then we also have the Whispers Tribute to pull an organic card out of the deck, and Naglfar of course also gives you the option of drawing into a gold in the next round. This list has some very nice toll removal with cards like Heatwave as well as Spores, and it can also damage lists that go wide with a well-placed Lacerate. Let's just say I definitely wouldn't be running Squirtle if I were going against this list. And then lastly, we do have a Precision Strike Squirtle list.
We do. I mean, I'm really excited for that Araka Swarm list, and I really hope we do get to see it, because I, like you, was expecting a Gurnikora only monster situation, and the fact that we get some Araka Swarm, I can't roll my R's like you, so I am going to say Arakas is really exciting. And we see Precision Strike. Doesn't surprise me, but it is very different from the Precision Strike lists you've seen so far today, as this is the engine version. This is the Feign Death scenario with Simless and those Orbs of Insight. Long gone is the control, and Simless here, incredibly powerful card that has just dropped in the Thaned coup, allowing you to play both copies of Bronze Specials from your deck. The synergy with this card and the Orbs of Insight is absolutely stunning. I'm a little upset to not see a Alza version, although the low rolls that I have had with that every now and again make it understandable not to take it to a tournament, but there is so much power into this list. The synergy with Feign Death and the new 5 provision bronzes as well. The Whisper of Dol Blathanna can be played and make sure it procs at the end of your Feign Death. There is so much engine power into this list, and a Kiaran as well in there, or a Ciaran, an option for a lock, which just gives you a nice little option into certain matchups. I'm really excited to see how that list performs going into today, as it is a little different to the control version other people have brought, and I have a feeling it's going to do reasonably well. Now, Nekri has also brought across some pretty powerful lists, and I believe his opening list is also a lined pockets list.
Yes, it is indeed a lined pockets list, shocker there, but the cards are very similar from top down. The only differences lie in the bronzes, and it's often those differences that makes the difference, if you will. Now, one of the cards he does not have is Slander, something that Truski brought, but instead he has a Coerced Blacksmith, another crown splitter that can come in very handy if you don't want to brick your Novigradian Justice, or even if you just want that tunnel drill to go brrr just a little bit longer. Of course, yeah, the tunnel drill, a very infamous card there, a very nice reach, a lot of control. You definitely want to kill this card the moment it lands on the board, and you don't want to play it before you don't have all the coins in your pocket. Now, the other cards that are different is the fact that he went with a Bloody Good Fun instead of Payday, and he also went with Swindle instead of 2 Smuggles, which is of course going to generate just a little bit more coins. So that's the only difference there, but now quite a bigger difference is Imprisonment over Hyperthin.
Yeah, the Nilfgaard leader ability choice is huge into these matchups, and it's really, really nice to see the variety that's coming out of Nilfgaard right now. And Arto Terranova is the king of this list. The ability for this deck to throw points out is absolutely scary. It is a combination of spying as well as assimilate engines with the Brathans, with the Terranova here. You have just got so much power in this list. It is actually quite scary how much you can generate so very quickly. You have the potential to clog your opponent in a long round, simply outpoint them, and don't forget the possibility of using Vincent on almost anything. The downside, of course, of a Vincent van Moorlehem, it needs to have a status. Well, there is spying everywhere in this list, with cards like Furcart providing that little bit of extra. A wonderful new card that has come in adds that little bit of consistency as well, because it thins a card for you. I'm a huge fan of this card and a massive fan of this list. I can't believe these words are about to leave my mouth. I hope we get a Nilfgaard mirror. And I can't wait to see the way these two lists face off against each other. Will Furcart tag the right spying unit? Will Arto be able to make a copy of a key card? I am very, very excited to see the way Imprisonment Nilfgaard plays into this tournament, and I feel it's going to have a lot of points up its sleeve. The next list that he's bought is the Fruits of Isgith list that we were expecting. This is a powerhouse.
Yes, and just be careful there, Lionheart. If you can't like Nilfgaard, you might just get cancelled. Now, the Fruits of Isgith list is, of course, a tier 1 list. It's unbelievably strong in a short or long round. And this is partly because of its amazing relic synergy and the tempo that it produces. One of my favorite bronze cards in the game right now is, of course, the Self-Eater, just because the art is so beautiful. And my goodness, if you don't deal with this card, it's going to fill up an entire row, and it will grow every single time you play a relic. Now, I definitely didn't tell CDPR that this is my favorite card beforehand, just so everyone can see it on the big screen. That's definitely not what happened here. Now, well, this deck also has a lot of carryover potential with cards like She Who Knows. You have 3 Crones, and then of course you also have Mamuna. And with Mamuna, if you have a bronze card in your graveyard and one still in your deck, she will consume the one in the graveyard and either pull the one out of the deck or play that one. She, combined with Caranthea, can easily give you more than 30 points in one turn. But as if that wasn't enough, we also have Idoran in this list. Idoran gives you the possibility of having 3 Mamunas or 3 Gurney Koras.
Oh my lord.
So the potential is just, it's through the roof. The ceiling of this list is so high, and I will not be surprised if we see this list being banned a few times throughout the tournament. But then lastly, we have another Squirtle list.
We do, and there are a few little differences here, but I would be remiss if I did not mention the most important card in Fruits of Iskith, a single Elder Bear just down the bottom there, doing his thing. Very respectable choice, and I am now entirely biased and hope that list gets through and wins. And it's vital that we see the Elder Bear, and I am very happy to see it in. It is not a Mamuna target, it is just there for pure points and the Thrive value, and that makes me very, very happy. But moving to the Precision Strike list here, very, very similar. Both have gone with the engine variant, with the power that Simless can provide you here. Interesting, there is no Maxi in this list, and in either actually, to try and improve the draws and the consistency, which can be a little bit of an issue with those Broccolon Sentinels, but generally speaking is okay. The Aneromancy tends to carry you through. Interestingly, there are 14 units, not 13 here, has decided not to take a lock, but instead a Dolblathana Archer for that extra bit of damage, perhaps to make sure that the leader ability finds its death blow, and a Solitary Circle of Life as well. A really, really strong series of lists there from both players, and I am absolutely hyped to see how they get started here. There is the potential for Nilfgaard mirrors, there is the potential that we will see even more Syndicate, which is not something we're used to in tournament play at the moment.
Yeah, that's very new. Syndicate normally just gets auto-banned, but it seems it's simply not the strongest anymore. And I wouldn't be surprised, like I said, to see something like Monsters getting banned down the line. Even Squirtle, perhaps. It is a very scary list if left unchecked. Now, we do know that Trusky is going on blue coin first, whilst Nekos is going on red. Now, there aren't a lot of blue coin options, I feel, Squirtle being one of the main blue coin lists, but knowing these players, they might very well take it on red, merely so that they can snipe their opponent down the line, so it's going to be difficult to predict what these players want to bring on what coin.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, they'll have certain game plans, but there is the ability to snipe. There's a lot of flexibility in the lists, in the way they're going to choose to take them. The ability to snipe those matchups. Monsters, while it loves having red coin, particularly the Isgith list, the Gurney list, will prefer that simply because you almost guarantee your She Who Knows sticks. But we do look like we're going to get the bans coming in here. And Trusky and Nequis. Oh, we have seen a Trusky not having access to that line pockets list, which fills me with delight because it does mean we get Araka Swarm.
Oh, that is so exciting. I was hoping we would get to see this list in action. Trusky, of course, Arakas is one of his favorite mechanics in the entire game, or so he told me, so I have a suspicion it's one of his stronger lists. Now, him banning monsters, that makes sense, and I respect that decision. He did tell me in an interview that he thinks Syndicate is currently a little bit overrated, and he thinks his AQ list is able to take it on. We'll of course have to see now. This is where we have to decide who goes on what coin. Will Trusky go on Squirtle and allow Nequis to snipe him? Or is he going for something else entirely? We know he's playing Hypertha Nilfgaard, whereas Nequis is playing a more control mid-range Terra Nova list. Now you don't want to mirror, because Hypertha normally loses unless you know what you're doing.
Well, thankfully these players do, and I want to mirror very, very badly. The Nilfgaard list definitely wanting opposite coins, based on the chats we had with those players. Trusky does feel confident that he can take his Nilfgaard through on blue, but also the same with his Squirtle list. That list has so much power, the engine availability, especially with the scenario. It's very, very different these days. Dropping a scenario into round one would have been sacrilege or a sign you were playing something crazy in one of the later rounds, but not anymore. The power that can push out is really powerful here. I'd love to see a Nilfgaard mirror starting things off. It still baffles me that I'm saying that. And for Nequi then, he's looking at his red lists. He's got a couple of options here. He will be trying to work out which way he wants to go. Could just push, get his Syndicate list through nice and early now that he has access to it, but I feel he'll probably just want to keep that in his pocket. If you're going to have to reverse sweep, it could be a lot worse than line pockets now that you have access to it.
Yes, well, he's going to have to guess what Trusky is going to start off on, and if he suspects Trusky might start off on Nilfgaard merely so he avoids that Nilfgaard match you want to see so badly, he might very well go with Nilfgaard now because it's an excellent red coin list. He definitely won't be going the square tail. That wouldn't make sense here as it doesn't really benefit him per se. So I'd say you're right, potential Nilfgaard or Syndicate from Nequiz, and with Trusky, potential Square Tail or Nilfgaard. I doubt he wants to bring his AQ list on blue, as it has a lot of control options and doesn't really have a lot of proactive options per se. So it will be interesting to see what the two decide to go for.
Yeah, it definitely will. The players just finishing up, going through their final touches here, making those all-important decisions and ensuring they are fresh. A quick point from the interviews. Nequi's, in his interview, there was a Star Wars reference for the Master and the Apprentice, and Flake wasn't allowed to be involved in this, which will be absolutely devastating for him. So I just want to make him aware that I got it, I caught it, and on his behalf, I'm happy with the Star Wars reference. It is absolutely fine here. So, I mean, these two players are very new. Nerves potentially going to be a factor here because while they have lots of experience on ladder, I've seen Nequi's doing really well, finishing in the top 16 consistently. We know tournament play is very different. Obviously, they have both qualified into this via tournaments, but this could be a very different feeling for them. It'll be interesting to see how they make their debuts here.
Sure, and there are a lot of factors you have to take into account here because it isn't as easy as you'd think having your camera on for the world to see. Players can have a little bit of extra pressure there, and of course the internet connection that we've seen in the past, that can also play a role here. The dreaded disconnect, it's always there at the back of your mind. Even whilst casting, I bought a massive UPS just so that my internet will stick, just in case we have load shedding here in South Africa, which is essentially when we have no electricity. But another interesting topic I had in mind here was so far we haven't seen two factions, in particular Northern Realms and Skellige. I wonder what the reason for that is. Is it because these decks in the meta are simply so strong you have to play them, or are they simply really bad decks going into these decks, if you will? Are there enough control options in a dueling list with Northern Realms, or does playing Megascope with Greatsword in Skellige make up for the lack of Gurney? These are all very interesting things, and the fact that the pros so far haven't brought these are quite interesting in my opinion.
Very much so. I mean, there are still 2 quarterfinals to go, so maybe we will see those lists. We may see them, but who knows? It is, I suppose it depends on what you're targeting, really, because you can only bring 4 lists. So the fact that so far the players have chosen the same 4 factions into 2 quarterfinals is interesting. We have got a variety amongst leader abilities, and even within the lists themselves, particularly Precision Strike, we've got 2 almost opposite lists. They are very, very different in terms of the way they function, and a lot of the choice will come down to what you're trying to target, or if you're trying to soft or hard target at all. I mean, from the conversations with Trusky, he felt pretty confident that his lists would play well into Syndicate, and he would play reasonably well into other engine lists. Not taking the point slam himself meant he felt he would get a list he is super confident with in Araka Swarm. So that basically leaves him a decision between the Nilfgaard list and then the other 2 factions. Clearly felt that the Nilfgaard list fitted his profile a little bit better. And it's an interesting decision for sure. They so far have all aired that way though.
Yeah, it's very interesting, but I quite like the little differences in the deck because while you have to have certain big archetypes in your list that are absolute must-includes, it's the little bronze changes that really interest me. As here, Truski has decided to bring 2 D-bombs in his Precision Strike list. Very interesting. It's a full provision card, and of course you want 2, so Simlas can proc both of them at the same time. And then something as little as Mahakam Ale. One of my favorite 4 provision cards at the moment, because not only does it boost a card, it also removes a lock, something you might expect from a Nilfgaard list, if you will. So I find that really interesting, and it's quite peculiar to see where the differences come, especially something like that 6 provision slot in Precision Strike. You see a lot of players bringing totally opposite cards there, as there's a sort of awkward space you need to fill. Here we see Siren, like you said, who is able to lock and move a card. And yeah, that is a very interesting card to include, especially when you have a certain archetype you're going for. Lock just gives you that extra bit of control and can be nice into a syndicate match, like you said. Now, Nekus here, on the other hand, also has 2 Markham Ales, but he has gone for the Alban Scribe. So the Alban Scribe, of course, boosts itself by 6 after having played 3 special cards. He also filled his slot there with a Dol Blathana Archer, a very nice tech, I think, for a Gurney matchup, as it allows you to snipe a card with 2 points or 2 cards with 1 point. Now,
that is a very good point, but it looks like the players have gone in, and I get my wish.
Oh dear
I
goodness.
get my wish, and it is the Nilfgaard mirror of my dreams here. We will worry about Scoia'tael and Precision Strike a little later as we see, oh, it's tactical decision taking on imprisonment.
Okay, well, I have never seen Truski play yet, so that could be his concentration phase, but I don't think this is what he was going for. I think he was hoping to try and trick Nekus into not going for Nilfgaard, but alas, it is a Nilfgaard match. Now, Hyperthin is definitely not favored in this sort of matchup, but it isn't impossible to win with it. The thing is, something like the mid-range imprisonment list has a lot of options of thinning out those last pivotal cards from your deck. Cards like Cantarella or, of course, Gorther Goliath. It's quite a tricky one here, and Truski is going to have to take his time and think a little bit about what he wants to do here.
Yeah, very much so. For a hyper-thin list, one of the things you always have to have in the back of your mind is over-thinning, especially into this matchup, but it is possible to negate some of that thinning, even to use something like the Doderic to hold your better cards or your taller cards in hand, and then throw them back in towards the end. You could always use something like a Dead Man's Tongue to just thin a single card, but instead immediately says, no, I am going to double thin right off the bat here, Truski, and slamming some points down. The round control here will also be reasonably important. If he can control the round length with something like Hyperthin, it has so many points with those revealing cards later on. Also choosing to deny decent spying targets for Nequis here, playing out the golds, and will deny some value on the Terra Nova a little bit later.
Yes, round control here is exceptionally important if you are Hyperthin, merely because the end goal is essentially to get your deck thinned until it has reached 1 or 2 cards. Now, an interesting option here with Truski would be to use the Sunset Wanderers, not from hand, but perhaps to shuffle it back with something like Doderic. We will still see what his options are. Now, I do like that Viper Witcher Adept tech he has put there. It is already ticking as an engine, 1 point per turn. And we do see Roach coming out there, and he also does have Nickers, so he has quite a bit of thinning options, and he's going for them. Now, Nick was just putting his Thand turncoats on the board. Those are also pretty nice engines, and since he is on red coin, he is getting targets. Of course, you want to keep a lot of those cards for later, as Terra Nova wants the best card from your deck, if possible. Right now, they are ticking, and it's great to see. Truski so far ahead here.
He is, although that spying onto the 15-point unit there, it gives and threatens permanent reach from Nequi. He's now currently got an 18-point reach. We also see a very early leader charge come out from Nequi's here. Those leader charges are valuable, and wow, we see the Vincent drop. He is not worrying about getting them later on with perhaps potentially taller units like Xarthisius. He is putting on the pressure early and saying, I am going to stay ahead of you here, I am going to take advantage of this red coin, and I am going to push my points out of you. And we see a rapid response from Truski, slamming units onto the board. We see a Blightmaker with thinning, and the best boy Knickers jumping out as well.
He is indeed the best boy. Now, Truski obviously not happy here. Nick was showing he is very much prepared to commit here. He definitely wants to win on even. Truski now having to decide whether he is prepared to use his leader in round 1. It would have been nice to have Snowdrop just for that extra engine value, but he hasn't drawn into it unfortunately, so not very lucky. He still has a while before he has to make the decision if he wants to let his Sunset Wanderers out early or whether he is prepared to use his leader in round 1. Whether that will be enough is a different story. Nequist still has a few options there up his sleeve.
Yeah, he does, and here we see the fur cart come out, pairing with the Dead Man's Tongue here. Great for pushing another card into hand, draws the diplomacy there, and what I would imagine we're going to see him boost up the 1 point card as a guess for defense, just to make sure he doesn't go too tall. We do see a heat wave sat in the hand on the other side, so Nequist will be aware of that. Has just removed a couple of cards, and now there are minimal proactive units available in the graveyard, which will make the potential draws for Joachim much, much better. So he'll be feeling pretty happy about that so far. And Truski, knowing there is a risk, I am going to lose on even here, jumps out and retains that carryover. Decides it is not worth pressing, no access to the Snowdrop to really ramp up the value, and will decide instead, are you going to take me to a long round here, or am I going to have to resist a bleed of some sorts?
Now, the chances are better that he might draw into some pivotal cards here, at least if he is being bled. Right now, we still don't see Snowdrop, but we do see Doadric, which is very nice, as you can manipulate your deck every single turn. Now, Nequist here having to decide whether he's going to push or not. I suspect he might. It depends here. Truski definitely can outpoint a bleed if necessary. It depends what he has to commit here. And luckily, like I said, he has drawn into... Oh, we are going into a long round
here. And honestly,
dear.
the long round for this, you deny the ability to thin, or you can choose to interrupt. Has the Kanta and Gortha in hand if he wants to try and roll things like the Alchemist. The engine value that comes with those assimilate cards in a long round, well, it is just petrifying. And you also deny the opponent having the chance to be able to draw that Sunset Wanderer out for the extra points, potentially losing your card. But we have a really nice option there from Ulbrich. Drop the Ulbrich, the two thinning potentials, still going to be paired with Leader. I would imagine he's placed Snowdrop on the top here to guarantee that as a draw, which is really, really useful. No, instead, very nice, the Arthean Tortoise. Now, he will be playing around and worrying potentially that he could lose a card. You see that mulligan straight back, and now you can also see the Golem is in hand. It means that if the Golem does get taken, he now has a 9 point backup rather than a 7, which is a really, really nice option for him.
Yeah, the only scary part here is Truski might overthin if he isn't careful, and I'm sure Nequist is going to be very helpful there. Lend a helping hand and help him thin just a little bit involuntarily. Perhaps double Cantarella, you know, anything goes. We immediately see Doadric being dropped. He doesn't yet have Zeal as an agent, isn't on the board, but he will be able to start manipulating that deck later on. Oh, and it's locked. Of course it is. Mage Torture putting a spying status on it, meaning Nequist can now play Doadric with his Terra Nova and perhaps manipulate his own deck. Not too shabby.
Not at all, and decides to take the removal on that, and you may think, wow, that's really early, but both remaining units that were available in the deck, in fact, all 3 units that were still in the deck would remove that card there, and honestly, the engine value that could have been worth, it is completely worth getting rid of that. Also, only dropping gold cards onto the board right now denies potential value a little bit later, but I am a little concerned with just 4 units in deck.
Oh dear.
This could be really scary, because I have a feeling we are about to see... Oh, here it comes.
Oh dear goodness.
A Diplo is going one way, or what is going the other?
Oh no, what's gonna happen? Okay, we see Imperial Diplomacy and the 9 point Arfian Tortoise. That's still a bunch of points Truski kind of relied on there. So Nick was definitely immediately going for it. Now Truski might just go ahead here. He has to decide what he's going to do. He wants to get out his win cons as early as possible before that golem is stolen from him and they become worthless. Of course he does still have the option of shuffling his Sunset Wanderers back into deck. That is obviously a possibility with Snowdrop, but he needs to time it very carefully as Cantarella is definitely a threat.
Yeah, I mean, if he's going to do it, it basically has to be now. The Cantarella threat is terrifying. Instead decides, here it comes, and there is a 5-point unit there, takes the boost. He misses the 50-50 as it was there, so that is a 7-point miss on that one for him, and just a few points gone. Has one more turn before we see that Sunset Wanderer come out, so I would expect at the 7 cards, that to be the Snowdrop turn. So he is trying to use as much of his Hyperthin as possible, as early as possible, to deny that. Then something like a Vilgeforce may well end up being a proactive play instead for more points here, not even if you have still got the Golem left, because this list notoriously does have the ability to go super tall. Although, no engine's really set up yet. We see a super early Terra Nova to start finding that value, and a Doderic to pull other cards in as well.
Yeah, and that is a very nice Doderic. Of course, Assimilate is an engine that will be triggering now. Nequiz, if he missed a single card, he can now draw those cards as he wishes. Truski here having to decide what he's going to do. Is he going to allow his deck to thin? Is that an option? We still have Snowdrop, so if need be, we could still do a little bit of shuffling there. But do you really want to risk it? He has a very important decision to make here, and he's definitely calculating his chances whilst doing so. He could always place Snowdrop on the board for now if he's unsure, but then again, Sunset Wanderers might very well come out. Is he shuffling it back though? That's the question. Oh, we see the leader coming.
That will be interesting to see. So we do see him hold the options now in hand. 2 of the cards he's going to shuffle back. The expectation you're going to see from the leader, you're going to see the Afan and you can see the thinning, and he does choose instead just to take the 50-50. The 2 cards now draw into hand. He can now choose what he puts back, but this time they don't go back in order. They shuffle in from Snowdrop, so has no idea if it's the Joust on top or the Golem, and I would not be surprised here if Nequiz instantly is going to say, I feel like Cantarella-ing that. Let's see if I can take that 50-50.
Is he baiting it though? Is he baiting a Cantarella on a bad card? Nikos doesn't know. Now, first we see... Oh, there it is. Here Cantarella coming out. What will it find? Oh, it finds the Tawny Joust.
It does.
Likely very happy. Now, I have a feeling we know what card Truski will be playing next.
Yeah, this is going really well for Truski right now. The Xarthisius is going to find absolute maximum value here, albeit it wouldn't surprise me to see Gorthrugaved used right now to potentially shuffle something else back in to prevent that. Hasn't done so, and there we go. We see that it's jammed, it is done, and while you would like to be able to pull it out yourself with the Vilgeforce, there is the potential for some tall options the other side. So far, Truski very, very happy. Board state here, he is massively ahead, nearly 40 points right now. And while there are some answers the other side, there is the Yennefer still, and access to basically every card you could dream of. The Ku, the Brathans, the Menno, all effectively guaranteed between the spying options on the other side here, and we see it is Brathans or it is Ku right now.
Alright, so Roderick being played, we see that Ku come out. What will he be choosing?
And he takes the thin.
The greedy Cantarella. There we go.
So the Golem has gone and there is now nothing left in deck, but the reveal synergy has basically gone. The only plus side to that, now Sunset Wanderers is just going to play on the board. It is not going to draw anything for you, and now has to be played from hand by Truski. So the line there from Nequiz is really nice. It was the perfect time to choose to take that card away. Always had to take the Ku on the Cantarella there, even though the Brathans would have been really nice. You lose a little bit of engine value, but a massive amount of points. Effectively 12 points denied there that would have just jumped into Truski's hand.
Yes, that's very true. And Truski now having some nice tool removal options here in the form of Vilgeforce or Heatwave. He could also take his time here, perhaps go for a lock, as you don't really want Doderic to remain on the board for so long. it just gives your opponent the perfect hand if he wishes to do so. You see Arturius Vigo coming out. Is he going to go for... Alright, he gets Emissary there.
He does indeed. The Emissary there is the choice. Doesn't find the Informant, I would imagine, albeit the bronze options are particularly sad on the other side. Just a Mage Assassin, not ideal. Decides to lock the Assimilate engine instead of locking the Doderic with double toll removal. Feels pretty confident that if he can just keep the number of those engines down, should be in a pretty good spot. Ahead a decent amount here. It's going to be tight. It's going to be tight. There's a 39-point swing required right now, but I've seen Bribery play for 60, and even though it's not in this matchup, those Assimilate engines can find massive value here.
Yeah, I think it's looking very good for Trusky here, like exceptionally good. He still has 2 toll removal options. Something like Joachim could even brick if you did get rid of his last units in deck. Of course, I cannot see what units he has left.
It's a nice option. It is Menno. The last unit he will pull is guaranteed to pull Menno there, which will then pull a Remedy or an Imperial Diplomacy, which effectively is spawning you a lovely amount of Assimilate value. We're going to see if he chooses to do that here. Has drawn the Menno though. Has drawn the Menno, has pushed the Arthian Tortoise back into the deck instead, so a unit that will now go incredibly tall if he chooses not to push that back in, which will play right into the hands of Trusky. Are we going to see a Kingslayer here? Oh my.
Ooh, no. I mean, are you going to find better value? Are you going to find better value than a well-placed Kingslayer? That's the question.
And, I mean, it's tough. You could take the damage on a locked unit instead. So, technically the Slave Driver is 1 point more and cleans up the... yeah, you get a bit more damage because there is a locked unit on the board there. Has decided not to take the high roll. The Assimilate engine wouldn't have been an engine on his side, would simply have played for 4 because the cards in his hand are, of course, from his own starting deck. So, takes the max point potential there instead, and we see more refreshing through. Doderic has cycled through this deck over and over, shuffling viciously like a poker dealer in Vegas, ensuring that you get the exact hand that you want. And now it is up. What is the choice we're going to see? The Menno is being played, the graveyard options available, the things like the Blightmaker. There is an Arthian Tortoise as well, which will play for decent points if he goes down that line. Could also just try and take the Diplo to roll multiple Diplos, which is possible for as many creates as you can find.
I mean, the choice is his. The choice is definitely his. He has access to the graveyard. He knows what cards he can find. He is going to go for that instead. He already knows what he wants. And what does he choose is the question. He goes for the 7-point Arthian Tortoise, triggering 2 Assimilate cards while he's at it. Now Trusky just goes for the Heat Wave, doesn't think twice.
The Heat Wave very quickly, will feel particularly happy about that. And the ordering here is a little bit awkward, because you now have to effectively play your Joachim, and whatever you play, we know it's going to get Vilgeforced here, which has got to be a pretty nice feeling. The tallest unit on the other side is a Zarthisius, so you could just choose to yen that, play it yourself maybe, for maximum value, but the risk of the Vilgeforce denying that is also there. Is this Vilgeforce now?
Beautiful.
Yeah, the denial is there.
Beautiful. Yeah, that was the perfect steal there. Now, Trusky needs to be very careful here. He's obviously going for the 12, getting out the Vilgeforce, and he already doing the calculations here. It's going to be enough. I believe it's going to be enough.
I believe so as well. The Joachim coming down here, still going to pull a pretty sizable 17-point Arthian Tortoise. If I'm not mistaken, this isn't his Arthian Tortoise, so it will also proc the remaining Assimilate engine, but it is not sufficient. And we see game 1, a delighted Trusky there. He pumps his fists. He is very, very happy, and he has managed to get his list through. I was really, really looking forward to that matchup, and the Hyperthin player, he plays it really well, even though he was denied some of the value, probably almost half of the value, from that Sunset Wanderer there, navigates that absolutely perfectly, and gets his Nilfgaard list through.
I mean, that was definitely the most difficult matchup he was going to have here, with being very unfavored with Hyperthin against Terra Nova there. But he played that very well, like you said, and he made sure to spend his win cons just a little bit earlier, making sure his deck doesn't get thinned before he has access to cards like Xerxes, Triss, and Yen. So good on Trusky for getting his Nilfgaard Hyperthin list through. He is of course now on a red coin here and has either Squirtle or AQ to choose from. I think we both know which list is better here. And I just wonder what Nekwis will take to counter AQ.
I mean, Nekwis will be expecting that AQ list. He's going to be, okay, going in on red coin. That's what I'm going to be facing here, rather than the Squirtle list. He then has the choice. Do I take my Nilfgaard list again here? Am I going to play this? Am I going to try and clog the board a little bit better into this round, perhaps find a little bit more value? Not too many bronze options to create, but there is the option of a Griffin that you can steal and play into that as well. Could also choose to take his Squirtle and try and say, you know what, I've got engines for days. Do you have enough answers to the overload of threat that I can push your way? It is going to be really, really interesting to see which one goes through here. Trusky played that so nicely. He's going to feel really happy getting that through at the first time of asking. It's a matchup that he played numerous times into that. The risk, of course, being what will you Alchemist, what will you Cantarella? The Alchemist getting a low roll, the Cantarella doing pretty well, the double Cantarella then cleaning up, but it just wasn't enough. Could not find the value there to get through the list, couldn't get through and win on even, which would have mattered there. I think if Nekwis did that, he would have had a better shot, but wasn't willing to commit the second leader, understandably, to make sure he stayed ahead, and instead took the pass. Trusky then feeling particularly great, doesn't get the bleed and goes into the long round, and that's all she wrote on the Nilfgaard v Nilfgaard here.
Well, I particularly enjoyed that, as I have always feared having a Hyperthin versus Terra Nova match, merely because of the amount of deck manipulation. We did see that Alchemist going for the high roll. Luckily, it didn't succeed. If it did, there would have been a bit of trouble there. But here, the problem with something like a AQ list, like Trusky has, the AQ list where you have Glasty, you have potential double Mamuna, and largely uninteractive other than that. So Nekwis has to decide what cards is he willing to put on the board here with all of these control options from Trusky's side. What is going to give Glasty the less points, because essentially you want to get all of those units down to 1, so Glasty can just munch them up in one foul swoop here. And Nilfgaard might be a little bit of a struggle, because essentially when you want your Terra Nova to grow big, you rely on your opponent's cards so that you can steal those cards. If your opponent isn't playing any units on the board, you're in a little bit of trouble. So Squirtle also suffering to that lacerate. I do not want to see a row full of Whisperers getting lacerated and then Glasty.
Oh, I do. Oh, I do.
I know you do.
Nothing would please me more than seeing that. I mean, from the Arrakis Swarm side, if you look at this AQ list, double Mamuna is definitely the target for your Caranthir. But in terms of options, there are only 3 possible bronze options for the Mamuna to hit in the first place. You've got the Elder Bear, the Kikimor Warrior, and of course the Griffin. Now, the Nilfgaard list has the option to mess around with that graveyard. You can choose to take your opponent's cards away from them, and you can play the experimental remedies. And okay, we did see Mamuna brick in the first quarterfinal of the day, if 11 for 10 can be considered a brick, but nonetheless, it is a possible line that we could consider seeing here. Wouldn't be surprised if we do see AQ versus that Nilfgaard, who'd be keen to get the Nilfgaard through.
It would definitely, it would come down to the fact whether your Glasty gets enough points to carry you then. As like you said, he is relying a lot on Mamuna in terms of provisions alone, merely because Caranthir, it's his only target. So if you're going to brick Mamuna sufficiently, Caranthir is going to brick as well, and then you're in a little bit of trouble. So if Nekwis is willing to go that line and try to just deplete the graveyard as quickly as possible, get rid of the bronzes from deck with cards like Cantarella, or even cards like a well-placed Alchemist, that surely could bite Trusky, but it will definitely need some navigation on Nekwis' end. But one of my favorite inclusions right now is Experimental Remedy, as it does simply get rid of the bronze card from your graveyard. It doesn't copy it, it steals it. So it would definitely deplete Mamuna's power, and she's very scary. I mean, give her a Griffin and she's already at 20 points.
Yeah, she can be quite petrifying. Very easy to grab yourself some Sabbath, even though that is not what this list necessarily is looking for. In fact, if you are trying to grab the Griffin in this list, you would rather play Mamuna without the Sabbath. I am interested to see if we do see that series. The imprisonment option getting in the way. As you said, Experimental Remedy is a really good card because not only does it play into the Assimilate, but it can deny a lot of what your opponent is trying to do, particularly into that monster matchup, which can be an absolute nightmare for the player on that side. It can be really, really difficult as the monster player if you don't find that, especially in this list. Remember, the Araka's Swarm list, I still go to call it Araka's Queen, even after all of these years. It's a powerhouse list, but there are no backups to this Caranthea. I'm not seeing Glusty, she is not there. Just sort of sitting in the corner as a great backup option, going, no problem, I don't need to worry about you. No, it is not there, it is not an option. So it will be really interesting. The other thing we could, of course, we could see some Scoia'tael. Trusky now on the other coin, going to take his AQ list. Perhaps we will instead see Nequis say, you know what, I feel like my scenario engines are going to do the job. I think they are going to get their way through here.
Well, that is certainly an option. I'm just trying to think, is Trusky really going to try and avoid a snipe here, as there isn't much Nequis can do. I'm trying to think of the ideal deck you take, because here we see Trusky's list again. He has his Syndicate Band, of course, he just brought through his Nilfgaard list. His AQ list alone does have the potential to generate some points, but again, not as much as you'd like. It has Parasite, which can of course be added to a unit of your own. You also have cards like Spontaneous Evolution on a placed drone from a leader charge. You do have Kikimo Workers, Elder Bears, 2 Griffins, of course they are paired into all for Mamuna. And then you do have Glusty. Now all of these cards, they can generate quite a bit, but then you rely on your opponent playing cards with your Heatwave, your Spores, your Natural Selection, your Ulzus Thunder, your Lacerate, your Crimson Curse. All of these cards are being taken into account here, and red coin might just be the best because this isn't your most proactive list, unless you draw your bronze units, of course, but that isn't always guaranteed. Then he has his Precision Strike list, and it's quite a nice one, but again, it's normally one you want to take on blue coin merely because of the stratagem value. Not only can you save something like Dunka here, but you can also boost your Sorceress of Doblathana, immediately guaranteeing her something along the lines of an Orb of Insight, and we all know how those go when you have multiple orbs in your graveyard, all ticking one after the other. Quite a sight to see.
Very much so. The point that has completely just passed me by, Nequis here, of course, going to be going into this. He is on blue, so we're not likely to see the Syndicate list just yet, but it's still, it's really, really interesting to see. I mean, Line Pockets, it probably is still overall the strongest list into the meta, and yet the power that these other lists have is now making it so that it doesn't get banned as a guarantee. Which is incredible to think here. When I look back at the AQ list, I think it has to be Araka's Swarm coming in on the one side here on red for Trusky. I'd be really surprised if we don't see Nilfgaard on the engine Precision Strike list that we've got here from Nequis has lots of engines that you want to sit on the board, potentially for up to a turn. Now, if you look at the options Trusky has to remove those, they are plentiful. You can see a Thunder, you can see the value Lacerate into Glusty could have, the Parasite, the Natural Selections. There are so many ways to grab those and do some damage, which is really, really good here and really powerful. And it looks like we've just gone into the game, and we do get, okay, it is going to be Scoia'tael. Nequis taking the Scoia option here. How much control can Trusky muster, and how many of these engines can he deny?
Alrighty here. Now, I don't know if this is completely right with the cameras, at least because Nequis monster list is banned. So
they're just flipped round, I think. I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will place this shortly. You can see Truski is on the bottom here. Truski now is playing. Have they queued this on the wrong coin, actually?
No, Nequus most certainly does not run Arajas. You can see Truski here at the bottom. His name shows Nequus on top. So the cameras have just switched community. Don't fret. It means that Nequus has willingly gone with a Squirtle list on red.
No, I think Truski was supposed to be on red here, and he's currently in blue coin. So I think they may have to remake this, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah,
okay,
they've gone in on the wrong coin. I was just looking at that thinking, no, that's not the way it's supposed to be. So we see that's just gone in on the wrong coin there. We know what is coming in then. So we have the advantage of a Neromancy without the Neromancy here. We now know we are going to get to see the I can't do it. I don't know why I'm trying. Arachas Swarm in my English vernacular. I will allow you to talk about this list every time now so I don't butcher the poor name. We are going to see that. Nequis has decided to take his Precision Strike. Going to be interesting to see if those engines do get to stick on the board into this matchup here.
Yeah, it is personally the last list I would take, but it's merely because I'm seeing that 27-point ceiling with Whispers of Doblathana all on the same row, getting lacerated. That's 2 times 9, 18 points gone. And then a well-placed Glassy to finish it off. One by one, they go into his tummy.
That is juicy.
I hope we see that, merely because it will be quite a spectacle. But yes, I'm glad I wasn't having a stroke there. Alzheimer's doesn't run in my family, so I was a bit curious as to why the cameras didn't make sense there. But I do believe they will be re-queuing. And like you said, we do know Truski taking AQ on red, Nequus taking Squirtle on blue. To be fair, Squirtle is a blue coin list. That could very well just be the reason he wants it on blue specifically. It gives him that extra stratagem value, and it does allow him to protect some vital cards he'd like to stick on the board for a little bit longer. Now, yeah, this is going to be very fun, and I do believe Nequus is going to attempt to avoid giving Truski round control at all costs, because if he can at least bleed out those win conditions, then he is secured in round 3. He has a big gourd, and you don't want that gourd to be killed with Heatwave. It's the last thing you want to do, as it's one of your win cons. So Nequus, I have a feeling he's going to push very hard in round 1, and does he run the tactical advantage? Because I can see Crimson Curse being played very quickly. There won't be any Veil there. He'd have to play something like Whisper on that row in order to sort of counteract the Crimson Curse, if you will. Because that's normally a card.
Counters Veil.
Yeah,
it works really well.
Exactly. Well, not when you're trying to play an Orb of Insight, of course. Then it works really badly. But otherwise, it's going to be an interesting matchup. I like this. The AQ list is. We've seen a lot of Gurney now, and I'm ready for something new. I'm ready for some fresh deck ideas.
Me too. Very, very happy to see something a little varied here in terms of the monster matches. But in terms of this Precision Strike list, it is very consistent, and it's one of the reasons why you feel confident. There's so many proactive options you can take from Blue Coin. It is threat overload. You have your access to your Neromancy. It leadeth in so well. There's an Isengrim's Council in there as well that is a guarantee to not only draw your gourd, but boost it, because he is the only dwarf you need in this list. You don't need multiple dwarfs when Harold Gourd is around. And the size of these gourds, well, I remember the days when you had to hand buff constantly to get anywhere near 20 points. Well, I expect to see at least a 20-point gourd, thanks to the magic of Simless and those Orbs of Insight just coming back, back, back. For 7 provisions, he is pretty good value these days.
For sure, it's a lot of carryover in many different forms. A lot of the times you want to play Simlas in one round, but keep those orbs for the next round, because who doesn't want free orbs from the graveyard? But of course, Truski's playing a hyper control list here, and he's not going to allow certain cards to stick on the board for very long, at least. You're not necessarily going to see the Alvin Seer get another Orb of Insight, or something like the Doblath on a Sorceress. It depends very well what Truski is going to boost with his tactical advantage in the start. Might very well go for something like Dunka. Dunka, of course, being very nice because it will boost your pivotal engine cards out of killing range. So that's definitely one of the cards you might decide to go for if, of course, you draw her in round 1.
Yeah, that's the thing, you can draw her. She also comes out from the Isengrim's Council, but only after you've thinned the list as a guarantee, and that is not the kind of risk you are likely to be taking. There's a swathe of elves you could grab, all of which are pretty strong. I mean, the Orb of Insight is a really interesting card design. I absolutely love the way this card is designed, because A, it adds a whole level of complexity to what you're playing and when, but it also gives your opponent information. You know on certain turns, your opponent can or cannot play special cards for fear of pulling out those orbs. We have all played games on ladder this season where our opponent has taken and gone, okay, you know what, I can play this, I can play this out and it's going to be easy, I'm going to take away your unit, and what happens? They heat wave it and bam, you see the orbs come out and play for nothing.
I mean, we have all been there. Don't orb shame here. We've all accidentally played on Neuromancy in the first turn of the round, and all those orbs just go wasted like that. Definitely something you can abuse. That was one of the only pros I really liked about the Sunset Wanderers, of course it being a really strong card, but I like the fact that you can of course manipulate when your opponent passes or not, and it's really interesting because CDPR programmed this so you can see how it moves. It's not a confidential thing. You see he has the Sunset Wanderers, you see exactly where it is, so you know when to push and when your opponent is going to overcommit by continuing into the round. Now, Trusky of course does have the Sunset Wanderers in this list. Again, an interesting card as it's now kind of expensive, and he doesn't have any deck manipulation in order to make it stick longer, so he is going to have to either continue playing into the round, and perhaps he wants that as a tempo option anyway, and Nequist is going to be able to abuse the fact that he can see where the Sunset Wanderer is.
That's very true.
I like it. It's, as of course, also a thinning card, which is very needed here if you want Mamuna to be in hand while you play Caranthir. Remember, you can't draw Mamuna and use Caranthir. You do have to use Caranthir whilst she's in hand, so you're going to have her in hand before you can get that Caranthir to not brick.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I mean, the list is constructed to make sure you find your cards more consistently, not I would say. Nicker's jumping out 8 provisions, but it is another card you do not have to play. It comes and then it disappears. As we've said, Naglfire is a double gold tutor, which just feels fantastic, and the Sunset Wanderers yet again. Whisper's Tribute as well, allowing you to thin out something like the Crimson Curse really early or later on. How many times have you played a game, felt super confident, I have won this no problem, and then a Spores comes out and you go, oh no, I have just lost to that 4 provision Spores tech, which feels perfect in an Araka Swarm list, because if I'm not mistaken, it'll even spawn you a drone as well.
Well, yeah. The problem here is Nequist is playing Square Tile, so there is absolutely no way that he can play Gord if he doesn't have last say. No way, Gord will not stick. We have Heatwave, we have Spores. Gord will be reduced to a mere dwarf, if you will, and of course that can't be allowed. So I do suspect Nequist will go all out here round 1. I don't think Trusky will hold back either. I wonder if we ever see a preemptive Glasty being played if necessary, because again, Mamuna can just win you the round in a short round. I mean, the point slam is just astronomical, especially combined with Caranthir. You have immediate zeal, you have that order ability, so if your graveyard is set up appropriately, then that's going to be your finisher if need be.
Yeah, very much so. And into a short round, the access to the Mamuna, if it's set up like you say, is such a powerhouse. It's the kind of thing that monsters were usually renowned for point slam. This is a more controlled version, but there is still the threat level there, the points that you can just drop. And as you said, Sunset Wanderers not just for improvements. I mean, the Sunset Wanderers will also give you just pure points of tempo, just to be able to say, this is about to come out. It threatens so much more reach than you would traditionally have seen from a list like this. It's one of the, the card definitely felt slightly overtuned when it first came out, but the design is really cool. It's a whole new way of having a Gwent card that you can use. It also guarantees it's going to be in your hand, so it's one less potential brick you could ever have in the list. It's a really, really nice card, and I'm actually quite happy, and I didn't think I'd say that, to see it making some competitive play, but not being auto-included in every list. It makes sense in the lists that are there.
Yeah, for sure it does. I mean, at first I did love the Sunset Wanderers concept. It was like a Knickers, but 9 times as strong almost.
Yeah.
Giving
Knickers
us
combined with roach and
certain-
then add a little bit of sauce.
Exactly. It did make me a little bit nervous, as you often compelled to play the card on the left rather than the right, especially in a list like this where you can't manipulate the deck, and especially in a mirror match where you want your opponent's Sunset Wanderers to come out before yours, so you still have that little bit of carryover. But yeah, we can of course take another look at the decks potentially here and go into the finer details of Nequis's square tile list, as I'm curious to see what he decided to take that makes him so confident going against AQ specifically.
Yeah, I mean, the leader pings can deny some of those units quite quickly. He'll feel pretty confident going in that he has a lot of points here. Nequis, of course, is queuing into this one on blue. He will feel like it is one of the more powerful options he has on that coin. And with access to the scenario, there's just so many points. It's really hard to beat this kind of list on even. It would have to draw so poorly. It would need a bricked forest protector, it would need no access to Feign Death, Simulus in hand, but none of the duplicates. Your Sentinels both being sat there. I can't imagine a hand in that kind of condition. We are just making sure that the game gets set up properly here, guys. The players are just making sure everything is in here so that we don't queue in on the wrong coin again, while we do quickly take another look at how they're playing here.
Yeah, don't fret guys, we'll be starting very soon, I hear. And yeah, taking a look at, his name is Anton Duken, Nick was interesting. It's showing here up on my side, but he did in fact include a Double Thunder Archer, something that is quite nice. I like it as it's definitely a gurney counter, though. Yeah, he didn't have to ban a monsters list here. He instead decided to ban a syndicate list, but perhaps he wouldn't even have banned the monsters if Trusky was taking Gurney Korra, because that Double Thunder Archer definitely is attempting to target a few fruits at once. We also see he decided to go for the Elven Scribe here, something not everyone decides to include in their deck, and he also went with a single Circle of Life instead of 2, which is very interesting because Simlas can sort of brick. If you have to play a special card earlier than you would have liked, then Simlas might just draw 1 card instead of 2. We also have 2 Markham Ale, again one of my favorites because it does remove a lock whilst boosting merely for 4 provisions. We do also see 2 Nature's Rebukes. Now again, if we have a situation here where Trusky decides to go very uninteractive, we won't see Circle of Life nor Nature's Rebuke finding a lot of value. That's the only problem here. We also have a Heatwave in Nequis's deck, and that means that something like Glassy or Mamuna might not stick. So it depends who wants last say here most. That is what I'm going to say.
That's true. I mean, the last say, as you say, is really important for the Precision Strike player. Probably more important for the Precision Strike player than for the monster player, realistically. Only a single Heatwave existing to give Nequis the option for one thing. As soon as that is spent, you know you are pretty safe. There's lots of lower value removal around, but ultimately it is a threat list. There are engines everywhere. That Elven Seer, this is a list that can potentially, with enough setup, give you 8 orbs from Simlas. We all tried it the second we saw these cards. I definitely did. It feels so good to pull that off where both of the Seers are sat there. You drop your Simlas, you play the orbs, and then it is just a chain reaction of orbs for days. My gourd was above 30 points in that game, and I felt pretty smug, I'm not gonna lie.
I would definitely feel the same. I mean, something like the Whisperer, it's actually quite scary how easily it just fills your entire row. Problem being you could overswarm in a long round, so you have to be careful. You can't just place a Whisperer on each row if you're going into a long round, because with those amount of orbs, you quickly fill up until you reach your 27-point ceiling for the card. Now, yeah, you do have the Double Thunder Sorcerer, the Double Thunder Seer, and the Whisperer. They are all pretty synergistic, which is one of the things I like about the deck the most. Is something like Simlas as well. They all go very well together, and you have to time things very carefully if you're playing Feign Death as well. You want to make sure that you don't accidentally trigger its final scenario. Or else your orbs will just come out, so you have to be very careful, and there's a lot of planning behind the scenes a lot of graveyard checking for sure, especially if you're the opponent, because you definitely want to abuse that to its full capacity. You want to see just how far you can push a player. Will he commit his leader to get some units on the board? What will he do?
Yeah, I mean, one of the advantages of the Precision Strike list, it feels weird to commit a whole leader in round. In a lot of situations, you would go, oh, that's an overcommitment. If Flying Pockets gives you all of its coins round one, you are dancing your way into that next round. Probably not, because the drill still kills you, but you get the point. With this Precision Strike list, the fact that it offers that kind of reach on blue and just improves your later draws feels fantastic. It's such a great option. The leader is permanently up to 11 points of reach on top of any card you play, which is just, it's a great feeling. The amount of power that can give you the reach, and when in some matchups you certainly want to hold it for later so that you can deny if you end up in a matchup against, as you say, Gurney, perhaps trying to take a single turn of not having Sabbath, one of those numerous threats that those lists can have. But the reach is really valuable here. It's one of the reasons why you feel so confident playing in on blue. And as you mentioned, the Whisper of Dol Blathanna, the synergy between the bronze cards from this expansion, they feel fantastic. And while they've all got low floors, the ceiling potential and the pairing potential with them just feels great. That Whisperer dropped as the last prop for Feign Death, you're guaranteed to get both, which feels amazing because you get a second one, it's an auto proc, instantly raises the floor of the card to a 6 rather than the 3, which just feels really nice. And into this matchup, if that Whisper of Dol Blathanna starts finding a way to absorb some of the potential bleeding Crimson Curse would have made, well, I think you're going to feel pretty happy as the Skoya player. Although, if I was going into this, I would love to. I think I'd rather be the Araka Swarm player here, but only because I'm excited to see what it can do.
I'm extremely excited. I did talk to Trusky beforehand, and he definitely thought that his AQ list is very strong, but that it might just get through the bans merely because it's not Gurney Korra, and that's exactly what happened here. So Trusky,
right?
His favorite card is Araha's Behemoth, and he is quite famous for playing it apparently. So I'm very curious to see what tricks he'll have up his sleeve, and I'm just very glad I get to see this list, as I have a feeling we'll be seeing a lot of Gurney Korra, and there's quite a set pattern
That doesn't
in
get
playing
banned
that.
anyway. Yeah, I can see Gurney taking some bans, but I'd be surprised if we don't see just a little bit of Gurney through the course of this tournament for sure. I mean, it's interesting, like you say, he's well renowned, Trusky, for playing Araka Swarm, and has decided to bring a list that is slightly different to what we expected, a little bit off meta, something that not that many players have chosen to do, and Nequis has gone down an entirely different line. When we spoke to Nequis, he said, you know what, I've taken the 4 lists I deem strongest from ladder. I feel like they're more than good enough to carry me through this tournament. I would like to face my nemesis, my master rather, in Fireball at some point, so I think these are the cards that are going to carry me through to do that.
Yeah, it's extremely interesting because you and I, we both follow the competitive scene religiously. We've watched the top 16 cast, we've watched the top 16s throughout the day, and you could see a lot of change happening throughout that and now. Like, there were many factions throughout that tournament, but so far, we've only seen 4 factions up until Trusky and Nequis. And we've also seen certain leader abilities just vanish. My theory is that some people were attempting to hard target monsters and failed epically, and now decided to maybe just ban it completely and target something else entirely. Like, we saw a lot of Enslave in the top 16, and so far no Enslave in our Nilfgaard list at all, which is quite interesting. So far only Hyperthin and a mid-range control deck with Terra Nova. So it's the little changes that sure got me, especially since we also haven't seen Gallagher yet. We haven't seen NR yet. So it's like these players looked at those competitions, they looked at the results, and they simply took the decks that they deemed most strong in the current meta. I also think they got a good suspicion of what their opponents would bring, and that's where the little differences come in the bronze categories, and that's why I find it most interesting, because you can't leave out Gurney Korra in a Gurney Korra deck, but you can alter the bronze range just a little bit. You can play around there and get away with it.
Very true. I believe we are going to be throwing you guys over to Borja for a second. As you probably guessed, we're having a issues with the stability of connection for both players. So we are going to throw you over to Buja for a few moments here, I believe, while they just get that sorted. I was not as prepared as Flake. I did not TM, but we are going to pass you across to him now. We will be back shortly once the players' connections are fully established, and we will get this quarterfinal back underway, guys.
All right, let's let Thea and Lionheart rest a little bit because their voices are going to go out. Unfortunately, like I said, we have a couple technical difficulties when it comes to connecting both players. So we will go offline for a little bit and we will return shortly once everything is fully fixed. So stay tuned, we'll be coming back, and yeah, hopefully everything will work soon, TM.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Connection issues are gone. We have nothing to worry about here. See, the coins are correct. We are in the right place. Nekui is going in now on blue.
Welcome back, 1AD. As always.
And we have the mulligan phase coming in here now. Nekui's has his options. He's got a lot of choices in there, trying to make sure that he doesn't end up bricking his Sinless, of course, early on. We can see on the other side, Trusi has found his Mamoon in hand, which is going to feel really, really great for him.
Yeah, this is a very good hand for Truski, definitely having a lot of cards he needs. You can see no double bronzes, which is absolutely ideal. We've got the Griffin, we've got the Bear, and that's just perfect for Mamuna, who, like he said, is already in hand. He also has Crimson Curse, one of my favorite cards to start off with in this sort of setup. That's a card I would play right off the bat, but it might not be something Truski decides to do yet, depending on whether those Whisperers are going to be played. Of course, he has ample control and could just get rid of one of them if need be.
Yeah, that's very true. He does have the option there, the Thunder in hand, just to simply deny and close that off, which will feel good. I wouldn't be surprised either to see that Crimson Curse drop down early. it needs multiple turns to find full value here. And while it isn't going to shut that engine off, on a 9 power unit, you are going to find pretty much maximum value, which is going to feel really nice. Can't switch that off, hasn't got Aqua, does have access to his lock, may feel that there are better options for him slightly later, albeit the Sorceress is one of his better choices, and we do see both instantly, but he rolls 4p options and a 5p Circle of Life. That is not going to be the choices Nekwi was looking for. When you're above 6 power, you're almost always looking for those extra orbs, because they play effectively as 2 specials, not 1, but does find 6 value there. That's pretty nice. There are the 3 options there from the Ekimaras that spawned, so still makes 6 points out of the first one.
Yeah, that's definitely not ideal for Nequis. He's obviously giving even more points there into the melee row for the Crimson Curse. Truski in a good position here, of course, having started off with Crimson Curse, which I would personally have done as well. He already goes into thinning with the Whisper's Tribute and plays Spontaneous Evolution. Is he going for the drone or is he going for the... We'll see. Goes for the drone. Very nice.
Makes sense. It plays wide rather than tall, and hoping to find as much value as possible. And again, Nekwi, I saw the little eye roll there. He is at 6 power, but he does not see the 6 provision choice, because it is the entire pool that you see. Was hoping to pair that really nicely with the Elven Seer. The synergy we were talking about there, of course, means that the Seer doesn't even stick on the board for a turn usually. It can just sit there very happily, instantly paired if you find the orb. But 2 swings and 2 misses there for Nequis, as we see Truski really slamming down those points with his favourite card, the Behemoth, as well as a Best Boy dropping in as well. Really pushing here on red.
Alright, and Nequis now past the point of no return. He's not on 7 cards anymore. He is clearly committing into the round. I still find it very interesting that he didn't decide to opt for the Whisper of Doblathana. It would have been very nice to fill that row with veiled units, unless he's actively already trying to not play into Lacerate, but I prefer that Lacerate rather a little bit earlier than later, if I'm going to be honest, as you're going to be filling your side of the board quickly anyway. But we do see those 2 Elven Seers, and my goodness, if both stuck, which they won't, you would have gotten a lot of orbs there, but at least Nequis is happy with 1 sticking, I'm very sure.
Yeah, could have chained those, and as Scoia'tael tends to do here, he has 1 more turn where he can afford to play greedily. He knows if he goes down to 4 cards, he's safe and not going to lose his card. The amount of removal that exists is minimal here, but Truski has found the 2 things he needs to deny the extra value that this orb would have played for. Now there is a 15-point gap, 16 if you include the tick of bleeding, so Nekwi's having to make a decision here. What is he going to choose? His Heatwave has very minimal targets. His other options are pretty low tempo, and instead of committing the orb and the full leader, he says, you know what? You win on even, I will resist your bleed. That is not the round Nequis was hoping. Missing the orb spawns both times out of the Sorcerer is going to feel really unfortunate for him, and he's committed lots of his engine pieces, now drawing into the scenario though, and a great option to proc in his hand.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate there for Nequis. Of course, he didn't include Dryad's Caress in his deck, but he does have 2 Markham Ales, and none of them were drawn, so he didn't find value when Dargaray locked. And he does now draw Feign Death, so he could perhaps attempt to resist a bleed here. I, of course, would have preferred that round 1 just to make sure I took it and had last say, but he didn't draw into it. Now we see that Brockland Sentinel brick, not lucky today, not lucky at all.
No, and we can see Truski there, very respectable, drops down there, not just because it is an easy and powerful proactive play, it is also a Mamuna target. So far he does have that set up for that option, has the Griffin in hand to enhance that as well, although you are not going to expect to want him to play Mamuna without that Caranthir here. And I'm seeing a frozen Nekwi, which is not ideal, but he has got some options. He can fully proc his scenario, which can be really important, especially when he has committed as many elves as he has done so. Truski dancing away, hoping that we do see a reconnect here.
I sure hope we do.
Yet. Fingers crossed. But the hand, aside from the bricked Sentinel here for Nequis, isn't too bad. He can proc the scenario both times. He can also make sure that the Forest Protector is not a brick. The Irritation of the Leader, that is effectively a 0-point card in his hand that reduces the reach that he has here. Hopefully he will reconnect, fingers crossed. I know he has been having some connection issues, and it looks like the game has ended there. We'll get some information to make sure exactly what happened, but it did look like it was Nequi with a disconnect. We will get the information for that as soon as we can to see what has gone on there. But whether I don't know if we're going to remake that match or not, but it shows the power that Araka Swarm list has. I feel if when I queue Gwent on Monday morning to play some Gwent, I am going to face a lot of that Araka Swarm list here.
Unfortunately, that's the case, and I know I will be playing it myself, so I apologize in advance. Yeah, that's very unfortunate. We're having a little bit of connection issues on Niquiz's side, so hopefully we can fix that before going into the next game. I mean, I'm sure the community will understand that we want these players to have optimal connection before they go into these pivotal matchups. To be fair, Trisky there winning on even, that looked really good for him. Luckily, Nequiz didn't gain round control there, or else this would have been a even more unfair disconnect, though a disconnect in itself is never something you want. But I do have a suspicion that this will be a win for Trisky. We'll still hear, but I know the rules are normally pretty dead set in stone regarding the disconnect issue. But yeah, well, let's assume for now that Trisky got his Aculus through. If it's the case, he now has Squirtle on blue, which is absolutely ideal. And Nequiz would have any of his 3 factions left. And again, we always go into this discussion. Obviously, it's never good to be down all the way to a 2-0 and going for a potential 3-0. But you do have the option of choosing your coins from here on out. And I can't emphasize enough how pivotal that is for pro players, because Trisky now has to play Squirtle on blue, red and blue again if Nequiz gets to reverse sweep. He'll have the optimal setup here. Does he want to take Nilfgaard on red? Does he want to take Syndicate Squirtle? He gets to choose what is going to work best for him.
Yeah,
now,
I mean, the guessing game just goes right out of it. He doesn't have to worry, he doesn't have to think maybe this will get sniped, maybe this will not be the same, or something will change. As we've said so many times, you never want to start 2-0 down, but the reverse sweep, we see it so very often, and the reason is the extra information. The Precision Strike list was always the one that these players were going to have to try and get through, it feels like, and if he now gets to choose, okay, I know he's taking it twice on the coin he would prefer, but perhaps instead I can snipe certain matches, I can bully a little on my red coin options here, knowing that if I can do exactly what I just did with Araka Swarm here, you know what? I can do it to him instead. That could work pretty well.
Yeah, and I mean, if Trisky did bring his Aculus through, now we're still waiting for confirmation.
I believe he has, yeah.
Yeah, he'd obviously be very happy about that. And on Squirtle with blue coin here, you have to figure out what Nequiz wants to snipe that with on red. Surely not Squirtle, as he isn't exactly favored on red coin in a mirror match. He has to decide which is going to give him the best options here. I'm thinking Nequiz will have to go Nilfgaard or Syndicate on red, Squirtle on blue, and then the other one of the two, Nilfgaard or Syndicate on red again. That's if he gets that far with a reverse sweep. For now, it doesn't really matter which one he decides to go with on red. Syndicate and Nilfgaard both have quite a few control options. Syndicate more so. Of course,
I can see him taking the Syndicate first, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I can see that too.
A couple of reasons. A, you want to get that win on the board. You want to feel, okay, you know what? We were 2-0 down. I'm going to take my Syndicate list. This is a powerful list. It's pretty good into Precision Strike engines because while it has some removal, it hasn't got a huge amount of removal. And if I can set my drill and it was then I'm pretty confident here. But the other side of it is, of course, it's a Conquest format series, and for each game that you win, you take home a little bit more. So perhaps the line pockets as the first option here makes sense for multiple reasons, and it's not a list we've taken a great amount of time looking at, because honestly, I'm used to it just being banned. The amount of time I spend looking at line pockets tournaments up until this one hasn't been too much, because it was just insta-banned, right?
course, but I mean, it's absolutely filled to the brim with control. Not only do you have those extra bounty options, you have an immediate Professor to get rid of a 4-point, perhaps an Alvenseer or a Dolblathana. So you also have the Tunnel Drill, which of course will swipe an entire row if it has enough coins.
And the rest.
Yeah, we do have bloody good fun as well. We even have 2-dip in the Pantars now. I mean, those will be excellent if you have to deal with a Whisper of Dolblathana. You just have an answer for every single threat, and in these sort of matchups, if you can accumulate your own points whilst doing that, and we sure can, you are likely going to take the game if you play your cards right.
Yeah, very much so. And even if you are into a round where the is going to be played, as long as the Witchfinder is on the board, the turn the Gourd is played if you have one remaining, you can keep something like a Graydon for that kind of tool removal. The only thing that the Line Pockets list doesn't have in abundance is tool removal. But it has so many points to be able to remove through coins that it rarely struggles for that. But into the Scoia'tael matchup, I think he would feel pretty confident. It's certainly a matchup, well, for the engine version anyway, that you are okay with, but it can go either way. When I've played the control version and I'm playing control precision strike, I'm always looking for line pockets because you can deny their coin spenders so very well. But we are going to see the engine variant. Oh, that scenario is going to stick. You're going to find a decent chunk of points out of it, and it all comes down to how much of the pocket can you deny for the drill, and how quickly can you get those options out. If you are Nequi, you can choose when you take that line pockets list, of course, into the precision strike list. You're always going to take it from red and give yourself the best possible chance, right?
Of course. And yes, like you said, you do have to take into account that Tunnel Drill will be removed the moment after you played it. So you want your opponent to first set up his board just a little bit before denying him those elves. You want to try and get rid of them through other means necessary, and you definitely want to make sure you have your pockets set up. In other words, you want your crown splitters on the board. You either want to keep something like Furco along with Novigradian Justice for then, or if you've already thinned that out, you want to keep Cleaver. You do have Bloody Good Friends, one of my favorite crown splitters in the game right now. Such a nice proactive card as well. I mean, it's 6 points. You can use it as a spender. You can obviously you can bleed, or if a card is boosted, you can just spend coins to damage it. So I like that quite a bit, and that will definitely find value in a matchup like this if you have to get a boosted card down to a certain amount so you can take it out of something like Dip in the Panter per se. And I'm looking here at Trusky's Scoia'tael list. He also doesn't have Dryad's Caress. Again, a lot of players don't. I find it very interesting. They opted for Markham Ale though, so they can remove blocks, something Syndicate doesn't have. So not going to find that a lot of value, but to be fair, if Nequist does decide to go for a poison, there's not a lot you can do here if you are Trusky, and that might just be a little bit scary, unless you use something like a D-bomb on your own card, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be very surprised if we do see that kind of line. I honestly prefer the Mahakam Ale. Locks are far more prevalent than the poisons, albeit we do know obviously Neck does have access to 3 poison options within the deck. But yeah, the Mahakam Ales, it's such a good card. It's 5 points, it's a decent amount of value, but also the removal of that lock, when there are so many locks around, feels really, really nice. There's a decent amount of power, and of course, in terms of Dryad's Caress, well, it's in the name. You need a Dryad to find that extra value from the Vitality. And this list does not have a huge number of them. You've got your leader options, you've got your... and that is it. So more often than not, it was playing for Purify +3. The trade for that feels pretty worth it.
I totally agree with you there, and the thing is, you do want to pair your special cards up in 2. You can't really risk bricking Simlas. So having 1 Dryad's Caress, I can see that being a play, but having 2... You're right, if you don't have a Dryad on the board, it's just going to boost with 3 points. Markham Ale already does more than that, so it's... I like the D-bomb option though, it's very interesting. He went for a Veiled Bomb, so why that bomb in particular? I find it very interesting.
It's the provisions, I would say. It's 4p removal. It's a 4 provision and 4 power removal. Giving something Veil, there are lots of 4p cards you want to target. You don't poison anyway, so it doesn't make a huge difference to you if that card has Veil or not. There's no bleeding or any of that in your list, so it's very rarely going to affect you. With D-Bomb at a 4 doing that kind of damage, the ability to take out certain engines before they become a serious threat is massive, and it's also, as you say, a great backup target for your Simlas. Yes, you have the Rebukes as a backup prior to that, because you're usually going to want the orbs if you're going to try and chain them in one go, but the Rebukes for double damage are also pretty good, especially with Precision Strike, because you can ping away shields, for instance, from the spawned units from Cleaver, and then double Rebuke and instantaneously wipe out that pocket, even clearing up a Furco with what's left of your... So there are lots and lots of options here for this. Considering the threat that it has in terms of its engine value and ability to play those points, Precision Strike gives it a really nice level of control, just that little bit of calmness, and I think it is why it's the leader of choice. While I do love Symbiosis, I'm a big Nature's Gift fan, you just can't play the Whisperers alongside it because you end up with trees amongst your elves, and that is just not a good mix in my experience. They always spawn on the wrong row.
And you overswarm quite easily here. Now, I'm looking at Nekus's Nilfgaard list just in case he does decide to pull that on red first. I like the fact that Imprisonment will do enough damage to get rid of some engines off the bat. Of course, that is where the Markham A will come in very handy if you need to unlock a card. Even if you lock something like an Alvin Seer, what is really nice is if you play something like Dryad's Caress on it, for example, it will still work, which is an interesting ordering because in my mind, you Purify and Vitality, and yet the card was locked while you did it, but that's not how it works. It will act retrospectively almost as if it was never locked. So I could see Imprisonment being a little bit at least struggling with the leader ability, for example. And I do find that a lot of players purposely try and play two special cards in their Nilfgaard deck in pairs, if you will, for that potential Simlas Terra Nova synergy. Nekus didn't go all out here doing that. Some do. He does have 2 Imperial Diplomacy, but he has 1 Tawny Joust and 1 Assassination. So of course
2 remedies though. It's a play I absolutely love making. I've got to be honest. When you can double that, when you see it, Nilfgaard is the king of your thing? No, my thing. And when we see an Assimilate list doing it so well, it's one of the things that's really excited me about Nilfgaard this season, I've got to be honest, that we get to see Imprisonment Assimilate Spies do so well, and when we get to see that matchup, touchwood, hopefully we get to see that matchup with the Imprisonment into the Precision Strike, I can see Nekwis ending up being the Scoia'tael player himself at this rate with the way that can go. You can take those engines, you can play them yourself, and they can find really good value, which is really nice. There is no way of stealing in the Imprisonment list, there's no amnesty, but interesting little play. If you do amnesty an Elven Seer, it was your Elven Seer when you amnestied it, so yes, you do get a second one, which can be absolutely devastating for the Precision Strike player when that happens to them.
And we do see them queuing in now. Alright, Trusky going on Scoia'tael, meaning he did take the win in the previous game. Nekwis will have his cam off. I see both have their cam off here. Nekwis has his cam off here to increase internet connection. That makes sense. That is fine. A good profile picture, nevertheless.
Yeah, he looks fantastic. He looks like a model. He looks fantastic. Very great poise.
He plays basketball, remember?
Deeply focused here, as we do see these cards come and go. The Dunker played, but not boosted here. Doesn't want to play into a taller Vincent, but the answer available in the hand of Nekwis there, saying, you know what, no problem, I can thin my deck and I will use Assassination at the same time here. Trusky a little annoyed that the access was there, but does have a pretty good looking hand on his side.
Alright, and we see that Sorcerer is being played. Is it going to get boosted though? That's the question.
He'll be looking through the list right now and deciding, is it worth doing? Is it worth doing that? Are we going to check that? And he does, I think it makes sense here. Could choose to remove it. Keeping that and hoping that he will get the value feels really good here. As we mentioned, due to the technical issues, Nekwis' cam is off, but the game still goes on, and hopefully that will retain the strength his connection needs. Now, we see the Thaned Turncoat, and Trusky here finds the option. I don't think there's much of a guessing game. He could choose to remove the engine instead of taking the double orb. He may be genuinely considering, do I want these rebukes? I can clean the board right now and deny you that damage engine that you currently have every other turn. Personally, As soon as I see that orb, I would have clicked it. That's the reason Truski is here, and I am not playing this matchup. But
He's
I do, for me,
certainly
the orb is
considering
good.
it. I mean, you're not overthinking here. Truski's considering it, and is actually going with Dryad's Caress. That's a very interesting play.
Now, he's purified away that spying, which has effectively turned the engine off. However, it has not removed it as a Terra Nova target, because the spying has been given. So it will not deny that as an option. Still plays as 2 specials, doesn't sit in his graveyard, however, as an option. Only played for the same points as the orb, but does turn off the potential Vincent option. However, we are going to see a Furcart jam down pretty quickly here. And while there's no Assimilate on the board, he still chooses to play the Diplo. Oh, and there are some not too bad options if you are Nequiz there. And we see
beautiful.
Double Assimilate value on that, even though there is no Assimilate choice, because of course it will create another card itself as well. If it survives the impending D-bomb that will probably hit it in the face very quickly from Truski.
Definitely an impending D-bomb coming. The thing I like very much about Furcart isn't merely his thinning capabilities, but also the fact that every time you play a special card, he'll give a random enemy unit spying. Now, of course, as the new players might not know by now, but the whole goal of this deck is to set up your Arto Terra Nova, and every time you give an enemy unit spying, that card will be included in your list when you play Terra Nova to choose from, which is quite scary, as if you give a very strong card a spying status, that card is as good as yours, along with some nice assimilate value when you play Arto Terra Nova. And we see Truski going for the pass on 7 cards. He is ahead at least, so it makes sense if he wants to go into a round with more cards.
Yeah, I mean, he's deciding, you know what, I'm going to take this pass here. I don't fancy giving you the option to get ahead on even. And we see Nequiz again, 3rd time in a row. He has a boosted version of the Sorceress, and yet again misses the orb. A free carryover. Gets none of those. Of course, all options were more than enough to put him ahead there. Takes the pass, takes control. And now, this Assimilate list likes a long round. Bleeding into a list that plays the world's biggest gourd potentially just plays into your opponent's hand, because as you shorten that round, of course, it becomes riskier and riskier. Additionally, you allow the opponent to start thinning and improve their draws. We can see right now Truski has both bombs in hand, he has 1 ale, and he has 1 of everything else, in fact. So his Simless right now has no duplicate targets. However, Nequiz here, if the previous game is to be expected, may well just say, you know what, I have a couple of targets in Arto, I fancy my chances in the long round, I'm going to drop a card and then I'm going to get out here. It's going to be interesting to see what he decides to do. Oh no. Okay, so he takes the Roderick. It's not too bad because of course he can coup into that Roderick and then play a game here for a little bit of extra thinning. And oh, and he gets the Gaved this time. So you would imagine we can see no gourd in hand here. Truski is leaning forward. He's desperately, please no. Please don't take my gourd, sir. I require this dwarf. Please don't do it. What will we see?
Oh goodness.
Oh no.
Well, I don't know who to root for here, but we'll see what happens. We see the diplomacy going, and he gets a Satan now.
It's a bad card for Nequiz, but it does remove some of the value of that leader there. Also thins reasonably well. Nequiz knows he is going to be drawing into his own coup in the next round. Has got the Roderick as an option, lots of choices there. You can see the single rebuke dropping down on Truski's side saying, okay, I'm pretty content right now, I can deal with that. And now my Forest Protector is also active. And as expected, Nequiz was just going for that roll, hasn't instead. Are we going to see the orb come out here? We are going to see the double orb.
Wow, okay, well now, of course, they are both in the graveyard waiting to come out. If we see 2 specials being played, the first will appear on Truski's side. Very nice carryover indeed. But Simlas, of course, not being able to draw 2 orbs now. He'll have to have a different target, if we draw into him, that is.
That's true. I mean, the D-bombs now, if you see the Simless in hand, you're going to want to then mulligan away that option. Okay, and there's the Aniromancy. So are you kicking the 2 D-bombs here, or are you looking at it and thinking to yourself, you know what? if I'm not boosting the Simless on the turn I'm playing the Simless, I'm just giving my opponent an incredible coup, and he has drawn that Simless. Is he going to choose to mulligan it because it's potentially better? He will look through the opponent's list, he will know that Nequiz runs 2 double specials, and he's given him one of them. So does he take the line that he's okay, draws into the Gourd here in hand, so doesn't get the boosted version of that either. It is slightly awkward here for him, but does have access to everything he wants. He can proc that scenario, does have every kind of tutor he wants and knows that scenario will just sit and stick. However, the engine is going to be turned off pretty quickly by spying.
Now, you have access to the deck, or do we still
I do not.
have... We do not, okay, because of technical issues. I don't believe Malcolm Ale was played yet in this game.
So there is double ale available, that's a good point.
That's very nice. So essentially, Trusky will at least hold on to Simlas until 2 locks have come out, and then he can use Malcolm Ale to unlock 2 cards, which is quite nice, especially in this sort of matchup. But in this scenario, like you said, you don't want to give your opponent a card to play. Not only will you have the Echo card coming down on Simlats being able to play him immediately, you also still have a Mage Torturer that is ready to set up spying on any unit it wishes to do so, giving Terra Nova also the option of playing it. Now, that's not the best card you want with Joachim. That's definitely not ideal. I think Nick was definitely... Well, that's how Alchemist works, right? You either high roll and win the game because of it, or you fall on your face and
if you listen to me,
just
yes.
go badly.
It's nice to see the Alchemist not pulling something decent over the line. We see the scenario propped there. You can see the engine not ticking because now the board doesn't just have elves. Venosiel's commando only likes elven friends unless Venosiel is there. So really easy switch off from Nequiz there for that engine, which is going to feel really good. We'll be very happy with that. And also, this is a really, really risky long round. Trusky right now, swarming, creating a lot of cards. Actually, we saw the mulligan away of a Whisperer of Dolblathana, and that was a really nice mulligan for Trusky. He's looking at it and you're thinking, but that's going to play potentially for lots of points. Yes, but your opponent would probably leave that running in this matchup because with the number of spies and the speed that you could potentially clog the board, you could end up denying a good few turns and end up either having to slam Gourd way earlier than you'd like and lose value, or potentially just never get to play it at all, which is really risky. So I really like the choice of mulligan on that one. But I expect here that we may well see a Simless pretty soon to reactivate that Sorcerer.
Yeah, we see the Thand turncoats coming out here. You're very right. Obviously, swarming is a big issue, especially if you do have the Whisper of Dolblathana. I'm curious to see what Isengrim's Council is now going to pull, as it will either get a Dryad or it will get
that is not the choices you're looking for, although it does choose to play on the front row for the exact reason that I just said. And now we see the orbs. That's a lovely set of pairing here. You're going to see what option is going to be given. Where are you going to play those? Because now your whole front row is completely filled
Big
up.
problem. Big problem.
You don't play too many units. Trusky's leader ability is now only going to spawn 1 and pull 1 out of the deck. He needs a space for his Simless, he needs a space for his Gourd, and one other thing. He's going to have to try and get those units down pretty quickly though. Of course, the beauty of the leader ability, he can self-ping to make some space if it comes down to it, and choose not to thin that card. So won't be overly happy with the options he got there. Was probably trying to find something a little different on the elf side, but wasn't to be for him. In fact, I don't believe he had another option now I look at it. He played both Sorcerers, he played both Elven Seers. He actually only runs 1 Whisperer of Dolblathana, so it was in fact the only 2 options he could have pulled anyway, because he runs Maxi in the 5p slot, unlike Nequiz, who runs the Dolblathana Archer, for that very reason, you would imagine.
Yeah, and we see him pinging the Dolblathana Sorcerers there. Very, very nice. It now means they can only play a 3 provision card, and they don't exist. So he essentially, with 1 well-timed ping, got rid of that card's ability. Unless Nequiz is somehow able to give it a boost, it's going to remain inactive now. I very much like that play. Instead of going for the D-bomb, he went for a ping.
and could choose that from Brathens here. May decide instead of creating, it is worth the value to boost this up here. And does take that play, the emissary coming down. Will he is the talent level, he finally gets the orb. He will be happy to see the orb dropping down. Better late than never, 4th time of asking. And does he have the specials, however, to proc it? Doesn't look like it. You can see the one, which is Yennefer, and unless there is another one in his graveyard earlier, don't believe his side there is, then that one is going to stay firmly rooted to the graveyard. Although, Cantarella might have something to say about that. She could also pull something out here.
I mean, hey, anything's possible. We still have Arto, we still have Simlas that hasn't been played yet. So there are some options to get that orb out, though. It's not the end of the world here. I think we have things that are a little bit more troublesome right now, like filling up his side of the board. Goes for Assassination instead, which is quite nice for him, as he doesn't have to commit another unit. Nequist, though, I think is going to try and jam more cards on Trusky's side of the board rather quicker than later, I'd say. We do see the Dutch informant coming down there. That's exactly what I thought. Another Sorceress of Doblathana, definitely going to trigger that orb in the graveyard. But no, Trusky says, no, that's not happening, Nequist.
Yeah, it was never going to allow that to happen with the removal in hand, even though the option to create one was always there, and it's a decent option, of course. For Nequist, I never expected that card to survive long enough to make that worth it. And while the board clog option from Nequist is there for sure, as I say, Trusky actually quite happy that his leader is still available to him and that he can self-ping. He only needs the space for 2, possibly 3 units if uses from the Aneromancy here, probably for the Forest Protector as his third choice. Expect to see that engine insta-denied as well from Trusky with a finely timed rebuke, and he does so, jamming some Blitz Gwent here for Trusky as he twists away.
He is sure twisting away now. The problem here is quite dire, I'd say, for Trusky, merely because A, he doesn't have last say, B, Nequist has 2 toll removal options, one being Yen, one being Vincent. He's purposely keeping that one leader charge, because if you play Gord now, all we do is give it a quick lock and then Vincent it if we've already committed our Yen. And we see him actually opening up board space there, which is interesting. He now does... okay.
That's why
nice.
Gortha into Cantor decides, I would like a guarantee I can pull the Joachim, the synergy between those cards. It is not a YOLO Rella, it is another Cantorella, and it gives you more choices, another Assimilate, and the value for this Arto Terra could you, because the Arto Terra Nova could also here create itself a Sorceress, if I'm not mistaken, which would be enough again to proc if it survives. It will come down to what Trusky does now and which card he commits now.
Yes, he definitely would have to keep his leader charges here. I suspect you're very right here. He's going to have to make sure he can self-ping if necessary, though it might not come down to it. It completely depends. He decides to go with Simlas. Wow. Alright, now...
He knows that, so he can unlock this now. It is available for him to use at 6. He can then boost. Doesn't find the orb he's looking for, though. Could just decide to take some hand buff here. Knows there's only one option, and it is a sized Gord. But as you say, without the last say, it's not the best. As Yennefer firmly sat, and the lock pairing for Vincent is particularly scary.
Yeah, we see Terra Nova coming down now. What is Nequist going to pick here? He goes with the Sorceress, you are correct. And it's a nice option. Of course, Trusky can give it a little ping if he really wants to. I won't be surprised if he does. It really does depend on what he wants to play now. And he goes with Gord. Now, that's not sticking under any circumstances.
And I think, yeah, that's probably the decision he's made. He's decided, you know what, I'm going to fill my board, and I'm going to now make you have the answers, albeit given the lock available to Nequist, he could always open space up on the side. That Yen there is huge. It's going to come down to whose card plays for more here. And if I'm not mistaken, this Aneromancy has the option of a Heat Wave here. Now this heat wave is huge because it's tool removal v tool removal. And the Vincent does not have a very tall target here. And
Vincent
all of a sudden,
a 6 is 9 plus another 3.
Like he has swung this out by a point, no less. Oh my lord! And he is absolutely delighted. Until the very last second, look at the relief and the joy on his face. I don't think he thought that was coming. Plays that really nicely, forcing the gourd down early. Even double tool removal wasn't enough, because there was just one tool card, but look at him, he is delighted to see the passion on his face. A little bit of backwards and forwards there, obviously with a few technical issues, but kept his calm, and he has gone through with a 3-0 win.
Very, very impressive for a first comer. Nequist, of course, also having played very well. Sorry about the disconnect issue. Hopefully we can sort that out the next time he enters into an open. And yeah, just so well played. That was just immaculate. I loved the way he went about doing that, especially with the row space being filled, playing the Whisper in the melee row merely so he has more space in the range row. If that Alchemist high rolled, things might have turned out just a little bit differently. That Joachim drawing a Brocklon Sentinel, not ideal, might have made all the difference actually if he had just a few points more.
Right? Yeah. Maybe just a 1 point difference.
We should buff Alchemist, I think. Not strong enough.
Oh no! Let's move on swiftly from that. Let's not do that. But Truski, a really good performance there, straight through with all 3 lists at the first time of asking. One of them was a disconnect, but it was a list he was very confident with, and if I'm not mistaken, he is standing by right now with Buja to go into more detail about.
I'm here with Truski. Oh, nice loud sigh from you. Congratulations, man. There were unfortunately some technical difficulties, but still.
Yeah, but I think that the game was kind of over anyway. I think my Oracles smurfed once again, and I won on even, and I had all the cards I need. The game, the disconnect didn't matter too much, to be fair.
Yeah, very confident. We've seen you confident even when we were doing the interviews. How do you feel about going against Poisound tomorrow?
To be fair, when I saw all the lineups, I had the impression that I'm unfavored in every one of them. But now I got 3-0, so I'm feeling a bit better. But I think that's definitely gonna be a hard one.
Yeah.
Well, depends much on coin flip, because I'm pretty sure that will be coin is randomized, right?
Exactly. Coin will be redone for tomorrow. We'll see which coin you will land on. Well, congratulations, man! Once again, incredible. Anything you wanna say to the people watching?
Thanks for the support. Especially from our teammates. My teammates, Osmar and Gundrive, did a lot of work, trained this matchup, which I played a lot with me, and that helped me. For example, Engineer looked kinda very bad for me, and it occurred that it was only impression, and I'm actually not that bad spot. And I had all the lines trained in terms of them. So awesome. I'm counting on the head from them to the next series as well.
Awesome,
got carried by teammates.
Yeah, it's really good to have a good teammates to help you, to kind of carry you, but also let you prepare super well for the event. So yeah, congratulations to you and your teammates, and thank you for the interview.
Thanks.
All right, before we go, it's leak o'clock. It's leak o'clock for sure. Let's show it. Let's see it. And it's an art. It's an art that will be coming to the game, most likely with the upcoming expansion. I know it's a little bit early to tease stuff, but I think it's high time to showcase some stuff. Which faction this belongs to, I'll let you guess. I will not tell you anything more. For sure, it's some type of maybe alchemist. I don't know. Looks like a dude that has some vials and is gonna be pouring something into someone's throat, which is doesn't look good. But I'll let you ponder on that and throw it back over to our lovely caster pair. Take it away.
Well, I'm going to give you some advice. Do not drink whatever that man is providing you. Oh my lord, that card art was gruesome. The scarring down that poor man, shackled to the bed. Oh wow. I'm interested to see what that card does.
At first, your attention is sort of drawn to whatever is in the vial, and then you notice there's a human strapped to that table, and that's going down his throat, as Berza put it plainly. Very interesting. I wonder in which function that would fit. I associate poison with Nilfgaard, but then again, we have Blenheim Brothers now in Syndicate, so it can go anywhere. Pure Northern Realms faction, please, CDPR. Keep them wholesome.
Yeah, well, hopefully it won't find its way into there, but wherever it wait to see the artwork. I'm a huge fan of anybody in a monocle, regardless of what they're doing, so you know what? I'm in. I love the card already. But leak aside, Truski has progressed through here. We can take a look at the updated bracket. We can see it was inevitable that he was facing the Big Corn, but we now know it is in fact Poisound versus Truski for the semi-final tomorrow. He comes across very well and very confident for his first tournament here, and he is going to be looking forward to day 2 based on the joy he just had in day 1, I think, Tia.
Oh yes, for sure. I mean, Truski couldn't have been happier. I mean, I can't imagine the excitement you have when you're in your competitive match on screen, that is, and just good for him. Very well played. I hope he gets some rest and preps for tomorrow, and of course he now progresses with a little bit more how can I put it, income for scraps, definitely for scraps. There you can see the difference. Look at that, Truski walking away with the most so far.
Yeah, a massive amount of money for Truski. Of course, as mentioned, the players just for turning up. Nequi's, unfortunately, it hasn't gone his way today, but he has still made nearly $800, and then on top of that, the match stake of another $700. Because Truski sweeps and goes 3-0, he gets the whole pocket, and he is going to feel very, very happy knowing that he's going in another game tomorrow, and he can earn even more. He is going to feel very, very happy. He's going to need to prep, because I'm not sure how he's going to sleep tonight after day 1 performance.
I mean, he has a little bit of an advantage there, merely because he is sort of the underdog here, and we haven't seen him play a lot. We haven't seen his Glastilus in action, really, not his variation, so Poisound won't exactly know if it's a bannable deck or not. But that has been us, folks. Thank you for sticking around, even through the little bit of internet connection problems there on Nequis' side. All in all, it was a good second series, and we're now going over to Shaggy and Wang ID. That's going to be something.
It really is. I mean, that is worthy of final in literally any Gwent tournament. That could be a Masters final quite comfortably. 2 super veterans of the scene, and they're facing off in the quarterfinal. Third one. Your casters for this are Flake and Shinmiri, and it's all of my effort not to mix those names up as I did last time. But we will be back later today, the quarterfinal. We will have Masters Season 2, his champion Piebol taking on Lord Trist later today. But for now, thank you for joining us, guys, and we will send you off to Flake and Shinmiri.
Welcome back, Wang ID. As always, it's great to see the veteran coming back from a solid 3rd place during the last tournament. How hungry are you for the win this time? Tell us.
In the last tournament, I indeed didn't make it to the finals. It was a pretty tough one for me, even though I know that I played well. My opponents were stronger, of course, but I definitely lacked some luck. In this Open, I surely hope to be able to win. But you know how it is in Gwent. Whenever happens, happens. Hopefully, I'll just will be able to play better myself, and that will be enough.
Alright, yeah, hopefully this is gonna be good for ya again. And yeah, as you say, Gwent is like that, right? Sometimes you need some luck to win the game and to win the whole tournament. Alright, another one would be, is there someone in this lineup of players that you would like to play against this time?
Well, look, like Iluka is also participating in this tournament and lost against him last time, so I definitely want revenge and face him once again. But maybe not at the very beginning. Let's keep it for the later stages of the tournament, because in all honesty, he's a really strong player and fought well last time.
很强，上次比赛打的确实很好。
All right, perfect. And the last one, could you tell us why is your favorite card Brewis? I mean, the card is pretty good and one of the strongest monsters decks, but why is it so unique? Is this the ability that you like or the art?
其实我只是主要是觉得比较好玩，因为这张卡它。
Well, one reason I chose it is simply for laughs, because that card actually is really ugly. And apart from that, when I'm playing monsters, I always hope to find it in the opening hand, so I changed my favorite card, Deadman's Tongue, into Brewis to make a little token of good luck for this tournament.
就希望能够摸到它。
All right, that makes sense now. Yeah, it's important. Okay, thanks a lot for this short interview, Wang ID, and hopefully we're gonna meet tomorrow for another part. Good luck today.
Hello and welcome back, Shaggy. It's good to have you back on the player side. Last time we talked, you were actually our analyst at the GWENT World Masters Season 1. And yeah, how different is that being on the player side compared to the analyst?
Hello there, Ryan. It's good to be back as a player again this time. But yeah, I mean, it's quite a big difference, right? As a player, you have to be focused, razor sharp focus all the time. If you slip up once, that might cost you the series, might cost you the tournament. While as an analyst, it's like these short, big moments where you really don't want to mess anything up and where you really want to do the best that you can for that short while. And then it's like pretty long downtimes where you're just watching the games, collecting clips. But yeah, I mean, it was definitely something that I loved doing, and this was a completely new experience for me, and I'm really grateful to have gotten the opportunity to be an analyst at Masters. But yeah, definitely going back to what I'm used to, going back to what I know, competing on the big stage. And yeah, I mean, honestly, I've gotten a taste for the analyst thing, so if there's any more opportunities in the future, maybe you can put in a good word for me. I'd definitely love to be back.
Awesome. Well, if you keep up that passion, definitely a good idea. So, second question would be, now that you're back on the player side, last time you were at the Open this season, you got eliminated or YOLO'd by Forever YOLO in the quarters. So, how's your mentality going into this tournament? Is it like, all right, I just want to make semifinals, or is it like, no, we're going all the way?
Wait, I have to stop you for a second. You say I got YOLO'd? Like, if I beat a few opponents this Open, are you gonna say, hey, you got shagged by Shaggy in the last Open?
maybe.
But yeah, anyways. Yeah, like Open number 3 last year and Open number 1 this year, I got eliminated in quarterfinals both times, which feels pretty bad. Like, I've had consistently very good results on ladder and in qualifiers, so I definitely think, like you say, I want to make semis. No, dude, I want to win this thing. Like, I'm here to win this Open. And I'm really hungry for this win. I hope I can do well. But yeah, at least winning one series is definitely like the main goal I have. But yeah, the win is just something that's, I want it so bad. It also would help me a lot with just qualifying for Masters right away, right? So.
Makes sense. So yeah, I can see that you're willing to go the extra mile to get that victory. One last question. Would you also maybe change your name? Because there's been a few players on the ladder recently that changed their name. And recently, the last Open winner actually found success after changing their name to their respective languages version of Big Corn. So maybe you could change your name to Großer Maiskolben and that would help you win.
Well, I've been not taking part in the whole name changing craze so far, but honestly, if there's any way that this gives me a competitive advantage, I would do it in a heartbeat. I mean, I don't really buy it just yet. Maybe if Gran Mazorca wins this Open, I'll have to change my name for Open number 4.
All right. Well, thank you so much for taking the time for this interview. I'll let you get back to training, and good luck in your games.
Thanks. See you around.
All right, we're back. Shinmiri and Flake are bringing you the third matchup here for Gwent Open number 3 in Season 3. And yeah, it was a rough ride through some of those, but we got through it, and I have just upped the price, Mr. Lionheart, for this magic emergency envelope. Oh yes, I am taking bids on this contingency plan, because when it's Shinmiri and Flake, it's usually a smooth ride apparently, and I'm okay with that. But Shin, you know, we saw some great interviews here. Fantastic. Lots to unpack there in that Shaggy and Wong ID interview session.
Exactly. It's two veterans up against each other. Wong ID, he's actually got a Gwent Open championship under his belt. Shaggy's still searching for that first one. And so we're going to see, what do you guys think between these two powerhouses, Wong ID versus Shaggy Nuts? What did Twitter say? And it's a deadlock 50-50, Flake.
Easy coin flip, no problems. And it's, I mean, frankly, can you really fault it? I think that both players have, you know, they have tournament wins under their belt. They have plenty of tournament appearances. Wong ID, Shaggy. I mean, it ultimately it is frankly a 50-50 in my estimation. Again, I am well known for being completely wrong in any kind of prognostication that I do. The last time that I participated in that kind of, what is it? The you know, when you're guessing like for the prizes of the meteorite powder, I forgot what that's called, but nonetheless,
Divination challenge.
Divination challenge. I went 0 for 4, and then I gave up because forget that noise.
All right, let's jump into the deck list for Wong ID to start. Let's see what he's bringing to the tournament this weekend. It is Line Pockets, Imprisonment, Precision Strike, and Fruits of Yiskit.
Yeah, I'm kind of starting to see a little bit of a trend here, Shidmiri. It seems like these are the 4 factions that a lot of people are really putting a lot of stock into. I mean, starting with Line Pockets, there's really nothing more to get into. We've seen this for a few years now. Line Pockets has just dominated. It's been an incredibly powerful deck. So I think we should just skip to Imprisonment, because frankly, that is the new flavor for Nilfgaard. This Imprisonment Assimilate deck that runs our Terra Nova and a whole bunch of other key pieces here.
Yeah, I love playing this deck on ladder. It is so fun because there are so many different lines that you can take, lines of play that you could potentially take. You need to look ahead and plan what kind of cards you're looking to put spying on and copy with your coup de grace, with your Terra Nova, and maybe even with the Gorthar Gevade Cantarella. Those 2 cards combined can steal a card that your opponent has already played in a previous round that went to their graveyard, and then replay it with the Cantarella. Gorthar Gevade being a really flexible option. One of the best locations in the game right now. You can get Viper Witcher for clogging, Viper Witcher Mentor late in the round if you have Adrenaline for raw points, and potentially Viper Witcher Alchemist, everybody's favorite.
There it is, buddy.
Everybody's favorite card, yeah.
That's the bantha in the room, frankly, is the fact that a card like Viper Witcher Alchemist can absolutely high roll and ruin someone's birthday party. I mean, in all honesty, it can snipe your win condition, and it's all downhill from there. So, you know, but the key here, frankly, is not just the fact that it plays into that Cantarella recurring, potentially a Joaquin for another, you know, a quad Joaquin type of game, but the versatility of it in general is a pick your poison kind of situation. So very key and clutch card there. Shinmiri Precision Strike, this variant here running more of the spell spam type of variant.
Yes, it is the engine scenario version that we saw played in the last series, the last quarterfinal between Chusky and the Quiz. Slightly different card choices. Wong ID choosing to go with a double Dryad's Caress instead of Mahakam Ale, because he has more Dryads in this list. He's got the Fauve with the Isengrim's Council and Call of the Forest as high provision nature cards to pull, and he has the Dunka, which is another threat that you want to answer. Otherwise, Dunka is going to hand buff your other threats out of removal reach.
Yeah, but there's a key piece in this one as well that needs to be answered. I mean, a lot of the times when you can really put your opponent on check when it comes to just jamming in like a 4 or 5 provision card, there's one that's really, really glaring here.
Yeah, and that's Whisper of Dol Blathana, a 5 provision card. Looks pretty harmless at 3 strength, 5 provisions, but when she gets going, she really gets going. She can potentially fill up the entire row with copies of herself. That's 9 times 3, 27 points maximum for 5 provisions if you don't answer her.
Yeah, that's the issue. And if you can time out those orbs properly, you can tutor this out and then jam it on the board. In conjunction with those orbs, I mean, these mofos can spread like elven herpes. It is absolutely disgusting what this can do. And if lined up properly, if all the dominoes are up and ready to fall, this is an absolute tempo beast that is spread out over multiple bodies that all have veils, so you can't bleed them, you can't do much. Now, obviously, the orbs are not going to get the bonus of the vitality on it, but it's still a very, very tricky piece to deal with. And oftentimes, when timed properly with a tutor Shinmiri, that's a card that you can't even stop before it hits the board.
Okay. Yes, so last but not least, we've got the Gurnikor, the Fruits of Yskith list from Wong ID. Is there anything different in this list that we haven't seen so far? It looks pretty standard. She Who Knows, Royal Decree. There's a Megascope down there that can potentially copy like a Griffin or a Self-Eater.
Well, we've seen it in the past, Shinmiri. I mean, the Griffin, we saw 3 Griffins in a graveyard earlier today, which was interesting. But, I mean, the Megascope, usually you're seeing it in terms of a commando-type strategy. You want more of those types of bodies. You've seen it on, like, Shield Maidens. Skellige likes to duplicate their massively huge bodies when necessary at a cheap price. But here it is. I mean, Megascope can get you something big and nasty. I mean, you're going to get another Griffin for 9. You can get a Self-Eater, which in itself can duplicate multiple bodies and present multiple engine pieces that can become problematic. So Megascope in itself is not a bad choice here at 4 provisions that can actually have a significant implications in a long round. So the fact that this exists in the list puts pressure on your opponent to answer those cards that need answering perhaps. Like maybe you don't leave the Griffin up if you can take care of it. Perhaps you have to answer the Self-Eater at 6 because it becomes more of an issue. So it adds a little bit more danger to and I guess a little bit more urgency to answering some of these bronze cards that are otherwise can be left to their own devices.
Yeah, all right, let's move on to Shaggy Nuts lists. Let's take a look at what he's bringing. He's got the same 4 factions, but a little bit of spice in his list. So we've got Line Pockets, Scoundrel version, which we've seen played already today. But just skipping forward, we've got the Imprisonment. What is this? A Masquerade Ball list, Flake. What year is it?
What year is this Masquerade Ball? I thought that was the only way that you can play Nilfgaard competitively, and that has since changed in the past few tournaments. A Masquerade Ball making a lovely appearance to the tournament. No fear of Heatwave for Shaggy, as he's going to go ahead and put all of his eggs in this beautiful party basket. As Masquerade Ball, I mean, Shinmiri, you and I can talk all day about how Masquerade Ball was essentially the focal point of any competitive NG list. But what I want to get to talking about in terms of this imprisonment list is, let's do a quick count here. How many aristocrats can you see in this list? You've got Usurper Officer on third flip. I do believe you have the Fergus. You've got the Thirsty Dame, and then you got the Van Morlem Hunter. You've got 4. So this could be problematic in terms of if you do not find what you need to pop Masquerade Ball the way you want it to go, you might be left high and dry.
Yeah, with only 4 loyal aristocrats, 3.5 really if you count Usurper as a half. It's going to be tricky for Shaggy to save both the ball and the loyal aristocrats for the deciding round. So this is something that he's going to be very aware of. And if you look at the list, like, it's very, very polarized in terms of provisions. The top end, you've got a 15 and 212 provision cards, and very quickly you're only down to 7 provision cards. So he's going to really have to work hard in terms of allocating his resources to the appropriate rounds.
Yeah, worth noting as well, only 2 Mage Torturers, no Turncoats, so you're going to be possibly relying on Fergus to drop some spying on a lot of key pieces that Artaud might be able to finish off and duplicate down the road. But it's Fruits of Ysgius, the other deck that's being brought in here. Again, Relics seem to be the way to play monsters these days. They just basically, they go full throttle, and they don't care about what you're doing to them because they just spit out points like crazy. But there is a very, very glaring oddity in this list that Shaggy's brought to the party.
Yeah, he's the only person so far to bring Renew to this monster list. And you might be wondering, what is this Renew for? What's the most important or what's the highest priority target to play again? That would be 9 provisions or less. So looking back at the deck list, we've got options like Caranthir. Normally you can Caranthir Mamuna or Caranthir Bloody Mistress. That's a 9 provision card. And if you play that in like round 1 or round 2, then later, or even in the same round, if you like somehow consume the Caranthir or he gets killed, you could renew Caranthir for another Mamuna, another Bloody Mistress. And another option would be the 8 provision Idaran. That's also a good renew target.
A wonderful renew target, but hold the phone there. I believe that there's a Ratcatcheress in this list as well. Now, renewing the Ratcatcheress after that Ratcatcheress has essentially been pumped up to 14 points, perhaps. It's beefed up. That can definitely just be another way to slam points on the board if necessary. So Renew has a myriad of options. You can also bring back, if necessary, another Crone after they've all been played for an exceptional point swing if necessary. If you need a boost, if you need some damage, that can help you out as well. But Renew is not necessarily just zeroed in on one particular target. It does have a plethora of options that all have significant impact on how that card is going to change the game. Precision Strike Shinmiri, Feign Death version.
Feign Death version, but it's got something spicy in there. I see a Vanadane. What does Vanadane do? This is a new card that just came out with the last expansion.
Well, you can see that, first of all, he is just not having any of that pitchfork. That pitchfork was probably out there to harvest some of the corn. That seems to be the theme of this tournament. But no, Vanadane is going to go ahead and move 2 cards from your hand to the bottom of your deck. So it's adios, goodbye, and exchange them for Waylays. But at the same time, Shinmiri, whenever you play a Waylay, Deathblow or not, you're getting a bonus Elven Deadeye. So there's also a little bit of an extra tap on this, because what if you want to go ahead and suddenly mulligan those cards away, and eventually your Simloss might be coming in for 4 Waylays, because you got 2 already swimming in the deck. So Vanadane has a 6 for 7. It's a fairly cost-effective card in terms of you're not giving up much to fit it in, but this could have immense implications either on the final chapter of something like Feign Death, or just by swapping out and fixing your hand if necessary.
Yeah, I think you hit it on the head there. You probably want to be playing Vanadane to trigger the second chapter of Feign Death, so that when he comes down, you immediately play a Waylay from hand, or not from hand, from the scenario, which gives him that extra Elven Deadeye to spawn, so that he kind of plays as like a 9 for 7 plus creating the additional Waylays. Just very flexible card. There was also a Necromancy in Shaggy's list, which is very useful for resurrecting like a Whisper while playing a special at the same time to kind of start triggering the orb chains.
Yeah, so again, if you can have all your orbs ready to go, you have 2 or 3 in your graveyard. One of them's got 1 on the timer, a 2, a 3, or whatnot. Suddenly, maybe that is just the cheaper version to just go ahead and resurrect the Whisperer. Whisperer comes out, hits the board. You got 3 triggers, 2 or 3 triggers of your orbs. It's just another way to recur one of those key pieces if necessary. It's another tutor effect that allows for that domino effect of the orbs into the Whisperer, into that massive spread of bodies on the board. So this can get really out of control very fast. Shaggy is a little bit more creative in terms of how he bring in Vanadane. So again, use that Twitch observer, friends, because once that Vanadane hits the board, you're going to kind of be wondering what this guy does again, because every now and then something new and exciting happens, and you got to get the exact details as to how it works. Bans are live. Here we go. Shaggy, Wong ID. Both of them are going to be seeing a ban, and it looks like Wong ID's got locked out of that line pockets. I guess there's kind of no surprise there, but in this case, Wong ID wants nothing to do with that Precision Strike list, so we're not going to get to see that Vanadane move. Unfortunately, Shinmiri, I was very excited to see that, but it's a no-go.
Yeah, unfortunately, but on the flip side, I'm very happy that we're going to get to cast the Imprisonment Assimilate list from Wong ID this time around, and that list is not banned. Shaggy respecting the line pockets this time around. So we've gotten a good variety of bans so far in this tournament. We've seen Syndicate bans, Scoia'tael bans, Monster bans, and a Nilfgaard ban earlier too.
Yeah, it's a nice array. I guess it's in terms of deck building and what you're anticipating your opponent is going to bring to the party, targeting specific decks. Sometimes it's just a matter of banning what you think is going to be most powerful, and other times you just tailor your list to target certain other lists and leaving it vulnerable to one, and you scrub it out. So if Wong ID, I mean, a lot of people are feeling that perhaps Scoia'tael might be the weakest faction in this particular meta, in this tournament scene. But in this case, Wong ID is just perhaps left himself vulnerable to that particular style of list and is not interested in it. He might have even just seen the list and said, you know what, I have no, if this was more of a no unit kind of thing, I might be more okay with it. But this is a more of an Elven spam thing. Vanadane, all kinds of nonsense. You got the scenario, not having it, just get rid of it, stamp it out, move on. That's how it goes.
Yeah, so I'm very excited to jump into this series between two of the best players in the game right now, Shaggy Nuts versus Wong ID. This is going to be some high-level gameplay series.
Well, they're both, they've both got wins under their belt. Their tournament pedigree is off the charts. As we mentioned in those interviews, is the fact that Shaggy was an analyst for a previous tournament. So clearly there's some high-level, brainwaves going on with him, and he's here with a fresh outlook in terms of some of the cards that are being selected, little out of left field selections. Vanadane for one, Renew. And when you and I were looking over these lists, we're like, where's Renew hitting? And the more that we spoke about it, you and I, Shimiri, the more that we were picking out targets that actually made a lot of sense. It started off with, well, obviously it's Caranthir. And then it was like, well, is it really Caranthir, or could it possibly be the Iteran? Is it just Iteran? Because what if there's like a 13 or 14 point Ratcattress in the graveyard? But then again, what if you need 6 or 8 points of damage out of one of your Crones? So
yeah,
there's a myriad of ways to play it.
Very, very flexible card, but also very expensive. It's coming at the cost of the She Who Knows slot that we've seen a lot of these monster players play. So without She Who Knows in Shaggy's version, it might not be as much of a red coin deck as some of the other players, because you're no longer having that She Who Knows uninteractive play in round one after your opponent passes on blue.
I mean, if you're kind of playing scared to a degree where you have to play your She Who Knows after an opponent passes, sometimes that limits your gameplay ability, where, maybe slamming 10 points to get ahead on even is not the greatest play because you're leaving it vulnerable to an easy removal, a Yen's Invocation, God knows what. If that's just off the table, then there's no worries, right? Then you can just go ahead and freewheel and make the most optimal play every time without having to protect that 13 provision bomb that you want to drop on the board. So there are certainly options. There are certainly ways to do it. And, Shaggy is somebody who, has brought in a few spot checks of interesting cards here and there. And ultimately, it's going to come down to, obviously, how the games roll out. And I think that the fact that he has been matched up with arguably one of the best players in Gwent history, in Wong ID, this is an immense test. So we're going to see if his creativity, if his read on what the tournament meta would be, plays out.
Yeah, exactly. Shaggy has some of the more unique techs so far that we've seen in the tournament, with Renew in Monsters, Ball in Nilfgaard, Vanadane, Scoia'tael, and I guess Scoundrel's not so super unique since we saw Grand Mazorca bring him earlier, but also Scoundrel can be very, very instrumental in doing things like bricking a potential Mamuna.
Right. Just yoinking that card out there and just getting rid of it before it has an impact on the board is crucial, especially when you can pick up something like a Kikimor worker that, you're putting a bounty on it, but you only need 4 clicks of the button to get rid of it and earn the 7 profit versus anything else. So 12-point body as well is quite robust. Let's just be fair here. It's a card that when I saw it, I was thinking, is this a little overtuned? I mean, you're digging into your opponent's deck, you're getting rid of some of their cards that perhaps they want, and you're just scrubbing them out before your opponent can even say goodbye to them. So, but I mean, the fact that it is not in every deck has kind of been a little bit of a telltale sign that maybe it's not OP. It's just it's positioned in certain variants of that particular list. So it's a flavor choice for sure. It's not like it's nobody's going to say no in a line pockets list to drill. No one's going to say no to any kind of syndicate list to Horson Jr., right? So this is more of a pick your poison scenario, and it's some, but for some it's their flavor, for others it's not.
Yeah, and Scoundrel was a card when it was first revealed. There was some worry by some people in the community that it was going to be too strong, and I feel like now a few weeks into it, we can say that it's a good card, but it's not insane, and it has downsides as well because in a short round where you don't have that many coins, you could potentially be pulling out a bronze card that you just don't have enough coins to kill and actually get value from that bounty. And it's one of the few cards that goes super tall in that line pockets crimes archetype at 12 strength. Other than that, you would only have maybe Sea Jackals if you spend a lot of coins on them, or like the Witchfinder is the next tallest thing at 7.
Well, I mean, tall removal is something that a lot of these decks is running, whether it be a Heatwave, and there's a Scoia'tael list that are running a Geralt Pro for a lot of the time. Otherwise, I mean, 12 points means nothing when you're just outpointing your opponent, as the Scoia'tael list tends to want to do for a lot of it. Shaggy Scoia'tael list wants to just spam a lot of spells and then drop I mean, what's the biggest gourd you've seen in one of those perfectly tuned spell decks? I mean, 24 points? 25 even potentially. You've seen them get really tall back in the day when you're posting on Reddit or whatever and saying I got an 18-point gourd. Well, it's like, cool story, bucko. That is so old news, because a 20 or plus point gourd is basically the new hotness. And if that's not what you're pulling out of that 7 provisions, I mean, we're talking about how Mamuna is maybe a little overtuned, and here we are now talking about 24 points for 7 provisions. Now obviously there's a lot of work that goes into it, but hey man, you just jam it in there, and it's just feeding a gourd based on cards that you're playing anyways.
Yeah, so going into this, we've got Wong ID on blue coin versus Shaggy on red coin. I'm trying to think like which of these decks that they are likely to prioritize for their given coins. Wong ID has blue coin, and his most blue coin deck would probably be his Scoia'tael deck, I think. Because those Scoia'tael deck wants like the stratagem to help protect the engines like Dunka, like Sorceress of Doblathana, for example. So that's the deck that I would expect most from Wong ID on blue coin for game number 1. The other decks are kind of flexible. Syndicate typically likes red coin to be able to kind of just get some coin carryover, pull out the boat. Nilfgaard, his Imprisonment and Assimilate list really likes being reactive. It doesn't have a ton of proactive plays. So I think that also likes red coin. And the She Who Knows, of course, red coin.
Yeah, the She Who Knows, again, red coin there. I mean, it's not that Monsters doesn't want to play proactively. It's just the fact that you want that red coin cushion wherein you're playing the She Who Knows in a safe space. After your opponent has passed, you can drop it in there, and it can't be effed with. So, yeah, but when you're looking at it, Nilfgaard, frankly, is going to be your red coin selection for sure. Because, I mean, as someone who's put in a lot of games with that list in the past few days, one of the worst things that I've encountered is just when you're there and you're playing a Dead Man's Tongue onto a Djinn, and you're just crossing your fingers that does not get punished. And it's a tough go, but basically, I mean, looking at it with the Mage Torturers, the Fatted Turncoats, these are all cards that you want to be able to pair up with something on your opponent's side. You want to start messing with their game plan before you set up yours, because it's a completely reactive deck. Yeah, so looking at this, I would suspect the She Who Knows and the Monsters and Monsters and Nilfgaard are probably going to be what comes in red coin. If there's ever a situation where that you can get that Nilfgaard through on a red for sure. I mean, it needs that red coin. I feel it just needs your opponent to go first. It needs stuff to touch.
Yeah, I've been in that situation where you just run out of proactive plays. You then used to get forced to play like your Turncoats or your Mage Torturers on an empty board, and then eventually you're like deep into the round and your Terra Nova still has nothing to copy. It's a horrible feeling.
Well, c'est la vie, man. That's Gwent. You can't have it every single way. I mean, that's why things sort of kind of lean towards control eventually. When new cards come out, Shinmiri, I feel like everybody's just trying the new stuff. They get very greedy with their builds. It's all these big, massive boards, and eventually, if people can't figure out a way to curtail it to sort of reel it in. There's this hyper shift and correction towards control, and suddenly precision strike and these no unit decks come through in order to just keep these things in check. Whereas a deck and a list like monsters really can be very resilient to that kind of hyper control, just based on the sheer amount of just beef that they slap onto the board that you have to answer.
Right now, you've got cards like Whisper of Doblathana that needs to be answered. Otherwise, it potentially can get 27 points by filling the row. You've got Self Eaters that can multiply itself so many times and start getting like 4, 5, 6 points per relic. And if you can shut that down straight away, then there's no copies and it's just very, very clean and potentially only plays for 6 points. So removal is super valuable right now because of how much value some of these threats and engines can get.
Yeah, and the players right now are just getting ready and getting set to get into the game. They're doing their final stretches, taking their notes. And I guess Shaggy is still figuring out whether he wants to change his name to some corn-related nonsense. We don't know. Who knows? I mean, it's perfectly a viable strategy, I guess. I mean, for those who are superstitious, Poisound changed his name to Grand Mazorca and made it through 3-1. Not bad. So I guess the hypothesis is still in check.
It's still alive. Yeah, it's possible. Oh my god, if Grand Mazorca wins this tournament, we're gonna see everybody changing their name to Bighorn. But I'm getting something here. Apparently, we will have to throw to Berja for a little bit, and we're going to be going to a short technical break, but we will be right back very soon.
Well, it's me again. Well, I am the bearer of good news and bad news and leaks. So, leak you saw, good news you probably got in the beginning. So now it means that it's probably the bad news. So we need to take another technical break. We have a problem connecting with the players. So yeah, we'll be back soon, TM, once again. Hopefully it will be as quick as it was previously. So yeah, see you later.
All right, here we go. Game number 1 between Shaggy and Wang ID.
Just like that, man. Just kaboom. Right in your kitchen. We don't even give you an intro. We're just right into the action because I know that's what you guys want to see. Wang ID on blue coin with Nilfgaard, making you and I look completely foolish, Shinmiri. What's up with that?
Well, he's got 3 blue coins potentially, so he's gonna have to assign something else other than Scoia'tael to blue coin, and gonna take his chances versus the red coin monster deck. I like this. This Nilfgaard deck can potentially copy so many strong cards from monsters because like stuff like Self Eaters, you can start playing a lot of relics after you copy Self Eaters. Let's see how Wang ID handles this matchup.
Now, what's beautiful here is that on red coin, Shaggy does not have that She Who Knows, so Wang ID can not have to worry about, that carryover potential after the pass. So Wang ID here coming through, and Furcart into the Dead Man's Tongue here is it's a twofer. You're drawing a card, cycling a little bit. You're also thinning out a little bit of the garbage and cards that you perhaps are not going to find much value for. As right there, a 4 and a 5 are just scooped away. Furcart standing tall now. Furcart's got a very interesting additional ability, Shinmiri. Every time that you play a special card, it's going to go ahead and randomly assign Spying. So if that manages to stay on the board, you can play things like, your Imperial Diplomacy, and you can go ahead and get the Spying. But I think what you want to do first here is likely establish some of those assimilate engines, like the Torturer.
Yeah, potentially. And Wang ID, decides, doesn't need the Furcart to get Spying immediately, just wants to play him for tempo and thinning, maybe looking to try to establish a good lead in this round.
Right, and I mean, in all honesty, the proactivity could have been problematic. I mean, you could maybe hit your Menno into a Tourney Joust, but then you're not using Tourney Joust to perhaps remove something on their side. Mage Torturer without a target feels a little bit meh. And I mean, ultimately, you're just trying to look for some proactive avenues here. And there goes the Mage Torturer. So it's going to give Spying, and again, loading starting to load the chamber there for Arto Terra Nova. There's one option already, and there he is. There's the Foot Fetishist right there, ready to go, ready to split. Not an easy out here, given the fact that it's at 6, and it's not easy to deal with that.
Yeah, so we'll see if Wang ID respects this enough to maybe use a leader charge to lock it, or perhaps even, he could even potentially tutor, a Tourney Joust to hit it down to 2 so that it can't split. Those are some options, but I imagine he'll probably want to save the Menno for something like Coup de Grace, which is still in the deck.
Coup de Grace is probably going to be a major priority here. I could even see perhaps using your leader ability, getting the Coup de Grace, and actually duplicating the perhaps the self-eaters, if necessary. That could be there. It also allows you to actually wheel in with that Coup de Grace to come back later. In this case, it is the Coup de Grace, and it's going to happen on the Griffin. Fascinating. That's the beauty of dropping Spying on them. Again, the fact that you have the Conspiracy option, if you use Coup de Grace on anything with Spying, you'll get an instant duplication. A lot of people have just been conditioned, Shinmiri, to bring something down to 3 in order to hit it. Or they just think, well, I got to drop it on my own Spy. Well, that's a Spy, and that can work out just nice, as Wang ID is just going to, get out of there before things get out of hand, as Shaggy has gotten to Sabbath. So it could get ugly down the road if Wang ID was to, keep into this round.
Yeah, so Wang ID decides to, play 3 cards and pass just to protect his card advantage, not lose on even, and gives up the round control to Shaggy. And maybe Wang ID feels like he's favored enough in the long round that he doesn't need round control. In the long round, Gurnikora and, monsters in general can be super scary, but this Nilfgaard list has multiple control tools. It has a strong long round of its own because of the capability of copying Shaggy's cards, as well as the potential threat of flooding Shaggy's board with spies so that he doesn't have any space to play his later cards.
There's a big one right there, the Remedy. That is a massive card in this case because you're going to be scooping out a piece that your opponent may want to go ahead and target with Mamuna. The difference is that that Foot Eater has already been duplicated. So there are multiple copies in that graveyard. So even scooping one out of the graveyard is not enough, as Mamuna can find another target for that and get the effect anyways. So tough go in there. So Wong ID has options. But the beautiful part about this, Shinmiri, and I've said this in the past, is the best way to beat monsters as Nilfgaard is to play monsters. So, I mean, Nilfgaard play. It's not about my cards and your cards. It's about my cards and our cards. That's basically
exactly.
That's the Nilfgaard motto.
Nilfgaard is a communist country, I guess. What's yours is mine, and here we go. Shaggy with the Idaran opener, playing the Idaran before utilizing the leader in order to get the extra fruits of Yiskith, Gurnicora's fruit token. And now he's got 2 of them thriving and potentially giving more boosts to Gurnicora later down the road. An immediate lock by Wong ID onto that Idaran, and yes, he begins stealing, pilfering bronze units from Shaggy's graveyard, taking the 5 strength Self-Eater to start.
I love this because think about this. If if Shaggy does not respond here with Mamuna to bring out that other Self-Eater to pull the other one out of the deck, you got another remedy ready to go. And that remedy is going to play onto the ability of this particular Self-Eater. This Self-Eater is going to get boosted, so I think that Shaggy knows that there's a potential that another one's coming in. Karanthir onto Mamuna is likely the play here, though Idaran bonus is not online. We're going to go ahead and get that Self-Eater out of there, rescue that potential. No, he's going to go and get the go for the value points here and really push the tempo, and Wong ID has a decision to make here. Does he just kind of... Is this a situation, perhaps, Shinmiri, where you're playing your other remedy to just limit the further Mamuna value? You know that it's there. You know that it's in the hand.
You could, but Wong ID doesn't know which one he should take. Like, he thinks that the Gan Kane is a potential target as well for Mamuna, but doesn't know that Shaggy actually drew into the second copy of Gan Kane on his last mulligan. But still, this is a still disgusting remedy target because Gan Kane strengthens herself, and now she's strengthening herself again with the Relic Pocket that the Self-Eaters made. So that was a 13 plus 2, 15-point play on that 5 provision remedy. This really goes to show you how strong Nilfgaard is totally based on the strength of your opponent's cards right now.
And it's a situation now where basically Shaggy's board is presenting a mess of problems for Wong ID. What Bloody Mistress does so good that we mentioned earlier is the fact that it presents itself as a big body, but it's also 3 engine pieces that you need to answer. And Wong ID is, leaning on one more leader charge. Where does that leader charge go? What are you trying to lock up? Because, you might be able to lock up that Bloody Mistress, but then that removes it from a potential of Yen's Invocation. So we're going to scoop that out. It might be a situation now where Wong ID might be looking to use that leader ability to maybe just curtail a Piggy, a Witch Apprentice in this case.
Yeah, potentially. The Invocation on the Gurnicora means that Wong ID can Joachim to get that Gurnicora off the top of his deck and play him in this round if he wants to. And the Gurnicora, because of the hotfix, she won't change power when she transforms back and forth. So if she does transform, she doesn't lose the boost that the Joachim would put on her. So that hotfix actually coming into play here and making it better for Wong ID in this niche situation.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and get that right away. Jam that on the board. Lots of points.
He needs to play that. Yeah, he needs to play that range row so that he actually doesn't get Sabbath. Normally you want Sabbath when you play Gurnicora, but you'd be playing Bloody Mistress from hand. Here, Wong ID is playing Gurnicora, the already transformed version. So without Sabbath, she will transform back into Bloody Mistress, and then next turn, once Wong ID gets the Sabbath, the Bloody Mistress transforms into Gurnicora, spawning the 2 fruits and starting to act as an engine.
And she is such a teacher's pet when it comes to like special rules. It's like, okay, you want to Karanthir? She's not going to change her power. You want to bring her out and transform her with Joaquin? She's not going to change her power. Everything else, maybe possibly, but leave her alone because she's got stuff to do. As we see here now, it's establishing that Sabbath that's going to be important for Wong ID to present an engine piece of his own. And in reality, Shinmiri, typically when you have all of those assimilated engines on the board ready to go, something like a card perhaps like Brothen's into something like Witch Apprentice can be an immense amount of points. However, in this case, you don't have that, but you do have this small army of Foot Eaters that are going to be just giving so much extra love here because there comes the Witch Apprentice and the Piggy. I smell bacon. I also smell a wonderful engine. But do you have Sabbath?
I think he does. He has 29 points in the front row right now, thanks to all those Self-Eaters getting 4 points a turn now from playing a Relic. And yeah, the Relic train is not going to stop for Wang ID here. He's got Arturius potentially to copy something with Dutch's Informant, and he's got Arto Terra Nova. What can Terra Nova copy at this point? It actually, I think that Terra Nova can only copy a Griffin and like a Fruit. I don't remember if Wang ID played a Torturer in round 1.
Yeah, Feast or Famine. He played a Torturer, and I believe the Torturer targeted the Griffin, and that's all you can really get. There was no turncoats, there's no nothing. But take a look at this. I mean, Wang ID playing more monster cards than Shaggy's
monster player. Yeah, exactly.
It's obscene how this has happened. But like again, that's the strategy. How do you beat monsters as Nilfgaard? You play monsters. It's just simple as that. Keep in mind, you do have 2 points of tick on the Witch Apprentice in the front row, and you've got another 2 points of tick on the Bloody Mistress. So 8 points coming. A card and two end of turn situations can be big, but oh boy, here comes
the Alchemist. What's it gonna get?
What can you pick up?
Renew? No, he renews in hand. Gets the Self-Eater. That's pretty good. Self-Eater is pretty good because that is the backup Mamuna target now. Gan Kane is no longer a Mamuna target because the first one was stolen from Remedy.
That's right.
The Self-Eater was the last one, I think. And then there's maybe Piggy. No, Piggy now. In round 3, you can Mamuna Piggy. But that's not super ideal because it's low base strength and it takes Sabbath to actually activate. So it's going to be kind of a late engine.
A lot of the times, Shinmir, you're playing that Mamuna to actually develop a lot of bodies and points to get to Sabbath. You'll play Mamuna onto, a Self-Eater to pull out another Self-Eater. Turn after that, perhaps you drop a Bloody Mistress off the split Self-Eaters. You have Sabbath, and it's off to the races. In this case, bringing out the Piggy, at the very least, Shaggy has an option for it that makes sense. The difference is that it's going to take some development in order to get there, and Wang ID might be in a situation where he's just going to outpace him. You still have Terra Nova, you still have your Arturius Vigo, you've got you have a Duchess, you have an Imperial Diplomacy, and you've got another clip of your Joaquin. So Wang ID here is feeling quite good. He played Nilfgaard in round 1, played monsters in round 2, and it might be a hybrid round here when it counts.
Yeah, and funny that you mentioned another clip of Joaquin. You can do that with the Cantarella and Gorthar Gavade if you want to, but you don't have to take Joaquin. You could take one of the golds that is actually in Shaggy's graveyard, like a Mamuna is already in there. Like, Wang ID could actually play that Mamuna onto something like Mage Torture. There's a Mage Torture in graveyard and a Mage Torture in deck. That could be very, very powerful. We'll see what he decides to do. So this is why this Nilfgaard list is so fun to play, because there are just so many options.
The Wispus is going to come through again with the sisters giving her a little bit of a basis for that power strength. 6 points of damage. Getting rid of the Self-Eater is a nice way to get rid of a potential threat. And now typically you'd think that if that was on any other board, that's not that big of a deal. But the fact remains that Nilfgaard could go ahead and create more relics, steal more relics, and play your deck better than you can in certain cases. As Wang ID now is back to square one, got to decide what they want to do. Vigo into a Duchess feels bad. You're spawning yourself a fruit, and that's not what you want to see. This might be a situation perhaps where you have to go ahead and actually get the Gorthar Gavade going and just pull the Joaquin and just maybe roll the dice on that.
Yep, potentially. I think he's choosing what to put on top of Shaggy's deck. It is the Joachim, as you say. So we're gonna have a little bit, because he doesn't know what's on top of his deck. This could be a Vincent, this could be an Assimilate. It is the Torturer putting Spying on the Crone. So now that's another option for Terra Nova. But Wang ID hasn't played any Crones himself yet, so the first Crone is only going to be doing 2 damage.
Yeah, it's but a lot of the times it's just a matter of actually getting these bodies on the board. That might have been better off as perhaps a Mage Torturer, given the fact that the Assimilate value off of every other card in your hand would be, would pay significant dividends. But also, I think it's just a good matter to just add extra options for the Arto Terra Nova.
Yeah, Shaggy here, playing the Imperial Diplomacy that was given to him by the Gorthric Evade, and takes a Nilfgaardian Knight, 6 points. Not super impressive. And there's no way to actually punish this super tall unit, right, in Shaggy's list.
I don't think there is.
No such thing as like a heat wave or anything like that.
Nothing going on but the rent when it comes down to all these points. It's kind of what you see is what you get. And one tick of the turncoat, again, just a 2. It's a 1-point engine, but there's a lot of spies that are going to be showing up, so it's potentially going to be a lot more damage than at face value. Much like the Elven Swordmaster, right? Whenever you play an elf, you get an extra tick. This is the same type of situation, but with spies. Here comes Vigo, and the good news here is that Vigo actually has a body that makes sense, and I might even drop this on the fruit, given the fact that the higher that the fruit is, the less option you'll have. Yeah, there it goes. You know,
good
bringing
play.
that up takes away potential options for further.
In this case, making it more difficult to thrive could mean that the 2 points of boost that you gave your opponent aren't actually, you know, you're not actually losing those points. Like, they might have gotten those points anyways, potentially. So, Shaggy does have the 6-point body, though, to thrive the fruit to a 6, but Maxi in round 3, not exactly what you like to see.
No, there is no round 4, at least not in this patch, ladies and gentlemen. Who knows? Maybe that's a leak coming up. We don't know. 5-round Gwent coming down the pipe? We don't know. But yeah, we've got one of the assimilate engines is on the board. You still have one lock coming through. I would suspect that lock is going to make short work of potentially a Witch Apprentice as soon as it comes through. Wang ID knows that there's a Mamuna in hand and knows that the only viable target is going to be that Piggy. So I think that's basically what it's locked and loaded for, and still getting work done. I mean, is this just another situation, Shinmiri, where you perhaps just drop a Duchess clone?
He's gonna go for the second Joachim. Gets the Vincent, okay. I mean, it's not amazing. It's like an 8-point Vincent, but the Joachim still adds a lot of value to that card. So, yeah, it's still good. He's got Wang ID now with a 12-point lead, down a card, but still with a leader charge. This game is looking pretty close. Shaggy has a couple of options on this renew. I don't think he will take a Caranthir or an Adaran at this point, because Caranthir onto a second Mamuna, he only really has one Mamuna target, which is the Piggy, right? Unless this Kikimori worker gets killed, then he would have a second one. So maybe Shaggy playing the Kikimori worker out first to kind of test the waters and see.
Take it. Give it to
yeah. You want to kill this? Yeah. This is a juicy 4-point damage for 7 value. If you want to take it, then I'm gonna play a second Mamuna.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like that guy who's trying to sell you his PlayStation 5 for like $50. No, it's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with it. Please take this. All right, blue coming in. We're going to go Terra Nova. The options are, less than ideal. You don't want the Griffin here to go ahead and cannibalize your own board, so we're just going to go ahead and get a Crone. And like you mentioned, Shinmiri, Wang ID is playing Nilfgaard. Even though he's played a ton of monster cards, he hasn't played any Crones yet, so it's just coming in for 8. But again, a little extra help off the Terra Nova and the Vigo. The Assimilate triggers are going to happen, so an extra 2 points of happiness off that play.
Yeah, and at this point, with the worker surviving, I think Shaggy is going to have to commit to the idea that Renew is probably just going to be... His next best card would be a Crone, which is still great, right? 14-point Renew on the Crone. Like we said at the beginning when we were analyzing the deck, there are just so many options for Renew here that it's very difficult for this Renew to actually be bad in the deck.
Yeah, no, Renew can definitely find some value off of one of those Crones. Again, it's kind of stacking. You've played 3, so you get even more bonus. It's
at the same time, you kind of want to get that Piggy soon, because there's not that many turns left, and so the Mamuna into Piggy is running out of time to grow.
Yeah, 8 points of damage. There it goes. It's going to have to be Mamuna into Piggy, but you've got a 5-point deficit here. You got to get that engine ticking, and you know that there's still there's still some stuff to deal with. I think that the problem here, I think for Shaggy, is as soon as that piggy shows up, that Duchess is gonna come in and say, "I got one too." It's
that's true.
So it's just gonna counteract that play. In fact, it's going to one up it. You're donating a point, but the double assimilate triggers are gonna just make it that your pig is a little bit better.
Yep, the Wong ID with the Imperial Diplomacy finding that 7-point Kikimori worker, not too shabby, and triggering all the assimilate on his board.
Mamuna, one target to go, and now's the time to pull the trigger on that, I feel. I mean, you can drop the Gankan, but you do not have the pocket you want. So playing the Mamuna into the piggy gives you a little triplicate there, 3 crones in a row, and finding a nice space for that Gankan to come through with the extra Thrive trigger. But then again, 3 points of damage left in hand. That lock has been rather, punchless. It's not about the lock at this point. It's the 3 points of damage that it represents. Given the fact that, well, you know what? If the pig comes out now, you just shut it down.
Yeah, but it's still going to get at least 1 turn of growth, since the Sabbath will be online right away. Let's see if Shaggy decides to... I mean, you could take the 9-point Griffin as well, but Shaggy does decide to go with the piggy. That's going to be a 12-point play from the Mamuna, still not too shabby. But it is going to be a really close game here.
Yeah, the good news for Wong ID is, I mean, the decisions-making situation is basically straightforward here. It's lock Piggy, get rid of the engine, clone Piggy, get that.
Oh, it's not even Piggy at this point. I think the worker is actually better. The Piggy's only gonna play for 6.
Yeah, no, you're right.
The worker's a 7. So you got to squeeze out every single point you can get here. And then you get the assimilate on the 2 units. You're up by 14. I don't think this Gankane is going to be enough. Gankane plays for 9 Thrive plus 1. It's a 4-point game, ladies and gentlemen, and Wong ID squeezes out game number 1 of quarterfinal number 3.
Yeah, quarterfinal number 3 is off to a wonderful start here, as we saw that Nilfgaard list just come through. Again, you play Nilfgaard in round 1, you play monsters in round 2, and you mix it up in round 3. Keep things interesting, as Shaggy over there, unfortunately, was kind of up against the wall when it came to that, Jason Momoa option there did not quite work out. You couldn't go dig into the graveyard and find exactly what you needed, given the fact that basically there was a lot of digging through that graveyard with those remedies, as Wong ID was really tampering with, he just kind of made a quick visit to the morgue and messed up a few things. So it wasn't as clear cut for Shaggy as he perhaps would have wanted in that case.
Yeah, oh god. Wong ID stealing that 9 strength Gankane from Shaggy's graveyard and playing a 13 in between the 2 self-feeders. That was a really powerful play, and denying that as a Mamuna target, I think that's what won him the game there.
Basically, I mean, let's be honest, when you're playing a card out of your opponent's graveyard that they want to perhaps recur later on or use later on, and you're playing it for 13 points of value, keep in mind that it was not just 13 points like free and clear. You had to actually first steal the you had to steal the Foot Eaters first. I mean, you had to set that play up. But yeah, you really you handcuffed the Mamuna from getting optimal value, and ultimately, let's be fair here, 4 points in that matchup. That it felt a little bit more lopsided than what it actually was in reality here. I mean, we saw all the fireworks in round 2, stuff like Bloody Mistress, etc. Those were all dumped in round 2. Round 3, it was a little bit more technical.
Yes, exactly. A lot of micro gameplay on show there in the 3rd round, just like both players trying to maximize their points. Here we go. See if they can do it better in this game. It is Nilfgaard Ball versus Fruits of Yuskith Monster Relics. Nilfgaard Ball playing on blue coin. Let's see what Shaggy can do with this.
Well, the Wong ID in this case does have She Who Knows, so taking advantage of that red coin in this case. No She Who Knows in hand, but you do have that Royal Decree. Royal Decree most recently getting buffed to 9 provisions, which is a nice little it's a little bit more optimal than perhaps Naglfar was, given the fact that these monster lists play a lot of bodies. So all your golds are likely just going to be meat that you slap onto the board. Shaggy in this case, yeah, Masquerade Ball is a pretty big card, no doubt there, and the poison is going to get a lot of value off of a lot of those tall units. The issue is, can you find value with that sort of secondary, that secondary win condition you got going, which is like Arto and Assimilate? I would suspect that this might be a situation where you kind of bully with the Assimilates in one round, you get a lot of points that way, and maybe you close it out with a Masquerade Ball, Usurper, Fergus style thing. So we'll see how this goes, but this is usually a nice opener. I mean, Blightmaker was the talk of the town last tournament, and it's been relatively quiet in this tournament.
Yeah, we've seen some Nilfgaard lists not play Blightmaker Mage Assassin. This one with Masquerade Ball does, and Shaggy luckily draws both Blightmakers and 0 Mage Assassins in round 1, so he's been able to thin these guys out and increase his chances of drawing his key cards later and not have to worry about bricking these later. But he doesn't have the Dead Man's Tongue. That's the other key card you're looking for as Nilfgaard, trying to get your thinning and consistency in round 1. While Indy, on the other hand, has the Royal Decree for the She Who Knows. So Shaggy is we'll see what he does, if he wants to fight for this round or not. I feel like as the Masquerade Ball player, you don't want to be in a position where your opponent can push you in round 2, because then that's when you have to make the really tough decisions. Do you start playing your Masquerade Ball and allowing them to pass on it? Do you start playing your big aristocrats like Usurper and Fergus and then maybe run out of aristocrats in round 3 even if you manage to preserve the ball?
Is there a consideration here where you lock that Foot Eater and perhaps use your coup de grace on it, given the fact you don't have Joaquin? Oh, hello. So we are going to lock it, and we are going to coup de grace.
Yeah, this is going to be a fur cart into a coup as well.
Shamir, I've played this game once or twice, man. I could kind of say every now and then, even a broken flake is right twice a day.
And it's perfect because Shaggy managed to thin out his bricks before taking the extra card draw from Fur Cart. So no chance of drawing into those Mage Assassins now. Gets an Emissary, which isn't the best, but it's a playable card.
Well, it's certainly playable, of course. Again, in terms of just, I don't want to say throwaway cards, but you've essentially cultivated such a huge lead here that you don't want to be giving up some of the bigger pieces. I mean, cards like Usurper are not going to see play at any point. For your Arto Terra Nova that's another round 3 option for you. Brothans, to me, it is an expendable card, but not when you're up by, 23 points. I don't think that's the situation here. So you're looking at cards that you want to just toss away to just continue into the round and make it make sense. Mage Torturer is another one that you want to find good value for. What are you looking to actually clone? It might actually be that worker, but rather Shaggy's just going to take the pass here, saying
Shaggy
that,
it's a really quick pass.
15 points.
But Wang ID, here's the thing, right? This is a great pass by Shaggy because Wang ID can't make up the points by just playing She Who Knows. He would have the Sabbath. She Who Knows would get his total score to a 28, and that is enough for Sabbath, but it's not enough to overcome Shaggy's score. So if he wants the carryover from She Who Knows, he would have to go 2 cards down, and then once you go 2 cards down, it becomes a lot more terrifying to push in round 2.
Oh, certainly. It's not the easiest thing to do, but it looks like he might just be tossing away some cards.
He's going to go for it anyways.
Well, buying time as well. As the clock was ticking down, you might as well donate a card. If you're going to go down 2 cards anyways, you might as well do it in this format. And that's going to get you ahead by the skin of your teeth. But
so no She Who Knows, though. No She Who Knows decides to save the Royal Decree for later and just go 2 cards down here. And I think it's possible we might see our first push in round 2 down 2 cards in this tournament. Just because you're down 2 card doesn't mean you can't push. If Wang ID can push and still establish the Sabbath with She Who Knows in this round, it might still be worth it. But then you got to be scared about something like Yennefer's Invocation, stealing your She Who Knows and then allowing them to potentially play it themselves.
Well, certainly, a lot of the protection of playing that card, especially against Nilfgaard, that, imprisonment, is the fact that you're playing it after a pass on red. That's where that card just gets a free pass get out of jail free, no problem, slam it on the board because your opponent's already long gone out of the round. In this case, you're not only in a situation where you're down 2 cards, but you're playing first, so you're giving your opponent 3-card sequence to perhaps answer that card if necessary. You know, I don't think you're playing a defender in this. There's nothing that you necessarily need to worry about, but dear goodness gracious, Miomai, here it comes, ladies and gentlemen. Wong ID is setting it up. If you see Idoran, you could likely suspect that this is going to go deep, and for all of those out there in Twitch chat land who are like, what is he doing? This is ridiculous. I will refer you to Colomon from a couple tournaments ago, who also bled well down a few cards and won the game because it was the right thing to do. If that's the way that you're going to win, that's the way you're going to win. And Wong ID here is no slouch. So he is well calculated. He's seeing what he needs to do, assessing the cards in the hand. And I mean, Shinmiri, when you're bleeding out this list, there's really one glaring card that you want to squeeze out of him, and it's that Masquerade Ball.
Yeah, because there's no Heat Wave in Wong ID's monster list, so no way to actually deal with the Masquerade Ball. These players have done their practice. Whoa, what was that? Shaggy just discard? No, okay.
No. That was a Yennefer's Invocation.
Yen Invo on Idaran. Okay, I saw that incorrectly. I thought maybe he just discarded a card.
Just discarded.
Yes.
Why not?
Invocation on the Idaran, and now Shaggy could potentially play Idaran at some point. And this deck actually spawns quite a few things. You've got Masquerade Ball that spawns Fangs of the Empires and Thirsty Dames. You've got the Brothans that spawns Duchess Informant or a Spy. So you can use Idaran a little bit. Yeah, you can kind of use Idaran to your advantage.
Well, they're not going to be engine pieces necessarily, but they are little 1-point sprinkles that you add to the sundae that you're building up. It's, you know, it's the weekend, Shinmiri. It's ice cream time. So something like Idaran, if you're anticipating that you're just going to kill that She Who Knows anyways, that She Who Knows is not coming out this turn anyways because you don't have Joaquin, right? So there's no guarantee that you'll be able to replay it. So Yen's invoing the She Who Knows is not necessarily going to be as big of a deal if you can just answer it anyways. If you're not going to be able to Yen's invo it and then replay it with Joaquin, I think Shaggy is just saying, you know what? I mean, I'm just going to lock it. Or I'm going to deal with it in another way. I mean,
how is he going to lock it now? He's used both of his leader charges. The invo's also gone. Shaggy's actually kind of struggling for answers for the She Who Knows now at this point.
It might just be a situation where Shaggy's saying, I'm just going to get as much ahead of you as possible here.
Yeah, maybe he just doesn't care about the 10 carryover. It's just not worth it, and there are bigger threats. That could be possible. And I was saying earlier, like, both of these players have definitely done their homework. They've practiced their matchups extensively. I think they both agree that I think Nilfgaard Ball is favored here in the long round 3 if you let it get there, which is why Shaggy took the tempo pass in round 1, forcing Wong ID into this suboptimal situation. But Wong ID still thinks it's worth it to push round 2 down 2 cards because he needs to get that Masquerade Ball out, or he needs to get some of these aristocrats out of the way.
I mean, Wong ID's probably feeling a little bit more comfortable than he was before, given the fact that, I mean, the strength of the cards in his hand, both leader charges are gone. I guess Van Morlem Hunter is the last lock that might ruin your day, but that lock is going to have to answer something like potentially Bloody Mistress. It might have to answer the She Who Knows. There's a bunch of things that it might have to answer. So in this particular case, Wong ID might actually continue to push once that Sabbath is online, but that is a far cry away, unfortunately, as he's only really showing 9 points on the back row. And how are you going to get, move forward with a little bit more on there? I feel like you're going to have to start building that up.
All right, we see the lock come down, preventing the Self-Eater from growing or splitting. Shaggy does have a Purify in the form of Cupbearer. Wonder if he chooses to use it here, because I think the Self-Eater is a big enough engine that it's worth purifying, and you don't have the follow-up poison, right? You don't have a poison pair with the Cupbearer, and playing it now also adds a second Assimilate tag to your board to help you benefit from cards like Brothans and Imperial Diplomacy, and even the Usurper and Artode.
So what are you playing here to benefit off of that Foot Eater? It might be Artode, because you're not going to get anything off of a Duchess Informant, right? There's going to be no other bronze.
Well, you don't know that at this point. At least Shaggy doesn't. Shaggy doesn't know that at this point, right? And there's still like a Royal Decree. There's a possibility for something like a Mamuna to be played into a Relic. So I think it's still the right move from Shaggy's perspective. And we'll see how Wang ID responds. He's pretty close to Sabbath now. I think, yeah, he is very, very close to Sabbath. He could even get it this turn. If he plays Bloody Mistress and then consumes the fruit from the front row, that would be enough to get the Sabbath points in the ranged row.
All right, going for it this way. I like this play over here. Again, you're just kind of shutting down that split occurring on the Self Eater, as it's no other way to really boost it up, I don't think, unless you use your Brothans into the boosting spy, boost it by 7. You can split it up again. But Sabbath is online in the back row. The problem here is that you're running out of runway to get this to actually get a lot of value out of it. But in the case of Wong ID, I think you're going full throttle here. You've basically developed a fairly significant lead, double fruits on board that are going to trigger the Thrive again with the Bloody Mistress. Bloody Mistress then turning into Gurnakora, 2 more fruits, 4-point engine. Let's go. You're going to have to hope that Shaggy has some sort of answer for it.
That's an Imperial Diplomacy. You could take Neckers. There's going to be... You're probably going to play at least a few more units in this round. He does... Very small to begin with, 2 points right now, but Monster's not really known for their control, so these Neckers will probably grow to like 8-10 points total, at least.
All right, they're going for it. Here we go. Ooh, I do like this. I do like this.
It's going to be the Karen here onto a Bloody Mistress. We're going to see 2 of these, and there's not really that much control left on Shaggy's side.
But imagine, look at all the fruits that are going to end up over here. This might be a situation where that pass is going to occur, and with 6 fruit on the board, you're going to have 12 points of engine rolling, and Shaggy's going to be just sitting in the back seat, wondering where this train's going to, where it's going to slow down. That is a lot of points. Wong ID, again, down 2 cards. Taking the brave move here, knows that there's going to be some scary stuff happening. There's the Iteran.
There's the Iteran, but now Shaggy has blocked off the range row on Wong ID's side. There's no space there for the Usurper to spawn an operative. So I don't know, blocking off the row, I don't think it really changes anything for Wong ID, but it's bad for Shaggy, so I don't know if he thought this through totally.
And then, you're dumping the She Who Knows here. There's no question about it.
Yeah, for sure. And the lead is now at 28 points, and you've got 12 points of
engine. 12 points of engine.
Gurneys.
From the Gurneys are going absolutely full tilt here. Again, full farmer's market, 6 fruits. Take your pick. Wowza powza. It's a Gurney's dozen. 6 fruits.
And yeah, the fact that Wong ID still hasn't played any bronze cards for Shaggy to copy. The only bronze units on Wong ID's side of the board is the Gurnakora's fruit. There's no Witch Apprentices, there's no Gancanes, there's no Self-Eaters.
Oh, you're gonna have to eat something here. Yeah, why not? That's a good way.
Oh, that's very nice. Yeah, Iteran providing the 1-point token for Griffin to consume.
Helping the cause. But take a look at this, man. This She Who Knows is coming in with an absolute tidal wave, as 10 points of Slam paired up with 6 points of Thrive and another 12 points of Engine. How do you catch up to this? Your Masquerade Ball is over.
Yeah, you don't have any aristocrats in your hand. Usurper, not an aristocrat until phase 3. And with Wong ID passively getting 12 points a turn from these Gurnakoras, this is giving me PTSD flashbacks from playing against Colgrim, where opponents just go multiple cards down and they just slam 2 Colgrims and watch them grow as you futilely try to catch up in points. But every turn it just gets further and further away from you. And I think Shaggy's going to be in this position here. He needs to play 12 points a turn just to equalize the amount of engine value these Gurnakoras are getting, and there's no coming back from this as Shaggy forfeits game number 2. Wong ID with a 2-0 lead now.
All right, everybody in chat who, as soon as Wong ID played a card, who said that Shaggy's going to win that game, own up to it. I know you're out there. Own up to it. Wong ID taking that one 2-0, going down 2 cards in there. No fear, Shinmiri. Monsters do not care. Full tilt, full throttle, full steam ahead.
That was a 2-0, down 2 cards in round 2, with Shaggy having triple last say as Nilfgaard. It doesn't matter. It's just so powerful.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you. It comes down to this case where there was just no aristocrats for you to trigger that ball. I mean, you're saying 3.5 aristocrats. Well, we want to cut the usurper some credit, but he's not quite there yet. He hasn't essentially taken the throne yet. He's not an aristocrat yet. That poison wasn't exactly going to do a whole lot anyways, because you didn't have a completion for it. You didn't have your Van Morlem Hunter, which would have been huge in that particular round. You didn't have your Thirsty Dame. You didn't have your Fergus. So really, what was that Masquerade Ball worth? 4 points plus maybe 2 assimilate based off of the card that it spawns. Like, is that really worthwhile at that point? Unfortunately, Wong ID figured that now is the best time to do it. And the deeper you got into that round and not seeing, no aristocrats, and no aristocrats. And then you're just looking at the score. I'm like, I'm up like 20 some odd points. Like, I'm going to slam everything. If you've got no answers, and this goes again to the fact that Bloody Mistress is a triple threat. It's 2 fruit plus its own engine piece. It's crazy.
Yeah. And they're like kind of exponentially stacking, because when you start playing 2, you get even more fruits per Bloody Mistress for their engine. So yeah, each Bloody Mistress there was actually worth, 6 passive points a turn plus the 2 active points whenever you played a unit to thrive those fruits. So potentially, if you look at it that way, it's 8 points of engine turn, 8 points of engine value per turn, per gurney.
Yeah.
It's just out of control right now. If you can't keep those fruits or the gurney in check, you're gonna lose a long round versus those.
Well, and it's just right there and then and there. And then it's not like they're playing against a faction that just doesn't do control. It's just they played against a faction that just could not keep up. That's it. It's just hot out of the gate. Don't even look over my shoulder, man. Like, I'll see you at the finish line.
It's not like Shaggy could, not use his lock on Idarin, for example, or he has to answer Idarin. I think he answered with Invo, not lock. But he has to answer like Self Eater as well. Those are huge engines as well. The Self Eater can potentially start getting like 6 points a turn if you just let it go out of control and multiply like crazy. So there's so many huge threats that must be answered in this monster list that even a faction like Nilfgaard can eventually run out of answers.
Even Nilfgaard couldn't do monsters better than monsters in that case, which is funny because it was basically the reverse situation, right? At the end of the day. And let's be fair also, Shinmiri, is the fact that if this did go to round 3, Wong ID had a 10-point lead going into that last round. Easy peasy. Which, yeah. I mean, at that point you have you might not have had Masquerade Ball because you would have to give him Ball, you'd have to give him the last 3 cards you had. It's tough, man. I'm telling you, monsters can really be a runaway freight train, and it really only gets derailed by a heavy control list like we saw with Line Pockets. Line Pockets crushed it, and we discussed it. Well, it's like you're going to see monsters really stumble, but you're going to see them with these major squash matches, and that's pretty much what happened.
Yeah, really well played by both players, honestly. I think Shaggy's tempo pass in round 1 was like a really good situation for him. Like, he made the best out of the situation, and maybe if he had a slightly different hand in round 2, maybe more aristocrats, then he could have actually fought for that round.
Yeah, Shaggy's saying, God, why am I not the Shaggy Corns right now? Like, why did I not do that? Wrong ID 2021 coming in here, 1 win away from going to day 2 of Gwent Open 3 Season 3. He's bringing that Scoia'tael list against, again, monsters. Now, in this case, Shinmiri, this is not that hyper control Scoia'tael list. This is more of a spell spam style list, a little bit of Elven Swarm as well. How is this one going to fare against that massive monster push?
Usually I would say if the monsters doesn't have much control, then the Scoia'tael engine threats are usually outpoint them because of just like how much value Whispers and Sorceress and Seer can get. But in this case, Shaggy does have the 2 natural selections in his deck and in his hand in round 1 here, which can potentially answer some of these threats. But Dunka is just so good for that, because look at that, Dunka already boosts one of the 4-point threats to a 5. So that's not going to be answerable by 4 damage natural selection. And the Sorceress, the other 4 strength threat, can get tactical advantage. He's got an Ice Room's Council to potentially protect something. Wong ID's version is not playing Oniromancy. He is, in fact, one of the only lists, the Squirtle list, that isn't playing Oniromancy. Instead, he uses other thinning cards like Isengrim's Council and Call of the Forest and Fove to add more power while thinning.
And like you mentioned, those two natural selections, dude, they look great. They're awesome. Unfortunately, Dunka's over here to just kind of give a little pat on the back to all these bronze units. And look, it's just hitting everything you need. And yesterday, you and I, Shinmir, were talking about if there was a hierarchy of these bronze elves in terms of what you need to answer. I was saying that Elven Seer might be one of the more important cards to deal with, given the fact that that is what you want to duplicate your orbs on with Simlas, whereas a card like Sorceress of Dol B'Thana, yeah, it's going to get you a free spell, but that free spell that usually they're looking for is potentially those orbs, whereas if you're dumping an orb on the Seer, it's a guaranteed orb all the way. I feel like when it comes to answering these bronze elves, that Seer has a very high priority target.
It is, and now out of reach of that 4 damage removal, Wang ID is able to greed these engines and maybe even throw a Seer and a Sorceress down, and then a Whisperer with the tactical advantage, sit all of them on the board. Look at this, he's going to protect it with the tactical advantage. None of these are answerable by Shaggy, and all of these threats are going to sit on the board before he plays the Simless into double Orb of Insight, replicating it with the Seer, and then triggering like 4 specials in one turn for that Whisper.
Yeah, this next play is going to be, if I may use the term, Big Ugly McNasty, is essentially how this is going to go down, as you're probably going to see. Is this the turn, Shinmir, you're going to see Simlas into double orbs, triple orbs, perhaps?
I think you greed even more. I think Wang Lady needs to, is probably going to think about playing the Sorceress from hand before the Simless. And because once you activate the Whisperer, you're going to get 3-point Whisper, which is going to be answerable. But as long as you don't activate the Whisperer right now, it's not going to be vulnerable. But instead, Wang ID decides, okay, I'm on blue coin. I don't want to waste all my engines. So this is going to be good enough already. And
but like, look at that.
Yeah.
Look what just happened. I mean, it's just nasty how this can happen when you're left to your own devices. I mean, Monsters is not really going to mess with your stuff, you know? It's not like your little cousin, you know, breaking your Legos when they visit you on the weekend. I hear you, Philip. That's my little cousin. He used to break my Legos. Anyways, but I mean, when you're left to your own devices, you can just get greedy like this and do these massive plays. Set up your Whisperer. Go in with your Simlas. Pair it up with your Seer. Go have a party. Have a little Mai Tai. Relax yourself, because you just cultivated yourself a beautiful lead with multiple engines ticking at the same time, and Monsters are just kind of looking here and saying, okay, how do I do this?
Okay, so Wang ID takes his time and decides at the end of his turn that he will click this Dunka and take the 3 damage, preventing the Self-Eater from splitting, and maybe that's a sign that he's ready to get out of this round. And he's going to preserve his Orb of Insight carryover, because there are 3 Orbs of Insight in the graveyard right now with counters 1, 2, and 3. So the next special that Wang ID plays will trigger all 3 of these orbs in quick succession.
Yeah, that can be problematic, certainly. And again, it's just called, you're just basically overpaying, because it's not just that you're popping all 3 orbs in a row, but you're also spawning all of those Whispers. That's a power play that you kind of want to hold on to. The problem is you're looking at that hand, and there's only 2 bodies. The rest are going to be special cards that are going to actually trigger that first domino, and then you're kind of overpaying. You know, it might just be a little bit too much. I don't know if this is the pass, perhaps, but is this also perhaps a turn where maybe you drop Maxi?
Yeah, it's interesting that Shaggy didn't even answer the Whisperer. I think maybe what Shaggy is thinking, like, okay, well, if you're going to activate this Whisperer again, you're just going to overkill me by a million points by triggering all of these orbs. So I'll just let you activate your orbs if you want and overkill me. Otherwise, I'll save this natural selection for later.
Now, what's cool here is the fact that if necessary, you can drop 2 bodies. You can drop the Sorceress and you can drop the Maxi if you do want to preserve the orbs for the next round. So that is always an option, not to mention the leader abilities. But Wang ID here pulling up both of those Sentinels. So it's a basically easy mode for Mulligan, but those pickups are massive. Those are great cards to find.
I would say that the Whisper isn't that great of a card to find, because you actually kind of want the Whisper in your deck to chain into it through a special, like Call of the Forest, so that the turn that you play the Whisper, all the orbs get triggered, and you copy the Whisper a bunch of times. Now, Now you have to stick a sorceress first to do it, which is still totally doable. It's possible because Shaggy's version actually just has really a lot of difficulty answering a 5-point threat.
The real question here, Shinmiri, is how dare you? How dare you question my evaluation of those mulligans? No, but you're absolutely right. Again, finding a tutor into those whisperers is what triggers off that massive, that massive train of spreading those whisperers along the board. But the problem is going to be is that if you play them and you don't have a body to take advantage of all that vitality, it's kind of going to get left off to the.
This is very awkward because you normally you'd want to answer the Zdarin here, right? But if you the way to answer the Zdarin is through a special card, the Nature's Rebuke. And that special card would trigger and brick all of your orbs at this point. So you can't really answer the Zdarin yet, which means that they're going to be able to potentially get an extra Mamuna. Shaggy is maybe able to get an extra Mamuna from this, and he's got a lot of targets. He's got Piggy, Griffin, and Self-Eater all as ready targets in the deck and the graveyard.
I mean, is there ever a situation where you just bite the bullet and go for it? I mean, I guess you got to go find a body for this.
Wait.
Uh-oh.
Okay. That's going to trigger all the orbs. So what are you taking here, Wong ID?
Is it the forest? Is it the forest protector? Is it the seer?
There's no nature card in his graveyard yet, so it's not the forest protector. So it's got to be either Fauve or seer. Decides to take the seer. It's going to put all the orbs onto one unit. I mean, that is a lot of vitality. 8 vitality in one unit.
This is essentially, this is basically eggs meat basket kind of situation over here.
Oh no. Oh, I think Wong ID roped out, and where did that second ping go? Did it go on his...
It looked like it hit his own unit.
Yeah, I think it hit his own unit. He used one ping on the fruit, and the second ping hit his own unit, so that's a ping wasted. That could be important.
That can certainly be important. I mean, you're going to probably want to pair it up with that rebuke onto that Iteran, but I think that it's daylight buck short in this case, Shinmiri, as that Iteran has basically had time to gestate, and really that massive domino play of those orbs being set up has really pigeonholed Wong ID into a situation where he can't necessarily make the plays that he wants to make without losing all that value. And take a look at this now. Here comes Karathier, extra Mamuna value. Why not? This is insanity right now, as you know what, an Iteran left to its own devices is really going to take control of this round, and man, the value on this is phenomenal.
And Jesus, that is insane. A really nice fork by Shaggy because, yeah, he knew that a special card needed to be played to kill the Iteran there would have messed up all of the orbs. Maybe what Wong ID was supposed to do was actually use all of his leader charges to get out the Broccolon Sentinel bodies and then play the Rebuke. That would allow him to answer the Zdarin and have bodies for the orbs at the same time. But it's really, really difficult to see that line under the pressure, I think. And not even sure if he's willing to commit full leader at that point. But now, full leader comes out, he's got the bodies. The point total is still within reach.
It's within reach, but you still have an Iteran there with a whole bunch of other nonsense coming your way. Your answer abilities are relatively limited. That massive play that you want to do with Whisperer, really, you painted yourself into a corner there because you had to play a body. But Shaggy presented a threat, and answering it with a special would have completely laid waste to that house of cards he had set up really nicely. And unfortunately for Wong ID, he had to really stack that one seer super tall, which is, you're going to get the points off of it. You roped out a bit. Perhaps you lost a leader charge where you didn't want to lose it. Now Iteran is going to become...
now Iteran is sticking. Yeah, it is sticking. It's copied so far. It's copied a fruit. It's copied a Mamuna. It's copied a drone. And it's copied a second fruit. So, like, this Gurnikora is actually getting a couple more boosts per turn thanks to Iteran.
Can. That's going to get some exceptional value over here, paired nicely between a Mamuna and a Foot Place. It's going to boost up to 9. Everyone gets a little help there. The Thrives trigger as well, and Gurnikora standing beautifully tall. What a gorgeous specimen she is there, just taking a nice gander at the top of that heap, as you can see, just flanked by her fruit.
Yeah, and Now the lead is up to 32 points. Wang ID is in a really tough spot. And not only that, like, there is still a scenario of Feigned Death left in Wang ID's deck. But there's not enough elves left to even activate it at this point. He's got the only elf left in his hand, which is the Sorceress. No elves left in the deck. So this scenario is looking really sad right now.
This is funny because I'm sure Shaggy is just being like, oh yeah, I can do this too. I can bully with monsters, but I'm pulling the cord on this one. Maybe, you know, keeping track of the amount of elves that are coming through, given the fact that leader's gone, the orb domino effect is gone. I've only got Gord really to deal with, and you've got some catching up to do there, mister, as basically you're down 23 points, and I've got a 2-point per turn engine ticking. Real nice. How are you going to do this? And a card like Maxi is just 6 points of vanilla bean latte that you're not going to really do anything with. You've got a sorceress that you might want to pair up with that. I guess you could pair it up with the tempering, but it's I don't know if you've got the chops to catch up.
Yeah, it's going to take at least 3, I think, cards to catch up here. This is the Maxi showing the card order, knowing that you're going to top deck into this somewhat useless scenario, but you do get Gord and potentially a Heat Wave.
All right, well, one step at a time.
Not quite the 12 points per turn that Shaggy had to deal with last game, but still, this lead is immense, and Wang ID gives it up, throws in the towel, says, let's go next. GG.
I mean, all the dominoes were set up, like we mentioned, and that's basically the way you want to do it. You took the pass earlier on, and again, forcing a situation where, you know, when I'm ready, I'm going to tutor a card, and it's going to go off like wildfire. Unfortunately, Shaggy's like, okay, well, here's my dilemma I'm presenting you, and let's see who blinks first. And unfortunately for Wang ID, you know, he had to put bodies on the board, and eventually when he had to bite the bullet and actually go ahead and, you know, trigger that orb domino effect, it was all on one body, and it didn't matter. Gord was never going to rescue out of that.
Yeah, the fact that Idaran lived and produced an extra Mamuna, that was like an extra 20 points for the Idaran. Like, that's just insane, and that is probably the play of the tournament so far for me. Shaggy forking the orbs and the removal on turn number 1 in round 2.
Yeah, you're basically saying, all right, I see what you're doing here, but you're going to have to do it in a spot that is on my terms. And if not, you're going to give this beautiful card here called Idaran a free ride. And made it uncomfortable, a little bit of roping that perhaps put a, you know, a little panic click here and there, and maybe a misplay. It happens. I don't know why. Sometimes the Gwent, the Gwent AI is like, oh, time's up, but I see that you want to ping something, so why don't you just go ahead and stop hitting yourself? Stop hitting yourself.
Why are you hitting yourself?
Like, I don't get it, why that happens, why it would actually, you know, just kind of, you know, have even your side of the board as part of the RNG element to it. Nonetheless, it's a tough go, and but Wang ID has another crack at it, frankly, as he's up 2-1 here in the quarterfinal matches. It is Gwent Open number 3, Season 3. Shinmiri, frankly, all about now. I mean, the Gwent play has been exceptional. You know, a few stumbles here and there, but in all honesty, I'm liking this.
Yeah, me too. And we've got still a lot of good games coming up ahead. Shaggy still has Line Pockets and the Imprisonment Ball list to find a win with against this Scoia'tael Feigned Death Engine Gord that Wang ID is bringing. So, I think Imprisonment is going to have a tough time because Wang ID plays 2 copies of Dryad's Caress, as well as a Forest Protector that could potentially play a 3rd Dryad's Caress. The Sorceress of Doblathana could potentially find Dryad's Caress. Like, the Dryad's Caress, this card, Purify with the Vitality, perfect counter to locks and perfect counter to poisons, which is basically all of what the Imprisonment Ball list does.
It's well positioned to just counter it free and clear, right? I mean, you're going to be dropping poisons unless you can get them off twice at a time, which that doesn't really exist anymore, frankly. I mean, gone are the days where your disloyal aristocrats get the first trigger. I mean, it used to be you drop, if you had everything set up properly, perhaps you can have that massive, you know, wet dream play where it's like you go Joaquin into Vincent, you know, the double poison effect plus the extra kill on the Hamadryad that's boosted to all hell with vitality, and it just, you know, it's Scorched Earth. Like, those are beautiful, beautiful, beautiful plays that I'm sure we all, you know, remember in our heyday, but it's, you know, things change, and Masquerade Ball has lost a little bit of its luster. Shaggy's bringing it to the party. He's brought it to this party already, but we haven't even seen a single aristocrat in hand, let alone be played.
All right, we are heading into game number 4. Shaggy, or Wong ID on match point. Shaggy needs to win this to stay alive. It is going to be Masquerade Ball versus Scenario Gord.
Mir, you do suspense so well. I love it. You kind of you just get into that zone where it's like he needs us to stay alive.
Thank you very much, Blake.
I'm just saying, when it comes to kicking up random drama, I mean, I'm not usually the guy to do it, but I mean, you got me locked and loaded here, buddy. So I'm ready to go. But like you said, blue coin with that Nilfgaard list, not the ideal place, but Wong ID led with his Nilfgaard list and actually won on blue. So perhaps Shaggy's looking to return the favor here. There's the first aristocrat. So
that's one of your 3.5 aristocrats. Okay.
Yeah. For simplicity's sake, we'll say that's 25% of your aristocratic pocket is now basically dug into. So what else can you look forward to? Now you do have a Blightmaker. I mean, that's a good start. You got double poisons in hand. You got a Mage Torture. You got options.
There is, I mean, there is the thing though that Wong ID does have Heat Wave in his deck. So maybe Shaggy just doesn't expect the ball to really actually activate. Even if he had the aristocrats, that's maybe just going to get Heat Wave.
Oh, the danger of bringing a 15 provision card like Masquerade Ball to a tournament, man. Sometimes you're just looking for it. I mean, Heat Wave is a powerful card.
Wong ID says, you got a scenario, I got a scenario. What you going to do about this? You don't have a Heat Wave, do you? So this is some classic red coin abuse by Wong ID, slamming that Feign Death on red coin and about to activate it with the elves in hand, and maybe even some spicy Whisperer action to get the second chapter going and proccing the Whisperer right away.
Yeah, get that Elven Swarm underway. You're going to have to find a body that's going to be 3 or less, but you're going to get some, because Shaggy's potentially can just drop the Blightmaker, which is going to spawn the Golem, plus the Mage Torture. That's 2 Waylay targets that can be very delicious if necessary. Wong ID is going to have to figure out how he wants to proceed here. But yeah, I want to talk about, you know, quote-unquote red coin abuse. So Wong ID is just taking advantage of the fact that I've got the option to pass when necessary, so I'm going to push the tempo on you. I want to win this on even. I know that you're going to have some big plays with the Blightmaker, with cards like, you know, you might use your Poison to get rid of some stuff. Your Brothans might be all right, but your Brothans is not going to be super awesome unless you find something like, you know, a Sorceress, or perhaps my Whisperers.
Yeah, exactly. This first poison coming down is interesting. Onto not the most amazing engine, but it's still getting 1 point a turn for a while until you play a non-elf. Wong ID does have the Dryad's Caress in hand, but no Dryad in this hand at all. No access to Fauve or Dunka, and you're not going to get Brocklon Sentinels out until you use full leader, and I don't think he's going to be using full leader anytime soon. So deciding not to take the Purified and just letting the Commando die if necessary, maybe saving the Purify for a lock instead.
And I think that's perfectly okay. I mean, that's just like a freebie card that you're getting from the scenario anyways. If you want to expend 2 of your poison pieces to get rid of it, that's 2 poison pieces that are not going to bother me later on. Not that, you know, Wong ID's list goes particularly tall outside of Gord. It's more of a, you know, spread out my points in a bunch of different pockets. There's the first lock there, getting the Sorceress, but I mean, you got the Purify there.
Yeah, you could Purify right here. You could, there's no Waylay targets right now for the second chapter of the scenario, but you could set it up with a leader charge. Wong ID could ping one of the 4s to 3s and then play something like the Whisperer to get both the Death Blow on the Waylay and an extra proc on Whisperer, and I think that's exactly what is happening here.
Yeah, good call there, Shin. I mean, I suspect that this is going to be Whisperer, comes in with the Waylay, extra elf. See you next Tuesday. Look at there it goes, ba-boom. And, oh, he's going to go and set up another one?
He's just getting ahead. He needs that extra ping to make sure he stays ahead on even cards so that Shaggy doesn't get a good pass. So it does set up a second Waylay potentially, but that is more the reason to do it now instead of later.
Now, the issue here is going to be the fact that you do want to pair up that Simlas with the orbs onto your Seer, duplicate them, get as much going on as possible, but that is a low-tempo setup. It's a 4-provision setup, so he might need to pair it up with his leader ability to stay ahead again. It's a big commitment, and it might be a situation where when Shaggy sees that the Seer comes down and the leader charge is used to get ahead, Shaggy might just pull the shoot on this and say, I'm not giving you this. I'll just, you know, I'll lose on even without that massive play being made.
Okay, 2 leader charges, both leader charges used by Shaggy on blue coin. That's a pretty big commitment to try to not lose this round on even, and gets that 11 tempo play with the Blightmaker. Still a great play, even after the provision nerf. Big lead now for Shaggy.
Leader charge coming in for 6, 8, 9, 9 total, and a Seer is an additional 4, so that's 13. That ties you up. That doesn't even get you ahead.
Yeah, so he would need to play a 5 in order to stay ahead. So he could do something like leader and then purify with Caress, because once you finish with your leaders, the Brocklon Sentinels do count as Dryads, which gives you the extra vitality on the Dryad's Caress. That's a really nice play, and it also unlocks that Sorceress, allowing you to potentially play another special later. I wonder if he takes the Sorceress now. He does. Okay, what's it gonna be?
I believe the Waylay is the most points, 6 points.
All right, Waylay for 6 points it is. A little bit more Elf Swarm on the board as well, but this deck for Wong ID doesn't really have much of a Swarm payoff, I'd say. No Aileron, no Bone Talismans or anything like that.
I like how you said that. You said it like someone was ordering it at a deli. All right, Waylay for 6 it is.
And the Mage Torture comes down quickly from Shaggy, copying, or not copying, putting a spying tag on the Sorcerers of Doblathana, potentially allowing him to copy it in the future with Coup de Grace and Terra Nova.
But look how good this is going to be set up now for Wong ID. He could just drop the Seer and get ahead, free and clear, no problem. And either the payoff here is you win on even off of a pass, or if that survives, you go with the Simlas into double, triple orbs.
Yeah.
But the problem then is that the next special you play pops
will activate all of them. Yes, so
yeah, live by the orbs, die by the orbs, man.
Right, the orbs is a really interesting mind game for and interactive gameplay between both players, because it's great, but it's also susceptible to getting forced out at the same time.
Now, I don't think you agreed this out, because you're not going to get ahead with that extra Seer. I think you have to go full tilt here.
Yeah, exactly. And if you do play the extra Seer and then you go quadruple orbs, they're going to immediately loop back on top of themselves, and you basically blow your load and play 8 orbs in one turn.
How dare you?
So
I guess if I said Elven Herpes in relation to the Whisperers, you could say that, and that is the last that you'll hear of from Shamiri and I in terms of R-rated content. Back to wholesome casting it is for us, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, I get what you're saying. I mean, if you want to overgreed it, it's you're getting all the orbs to pop, and then all the ones in the graveyard just come in succession as well. So no, you're spot on with that.
Wong ID just going to settle for the triple orbs, not go for the quadruple. And 3 orbs now in the graveyard queued up, ready to go on the next
mind,
special.
I mean, look at that. The Thirsty Dame is getting a little hat as well with every one of these. That vitality is that is a status. Now, that barely gets you ahead.
Yeah.
But that Thirsty Dame has put in some work here.
Now, if I'm Shaggy, I'm definitely still playing here. You gotta either, if you're gonna lose on even, you might as well force Wong ID to use up his carryover in the form of those orbs.
Yeah, I like that. I do sincerely like that.
And the copy comes down on the Simlas. The Fergus copying the Simlas, copying the Seer, as well as I guess an Elven Deadeye, because there's just nothing else worthy of copying. But now Shaggy has the option of playing Simlas off of Terra Nova or even off of Coup. What I'm trying to check his deck here. He's got 2 Imperial Diplomacies in there.
The other problem there could have been the fact that if you did not Heat Wave that card, if you played, let's say, Tempering or Forest Protector into something, God knows what, every single instance of these orbs is giving extra strength to that Thirsty Dame.
Yeah, so the Heat Wave used up here, so Masquerade Ball might actually go through, but there's exactly 2 Aristocrats left for Shaggy. Here comes the Simless, though. Double Imperial Diplomacy. What's he gonna get?
Well, I suppose the Chariot might be your best option in terms of a point value. Yeah, here, looks like Legolas writing a blog, but that's not going to be good enough over here. These ones are rough, because you're going to have to figure out a way to boost that Mokum Defender.
You could with the Dead Man's Tongue next turn.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. Yeah, that's definitely a way to go. And take a look at here. I mean, this has been fireworks both sides, Shinmiri. Both of these players.
Value.
And nobody wants to give up this round.
No, because you got Last Say either with Gord or either with Yennefer's Invocation onto their Gord. So Last Say being very important here for both players. And yeah, this Assimilate value has been just going crazy. Shaggy really putting up a good fight on Blue Coin in this round against an unanswered scenario. I'm very impressed.
It's not just the cards that are being slung here. I mean, both of the leader abilities are completely exhausted as well. And Shaggy's got a card here that he wanted to play in round 1 anyway. Something like Dead Man's Tongue is a card that you're completely confident and comfortable getting rid of in round 1, given the fact that you want to thin out some of the garbage, right? So Dryad's Caress is the next option over here. We're going to go ahead and purify that 1 spot, give it some vitality as well. And a 3-point lead now. And 2 points of vitality left for Wong ID. So it's an effective 5-point lead, perhaps. Depends on how this wants to go. Shaggy most likely using that Dead Man's Tongue. The question is what are you banishing?
Oh, he's not using Dead Man's Tongue. He's actually using Terra Nova first. Oh, because he wants to get... He can't play another Simless because there are just no more bronze specials left in his deck after the first Simless. So he's going to play a Sorceress instead, and that needs to be played first because it has Summoning Signet.
That's correct, and you also want to maybe pair it up with your Dead Man's Tongue to give him perhaps an even better special.
Maybe. Orb at this point isn't even that good, because there's just no turns to activate it the second time, at least not in this round, and also you're missing out on 1 turn of the Vitality, but...
Rebuke could be better.
Yeah, Rebuke could be good. Rebuke answering this Seer would be great if he could find it.
That's true, but you know what? A Call of the Forest, sorry, not Call of the Forest, Circle of Life would be god-awful. There's a Circle of Life. Oh!
Ooh, I mean, Waylay's
the greatest. Yeah, Waylay can actually get the job done. That's worth 6 points. Okay,
that's 21-point lead! Oh my god, where did the points even come from? And Shaggy Nuts actually manages to win round 1 despite the scenario commitment and full leader and everything. That was a tough fight.
Wow. And Waylay for 6, and ahead by that much. I love it. Shaggy was so good in that round because a lot of other players would have probably, perhaps passed in a more reasonable light. But frankly, Shaggy fought like an absolute pit bull in that one, and really, it got Wong ID to just, use up all those orb triggers and really just get the job done. Now, Shaggy is in command of this round. That's a good hand to have if you want to go ahead and get that Masquerade Ball to pop off. You're going to need to try to take the pass here. Your Roderick is going to hunt for, either your ball or maybe... We saw Fergus. I mean, there's only one more Aristocrat in there.
I mean, Invocation's also a card that you really need now that you have Last Say for their Herald Gord. But yeah, he needs to draw the... at least the
Hunter.
And Morleham Hunter if he wants to complete both chapters of his ball.
Oh, here it comes. It's going to come down to this again. Shaggy's tournament life is on the line in this round as Wong ID is holding a 2-1 lead. There is the Masquerade Ball. Part of it is there. The problem is the tough one to find. Shinmiri is going to be that Van Morlem Hunter. Now, the question is, do you toss that, do you toss an 11-point, sorry, is that
an 11-point play back here? Yeah. So I think, in my opinion, if I were Shaggy Nuts, I would keep this hand, and that is actually what he does. So you miss out on the second Aristocrat, but you do have the poison from Cupbearer to kind of finish the 1 poison that you get from Masquerade Ball. It's not worth mulliganing at this point because you have 2 golds left in your deck. So if you mulligan a gold, you might miss Invocation, which is crucial. And if you mulligan anything else, like you might draw into the Mage Assassin, which is a brick. So I think this hand is good enough to win, and I wouldn't risk making it any worse.
This could be a situation where you Blightmaker knock that down to 3, and then you could coup de grace that. And now you're not going to see the bonus from that card, but it is still 3 damage if necessary.
That's true. That's not bad.
But yeah, you're absolutely right. Up air
all the hand buff. All the hand buff on Dunka is going onto Gord, which is going to get answered by an invocation. So the hand buff in this particular situation isn't actually that useful.
Let's see if Wong ID just sees the writing on the wall here. He might actually go ahead and use the Dunka 3 points while they're still active. But basically, Wong ID knows. I don't have last say. I haven't seen Yen's Invocation. I haven't seen Masquerade Ball. I know that there's still some Aristocrats floating around. My Gord might be open to getting clipped. What do I do? So it might be a situation where you just say, well, I don't care about these boosts off the Dunka because my Gord is basically dead anyways. Question is what does Wong ID have left in the deck? You got Isengrim's Council to pull something. We'll find out real quick here. Okay, so you do have 2 targets. So we're gonna go ahead and pick up the Sorceress of Dol Bafana, boost it up to 6. At least it's gonna help out and try to find something. Yeah, so Wong ID does figure that Dunka's life is basically her days are numbered. Uses the charge where necessary. So this could be a coup de grace on that. And a coup de grace onto the Dunka, fire the Dunka onto the Sorceress just limits that ability right away.
Yeah, because it would set it to 3, and there are no 3 provision Spoitel specials or lower, so without another boost, Wong ID would not be able to utilize the Sorceress of Dol Bafana. There is still, let's see, this Call of the Forest could get Fove into a boost. So that's still a possibility, but Shaggy is going to develop the Masquerade Ball here instead. Maybe looking to poison the Sorceress instead.
Possible. We'll see how Wong ID wants to play this. Shaggy might just be in such a comfortable state here where he's thinking, I don't care about all these little peripheral plays. I know that basically all of your points are going to be deposited into Gord late game, and I have the instant answer for that. I have a no-doubt answer of Roderick into my Yen's Invocation to clip that. You've got no defender, and your points that you typically would spread out with those orbs, long gone. So, yeah, here we go. I guess next play that we're going to see here, is the next play going to be Usurper, or are we just going to wait on that?
Yeah, I would think that you probably play Usurper. You could also play the coup, because you don't really want to coup the Roderick, because the other card is the other gold card is Furcart, and that's kind of awkward. You want to play the Roderick last to get the Yennefer's Invocation. So you might be thinking, hey, if I don't take the coup right now, like I might miss the opportunity to actually get something with coup. There's the Death Blow available to me right in front of my eyes. It's not like the best coup in the world, but it's like a 10-point coup. You do 3 damage, you get a 7 yourself.
Yeah, but you're also you're limiting the Sorceress's reach, right? You're gonna have to put it on Wrong ID to find some sort of boost.
Yeah.
All right, doing it this way, I like this as well. This is putting pressure on Wong ID to actually use that ability there of the Sorceress, given the fact that Wong ID knows, all right, well, there's a Van Morlem Hunter potentially lurking about that can go ahead and finish this Masquerade Ball, but there's also the Cupbearer, and that can be problematic. So there's certainly options. 3 cards in hand, 4 in the deck, 2 outs to complete the poison. So you gotta basically, the odds are in the favor of that card being in the hand. So Wong ID is gonna use it. That's a great one to pick up there.
Yeah, you could take poison. You could take Dryad's Caress to remove the poison. You could take, yeah, I mean, I don't think you take either of the other 2, because making a bomb there's not that many turns left to get full value from making a bomb, because it will bleed, and then if you take Circle of Life, the 2 hand buff is just going to get answered.
And take a look, and the fact that Dunka has not been answered gives it another Dryad on the board, means that the Vitality kicks in as well. So some options here. It's getting close, but I mean, Wong ID's power play is basically relegated to how thick and nasty that Gord can be.
I still think Shaggy should be taking the coup de grace here. I don't know, like, because if you keep waiting, that Dunka is eventually going to get boosted up. Okay, I like this. Shaggy in a very comfortable position now, I think. The Roderick is going to trade with the Gord for -2 points. And yeah, this Cupbearer is still going to be better It's not going to be so much worse than this next play by Wang ID that it would make a difference of 15 points. So I think Shaggy, you can see Shaggy rubbing his hands already. He knows that he's got this one in the bag, and the series is going to get tied up 2 apiece, Blake.
I just want to see. I mean, let's find out just how fat Al Gord is, because Al Gord loves the green, and we're going to see how gordo this Gordo is.
Oh, that's a 21-point Gord. That is a chonker right there.
Yeah, he's a fat boy, all right. And just like that, Roderick coming in and saying, all right, I'm going to give you 2 points, but I'm taking back 21. Fair trade, no problem. Win by, that was just a win by 9. Could have been a lot more.
Nilfgaard's always the faction that asks for the fair trade. They only know about fair trades.
They're the absolute most on-the-level merchants that I have ever seen. Of course, no problem. It's like that guy who wants to trade for my Charizard and offers me a Pokeball. Get effed, Ethan. Get out of my card store. Okay, moving on. Game 5, baby. This has been quite the matchup here. Shaggy fighting back. I mean, Wang ID is on a two-game losing streak over here. But in reality, that previous game, as we're talking about it, that first round was probably, in my opinion, it was the round of the tournament so far. That first round, that fighting back and forth, and the fact that Shaggy just really, dug his heels in and said, I ain't moving, I ain't budging, so let's go. Let's throw fists and see what happens.
I mean, you and I have both been there. You're on blue coin and you're facing up against someone who just slammed scenario in your face. It's a scary thing to fight against. You immediately think, oh great, I'm gonna lose on even. But Shaggy, with this fighting spirit, did not give up. Committed some big cards and leader ability, but it was worth it. The last say, being able to answer that Gord. That's what won him that game, that crucial game number 4 to keep him alive. And now we're at a tie-breaking game number 5. It is going to be Shaggy's Line Pockets Syndicate list versus Wang ID's Precision Strike Scenario Gord list. 2 very strong meta lists right now going head-to-head. Can Shaggy complete the reverse sweep? We're about to find out.
Yeah, we are going to find out. I mean, if you want to talk about the tail of the tape for this one, I mean, you got the drill just looking at those elves. Those elves are just drill food, man. They are drill food. There's going to be a lot of issues keeping some of that board healthy. With the scenario, no scenario, it doesn't matter. But we've seen what those orbs can do. We've also seen how players have reacted to the fact that the next special that comes out of the gate is going to trigger that orbs, that avalanche of orb boosting. So, if you're Shaggy here, you have to feel like an absolute Adonis. You have just gone back from down 0-2. You now have arguably one of the best decks in the game on red coin against perhaps what it could be considered the weak link in most players' arsenal. This is basically Shaggy flying high, and Wang ID is going to do his best to see if he can weather that drill storm.
Yeah, exactly. You've got not only the drill, but also Freak Show as 2 different options to clean up multiple threats in one turn. So it's going to be difficult for Wang ID to really greed the engines that he wants to. That this list typically wants to try to set up like a Seer and a Sorceress and a Whisperer all before you start playing your chain of specials, but not really going to be able to do that without getting punished against Syndicate.
I wonder if this is going to be a situation where Shaggy's just going to try to hang into this round as much as possible. Let perhaps Wang ID, Wang ID might hold up here and set up his pieces. I mean, here they come, one at a time. Your Sorceress, your Seer, you have your Simlas in hand, you've got the Whisperers going. Everything's coming up Millhouse here, and unfortunately, Shaggy's going to have to figure out and, really be choosy as to how he wants to answer this. The difference is that a card like the Clown Show, Horson's Freak Show, can do a massive amount of damage to those plans. It's just a matter of timing. You don't want to put it out too early and have it die to a rebuke, but you don't want to wait too late and perhaps Wang ID pulls the trigger before everything's set up.
Exactly. So it's going to be a little bit of mind games going on here. And Shaggy, what is Shaggy deciding here? He's actually going to go with Professor and get aggressive on round 1 with red coin. So that was a crucial moment, right? He has to, he was thinking for a while that turn, do I want to just give up this round because this Dunka is like pretty difficult to answer and it's going to start getting carryover value for him, or do I want to fight for this to try to get last say?
I mean, I don't know how much of this is because of that haircut. I mean, the fact that you're giving it's summertime, you're giving your brain a little bit more air to sort of circulate in there. You get all the neurons are firing. He is going full tilt here. It was an uphill battle, but it's all tied up now, and you know, let's be aggressive. Why not jam the professor there? Stop what you're trying to do. There's another high value target. How is this going to get answers is the question, given the fact that the Elven Seer, it just needs to have, if it has 1 point of body, it can do what it needs to do. And Shaggy's going to come through already deciding how he wants to answer it. Scoundrel is going to go ahead, find an answer. Find a bronze card out of the deck.
He did pay the tribute, so he gets to choose what comes out of the deck. It doesn't want the Whisper, because the Whisper has Veil and won't put bounty on it. But you could take Brocklon Sentinel to make the leader worse later by 2 points, or you could take one of the elf threats and just kill one of the elf threats right away.
I like
Decides
that play.
to go with the Sentinel.
That's a fascinating play right there. You think that you're going to go ahead and start scooping elves, given the fact that Scenario is still something it's in Wong ID's arsenal, is it not? It's still a potential threat. Yeah. So maybe you want to start sniping elves and give him less opportunity to find elves to actually trigger it if he finds it, if he finds it.
Exactly, and I think that's a significant decision that could end up having repercussions later down the line. I'm not really sure which one is necessarily better, but we'll have to wait and see if it makes a difference. So now Shaggy has this Scoundrel on the board. He has a Bounty Harvester. So this Slander could start coming down to remove a threat. Windy goes for the triple orb play here. Does barely get him ahead. And now he's got 3 orbs. It's that crucial moment again. 3 orbs in the graveyard.
Yep, next one to
the
pop
next special
is going to be nasty. And I think that the second that those Whisperers come down, Clown might show up and ruin that party. Or it might be a situation where you just say, you know what? I'm on red. Go for it. To quote Shinmiri, blow your load. I'll see you next round. No big deal. Like, let's make it happen.
Yeah, and the fact that the Sorcerer, the Whisper is in hand is kind of bad for Wong ID here because he can't play it and trigger the orbs on the same turn. And Shaggy actually knows that it's in hand. If he was paying attention when he took the tribute on Scoundrel, it gave him some key information of what bronze units are in Wong ID's deck. So by process of elimination, with access to his full deck list, Shaggy should know.
All right. Well, I mean, this is basically, the Whisperer showing up with a ticket to the circus. So the question is, did the clowns answer the door? You got the lead. Here they go. Tee-hee-hee, all the way to town. Come through. Goodbye, adios. So how many of these coins are you going to spend, though? That's the question. Because you're already ahead. And you know that... I mean, I think you save the coins because eventually some of these boosts are going to end up with Vitality. Maybe you just clean out the stuff that has Vitality for just sort of stretched out value.
Yeah, and if he wants to answer the Freak Show, all the orbs go bye-bye. So what's Wong ID to do here? Pass and lose on even, or lose all your carryover from the orbs? It's got to be one of those two. Every card in his hand plays a special. He cannot play a card that doesn't end up playing a special.
Yeah, no, this is certainly a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario. I mean, I feel like, yeah, here it comes.
And another 3 orbs, but only 2 units that can take Vitality, and one of them already had 2 Vitality on it. So it's a little bit of a slow play, since it takes a while for you to get full value on these Vitality ticks.
Yeah, the good news is that you'll get full value should you want to go the distance, and I don't see why Wong ID wouldn't commit certain other pieces in this particular case. It's merely going to be a situation of can you keep up, as Shaggy really has all of the, when you have that card, like, there's does Wong ID have Heatwave in this list? Let me double check.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, so there's a Heatwave in that list, and putting all the eggs in that one basket of Sea Jackal, it might feel bad if it gets Heatwave. The difference is that you're using a Heatwave onto something like a Sea Jackal, a 4 provision card. So, you're buying a bigger card with a 4 provision card. So, that'll have repercussions for you down the road, as that's no longer a card that you have to worry about. So, Shaggy here can just play card, spend efficiently with that Sea Jackal, just stay ahead by a point or two every single time. Just really nipping at Wong ID's heels at every turn here.
Yeah, but Wong ID is also getting carryover from this Dunka still. 1 point of carryover per turn. This Forest Protector is starting to look like a Great Oak almost, with that 3 hand buff already. And Fauve not too shabby herself, already at 4 strength.
That's a pretty good oak, not gonna lie. It's a pretty good oak, as here comes the Bloody Good Friends. And you and I were talking about when it comes to line pockets and crown splitters, that card has been incredibly integral to how this deck is built. 6-point body is a tough engine piece to go, to get rid of, especially when you're trying to, perhaps drop it down, create a pocket, create a crown splitter for Novigradian Justice. It's a very good addition to that list.
Yeah, very difficult to remove at 6 points. And just a pretty efficient spender can get you tempo for getting rid of boosted units, and then could put bleed even without the boosted units. So Wong ID actually respecting that spender and decides to play the Forest Protector into Rebuke. Big commitment cards coming down now for Wong ID. Like the last 2 plays here, if you've noticed, Shaggy has been staying ahead with bronzes. He played Smuggle into Bloody Good Friends, and he's forced out like the triple orb carryover and now forced out a Forest Protector as well. So really, really good trades by Shaggy in round 1 now.
The problem's going to be if Shaggy does not have an answer for that massive gourd, it's all going to be moot. You don't have a heat wave, you don't have any kind of tall removal. I don't think there's there's no Graydon or anything in there to answer it. I mean, Wong ID is basically, the game plan is set in stone. It's just, charge up that gourd to these astronomical proportions and then drop them last and just, cross your fingers and see what's up. As Wong ID,
even though Shaggy doesn't have an answer for Gourd directly, like a Yennefer's Invocation that he had last game, it's still worth it to get Last Say so that you can maybe spend all your coins on a Tunnel Drill on your last turn, offensively. If you don't have the Last Say, there might just not be enough points on Wong ID's side of the board for the Tunnel Drill to even be able to fully spend. And then you'd have to proactively spend your points on maybe a Sea Jackal that ends up getting Heat Wave. So there are still definitely big advantages to getting Last Say in. Wow, more coins. Oh, Shaggy broke out a little bit.
And he realizes it too. Okay,
it's a tie here. Wong ID could really capitalize on this, take the tie, and he instantly passes. Oh, what a rope. That was really important spending on that last click of Sea Jackal.
Yeah, and the tough part here is the fact
that is
those
as
2 coins.
a fellow roper, I know how painful this is. When you think you can do it, you wasted your leader charge and you still don't get ahead.
You brought that on yourself, Shadmiri, okay? This is self-inflicted pain, buddy. I got sympathy for you, but it has its limits. But yeah, you're right. Shaggy, unfortunately, just was the victim of just taking too much time. And we're going to sudden death. Here it is. Shadmiri, give me your best suspenseful voice.
We are in game number 5. It is sudden death round 2. Shaggy versus Wong ID. So because Shaggy went second in the first round, he will now go first in the sudden death second round. That's how it works with ties. So Wong ID will have Last Say, but look at Shaggy's hand. Shaggy's got an amazing 5-card hand here. Yeah, that is what you want to see when your tournament life is on the line.
I believe that is considered the wet dream of sudden death when your tournament's on the line. I mean, you want to get that cleaver. The drill is going to be massive. A Witchfinder in conjunction with not only the extra coins, because keep in mind, Shaggy just clicked all the buttons of that line pockets and lost 1 coin along the way. Unfortunately, he's gone down to 1. So finding value is going to be problematic. We might be see a situation where you're going to see that Vivaldi Bank come out. Oh boy, this is what's tough about this though, is that that's just going to eat a Rebuke.
There's not going to be the Crown Splitter pocket there next turn if Wong ID chooses to just Rebuke the cleaver. But because Shaggy just didn't have enough coins, right? Normally you can spend leader charges to get the difference in coins to make a second cleaver's muscle. But because of all the coins spent in round 1, he just can't do it. There is still a possibility with Vivaldi Bank in hand that Vivaldi Bank could find something like Furco or Justice. in the top 4 cards, no, top 5 cards. If you bank right now with 1 coin, you get to see 5 cards out of your 11.
Hey.
Shaggy's praying. Do you see that?
Let's do it,
He's praying. Looking for either... And I don't think there is.
No!
Oh no! It's all bronzes! But, I mean, he's already drawn most of his golds, so... But I don't know if you can get too mad about that.
I mean, well, Furco would have been a saving grace as well, would it not?
Yeah, there were 2 outs, right? Furco and Novigradian Justice.
Yeah, and none of them came through.
Or even potentially the Bloody Good Friends. He might have even considered taking the Bloody Good Friends just for a second Crown Splitter body. So there's only going to be 1 Crown Splitter body. So this drill is only a 2 for 2 spender, but still, the difference in quality of cards is pretty high here. And the gourd isn't going to be too insane just yet because we are in a sudden death round 2. Not as many cards have been played, thus not as many specials have been played.
I mean, you want to talk about game of inches, you know, a couple seconds here or there. This was literally a few milliseconds that Shaggy succumbed to. You know, the game's not over. I'm not going to call this one by any means. Yeah. But in reality, Shaggy wouldn't be in the situation if perhaps, you know, a little millisecond here, a little millisecond there, you could have clicked that button and clicked your Sea Jackal. It didn't quite work out. Could have kept ahead, but it did not happen. You may have had a situation where you got that extra card where necessary, but here it comes. At the very least, we got the boat out. 15-point lead, Shinmiri. And there's still some gas coming through. You got a Witchfinder. The problem is Witchfinder's not finding any value at the moment because Witchfinder wants to drop in and throw some shade at some whatever's bodies on the board.
Yeah, but that was a really nice Whoreson Jr. Cleans up the Sorceress, cleans up the threat, gets the overkill by 2 damage, which translates into 2 coins, which puts Shaggy exactly at the maximum of 9 coins, gets the Flying Redanian out. This is going to be, like, Shaggy's in a good position right now with 15-point lead. But Wang ID has still leader. Shaggy doesn't have any leaders left. And I think Wang ID, it's going to be...
Only 1 Sentinel. Only 1 Sentinel left. Don't forget about that.
Wow, okay. So, that's true. 1 Sentinel left. Wang ID goes for the Seer off of... Okay, Wang ID goes for the Seer off of Call of the Forest. And he still has an Ice Kingdom's Council in the deck with the Fauve to pull out the guaranteed gourd. So Wang ID has a really good finisher play, and maybe he can just play in a way that there's not that many points on his side of the board for this Tunnel Drill to remove.
Well, I feel like you pretty much have to go with your Witchfinder here, right? Because you want to be able to at least drop... You want to at least drop the bounty on it. Now, we see it, that there's a purification there. But
yeah,
Shaggy doesn't know that. And you have to play to your outs, and if that's your out, you got to make sure that you make that play. Obviously, the fact that you did not find that Novigradian Justice, you did not find that Furco into Novigradian Justice to really give you a pocket, to really change the dynamic of this game. I mean, let's be real here, Shinmiri. If that was a pocket with that drill, it would have been a clean house, and then it would have been a situation of that gourd would have to rescue the entire board based on how many points were being shown here. Do you like this? This is going to come in for 6 points.
This gives the Dryad body for the Dryad's Caress to get vitality value, but at the same time, it also gives more power to Shaggy to remove with his spenders.
Well, one way to do this. Here comes the Tunnel Drill. Unfortunately, it's not as powerful.
But it does clean up some of the vitality here, and he's still got 6 coins left. Oh my god, this game is so close. It's an 18-point lead, but Wang ID has a buffed up Fauve into Isengrim's Council. I think this gourd is going to be enough to get him ahead. Let's see, how big is this gourd? In round 2, it's sudden death. That's a 19-point gourd. Oh my god. And I mean, that was
a big boy gourd.
Squeezes out game number 5 in sudden death. And Shaggy is gonna be kicking himself for not acting just a couple of seconds faster in the first round, because he could have won that round on even cards, I believe. He had still Whoreson Jr. and Bank left, both really powerful cards, and that probably would have secured round 1 on even, and that's a completely different game.
I mean, let's just be real. It was a game of milliseconds in that case. Can you blame it on lag? I don't know how much of a Halo player you are, but that was always my out when I got killed. But in reality, frankly, the fact that you had the plan set out in your mind, it wasn't that you missed the line. It's that you just ran out of time. It was the fact that you had the clicks going. You had 1 click left to go. Your APMs were not quite at StarCraft level, unfortunately. In this one, you did not get it to go. And man, oh man, Shinmiri, I mean, if anybody knows about that, the roping, the highs and lows of it, it would be you. But we want to see what Pavel Berja has to say when it comes to Wong ID, who is moving forward to day 2 here at Gwent Open number 3.
A win with Skoyatel to end the 3rd quarterfinal of today. Beautiful, beautiful stuff, Wang ID. I have Hester standing by. What do you think about that sudden death last play?
猴哥，恭喜你赢了，非常好，你打得非常好，就是松树狼赢了哈。看起来你的对手在一场比赛中犯了错误，你觉得怎么样？
其实最近我昆特牌玩的比较少，其实我这次比赛发挥的挺差的，我感觉我自己。不过对手今天确实最后一局他也有明显的失误，好像时间不够吧，我之前也犯过这种错误。赢的还是有一些运气在里面。
Well, actually, I didn't play that well myself today, and I made a lot of mistakes, and recently I haven't been playing a lot. So the luck was just on my side today.
Nice. You said that you weren't playing a lot recently. Is it because of the meta, or what's the cause? Can you tell us?
你说你最近没有打的比较多你可以说原因是什么？是Kunta的环境还是什么？
环境是一个原因吧，因为群岛跟北方确实现在要比较弱一些，没有什么竞争力。然后就是自己最近也有别的事情在忙，所以玩的少一点，以后可能会多玩一点。
Well, actually, the meta is part of it because the Skellige is currently pretty weak, and I'm not satisfied with that. And I had some different stuff to do as well, some personal stuff. So those are 2 main reasons.
Got it. We hope to fix those things in the upcoming patch. Hopefully, we'll see. But with that, congratulations once again. And last question is, who would you like to face off tomorrow in the semifinal?
你明天你想和谁比赛呢？
我当然是希望，同样是中国选手的Trace 的人可以晋级。我觉得他打的确实不错，当然他的对手也很强，祝他好运吧。
Well, of course, I'd like to face Lord Triss. Obviously, I think that he's of course, he's not playing. He's playing really good as well, but his opponent is pretty strong, so he's gonna need some luck.
Nice. Well said. Thank you once again. Congratulations.
再恭喜你啦！
谢谢。
All right, and before we go, of course, it's league time. Let's show it. Second league of the day. Beautiful, amazing, crazy, awesome art. I really love it. I chose it myself. You can probably guess which faction this belongs to, or maybe not. Maybe it belongs to a different faction that is connected to water. No Dagon. Don't even think about that. But yeah, coming with the next expansion. I mean, incredible. You will learn more about the card when the reveal season starts. But yeah, I'll let you ponder on this one. And let's go back to Flake Miri.
All right, man. I mean, 2 things. Number 1, the fact that Berja is actually throwing you guys off of the Dagon reveal tomorrow. Brilliant move. Other than that, that is a awesome looking card. I have no idea what it does, but the art itself is spectacular.
Amazing. Gives me Melusine vibes, maybe.
That sounds like some sort of disease, and I wish you well, my friend. But honestly, the fact that the leak season is already upon us and the reveal season should be coming down soon. There's some really cool stuff around the pipe. Again, the fact that new content comes out seemingly, every month or so is awesome, and I'm really enjoying it. Again, next tournament's going to look completely different than this tournament, and that is a good thing, frankly, Shinmiri, as we're wrapping up here on day number 1 for us. There's still another awesome matchup around the corner, but let's take a look real quick at the bracket, Shinmiri. It has been wicked cool.
Wong ID advancing 3-2 in an amazingly tight series versus Shaggy Nuts. Those guys, we came into the series with high expectations and they did not disappoint. We had a 2-0 down 2 cards. We had a sudden death round 2. We almost had a reverse sweep. That series was really great.
That was close. Again, it comes down to a matter of microseconds, and then that's how that game was decided. Both players really fought valiantly. That's what I'd like to see, man. Fireworks in round 1. It was exceptional. And the fact that it went down to a sudden death in the 5th game, beautiful. All right, let's take a look at the money, because that's partially what these players are fighting for, not just prize. Well, there's a squirrel, and squirrels don't necessarily use money, but they do use nuts. And there's the money. All right, where we go. There's the big deal. As we see, Wong ID is going through, and again, a 3-2 close shave there means that Wong ID is taking just a little bit more home than Shaggy. But I mean, Shaggy coming home with $1,100 is nothing to shake a stick at, man. That's some solid change.
Yeah, exactly. So we've got one more series coming up. And thank you guys for, again, supporting Gwent Esports. If you want, you can get the Great Oak Bundle in the shop right now that proceeds go towards Season 3 World Masters at the end of this year. That is the Great Oak Bundle. Get it in the Shoop store right now.
Yeah, no, that is a beautiful, beautiful piece of artwork there. Get the border, the avatar, the whole kit and or caboodle all together. So Shinmiri, you and I are done for the day. We've got a whole slew of awesome stuff still around the corner for you guys out there in Radio Land, TV Land, wherever you are. You're tuned in now for some awesome Gwent action. We got Piable, we got Lord Triss, but more than that, friends, we've got Leah and Thionheart around the corner for you. So thanks for tuning in. We'll catch you soon. Stay tuned for the final quarterfinal match.
Hello and welcome, Piable, to yet another interview. Thank you so much for taking the time, and I know you're pretty busy with prepping for this awesome tournament. I'll get right into it. Last time we saw you during this season was actually in Open number 1, and you got 2nd place, so a pretty good finish, and that secured you a lot of CP. And now you also had a lot of top ladder finishes, which also gathered a lot of CP. You're sitting with a comfortable lead at the top of the crown points ladder in that sense. So, is there still any kind of pressure on you to actually perform during these tournaments? I mean, you obviously want to win, as everyone wants to, but you kind of have that ticket to World Masters secured already.
Yeah, I mean, there is obviously always some pressure, just because, as you said, I just want to win the tournament. But also, it's because the result doesn't only matter for me, it can also matter for a lot of people, like my teammate Spivey, who is fighting in the crown points ranking, and if I manage to secure a win, my spot in the ranking goes to the next person, so it would help him and other people that are fighting too. So I guess like it would be nice to win to help my teammate a bit too, so there's this kind of pressure a bit, I guess.
That's a cool aspect. I didn't think about that. That's fighting for the team and people you know, that's really cool. Second question. There's been a lot of name changes across the board this season, but I want to know specifically why your new name on the ladder is TLG Iron Mindset. Is that how you describe yourself?
So, yeah, recently kind of started this trend with name changing. I mean, the first person was probably Spivey changing to Dark Kevin, or actually maybe Gravish with just headbutt play. Then we started changing our names with the TLG underscore, so I decided to join the gang. And since most of us just chose some meme names, I decided to go for Iron Mindset, because there was a video that Damorkis made, I think a year ago, about top 10 Gwent players. And I was in that video, and he listed greatly improved mindset as one of my best traits. The boys in our team had a good laugh at that, because I'm known for being tilted a lot, so hence then the Iron Mindset meme was born. We even have a command for it in our bot. And yeah, so it was just a natural pick for me as like the meme nickname.
That is a huge throwback to that video, but yeah, amazing to see how far you've come in that terms. One final question before I let you go: how hungry are you on getting that World Masters title back? Because you've won the last season, obviously, and you had really successful ladder finishes and open finishes, but I mean, there's just one thing that is at the end of the year, and that's GWENT World Masters. So how hungry are you for that?
And it's obviously my main target this year. That's why I have been grinding ladders so much. So I basically wanted to secure my spot early, not like last season when I had to fight for it until the end. And yeah, I mean, I just want to defend my title, or I guess you could say that Cole should be the one defending it, depending how you want to call it. So yeah, I mean, it would be nice to be the double world champion, definitely. So I'm looking forward to competing World Masters. Yeah.
Especially for everyone that doesn't know, I mean, we had the Season 2 finale, which Fireball won, and after that, we had the Season 1 final, which Colemon won, and then there was a show-off battle between the two, and I think Colemon inched out the victory in that series. So even though Fireball won the second season, he's kind of under pressure now to show that he's the actual World Masters, and I think this is the year to do it, right?
Yes, exactly.
All right, thank you so much for taking the time. Then I'll let you get back to practice, and yeah, good luck in your games.
Thank you.
Welcome, Lord Triss. Welcome to the official GWENT Open tournament. It's great to see you here. Last time during the interview, Wang ID was saying that other Chinese players are gonna make it one day, and here you are. Could you tell us a bit more about yourself? What do you do apart from playing GWENT?
大家好，我是来自中国的昆特玩家 Lord Triss。
Hi everyone, I'm a Chinese GWENT player, Lord Triss. I participated in a couple of top 16 qualifiers, and in my third attempt I finally managed to qualify for GWENT Open. I really hope for good results in this tournament. Playing GWENT is my way of relaxing. When I play, I also like to listen to music, and apart from that, read books.
我比较喜欢听音乐，除此之外，比较喜欢看书。
All right, very well, man. And what are your goals for this season? Are you going to stay competitive after this tournament, or was qualifying for an Open your main target this year?
这个赛季的目标是
This season's goal is to stay in Pro Ladder's top 16. I think that qualifying for the Open is just the beginning for me. I very much hope to win this tournament and be able to compete in the GWENT Masters Grand Finale.
All right, perfect. And last but not least, could you tell me a bit more about your lineup and strategy in this tournament? Is there maybe someone you would like to play against?
我非常喜欢这个版本，因为我已经玩了。
I really like the current version of the game, the meta and the last batch of new cards. I've been playing Aligned Pockets for a couple of seasons already, and even when the jackpot was very popular, I was also playing this deck instead.
我觉得这
I would even say that it's thanks to that this season was pretty successful for me, and I hope I'll be able to use it equally well during the tournament, especially against monsters, and in the end achieve good results. Speaking of the player I'd like to face during this Open, I'm gonna say Wang Yi. I really want to play against him in an international tournament like this one.
王艾迪，我非常想在类似于这种国际赛事上来击败他。
All right, perfect. Yeah, hopefully this is gonna happen and you're gonna face Wang ID. Okay, thanks a lot for today's interview and good luck in today's matches, man.
Hello everyone and welcome to the last quarterfinal of the GWENT Open number 3. Tia and I are back to take you through the quarterfinal, and we are hoping for a slightly smoother ride than quarterfinal number 2. Incredible quarterfinal number 3 that we just saw. Tia, welcome back. Are you ready?
I am ready, Lionheart. You know how they say it, when the going gets tough, the tough get going to the kitchen to get some more tea, because this is going to be a very long night. Now, I'm very excited to see the two players face off here. Piable versus Lord Triss.
Yeah, some really, really big names there. Piable, obviously the Season 2 champion, here and ready. It's going to be really good to see him play. His lists we're going to look through in just a second. And Lord Triss, the newcomer, been playing a lot in the top 16.
Yeah, Lord Triss, he's from China. This is the first time he has played in an open event. And can you guess his favorite card by any chance?
What is his favorite card?
It is Triss. It is Triss. Shocking nobody, but that at least explains the name Lord Triss. And hey, I am Team Triss, so hopefully this starts a big debate in the channel. Oh, at least we don't have to fight off here.
We don't have to fall out, it's fine.
She's just vastly superior in every single way. But anyway, let's go on and take a look at what the community said here. Who do they think is going... I'm so shocked.
Okay. It is a resounding community belief that the veteran, the legend, Piable is going to take this now. That probably doesn't come as a surprise. He's got a lot of experience, not only in appearing in tournaments, but winning in tournaments. But we know that is not a guarantee. That is not it. It is not done. We go home now. Triss doesn't just pack up and say goodbye. Lord Triss will be thinking, that's fine, I can play underdog. People have won so far today even, when they haven't been the favoured player here. So for Lord Triss, the pressure is off. Face, arguably the best player in the world, all the pressure's off me. He has to deliver.
That is spot on, Lionheart. And hey, we all love an master champion, so in my books it doesn't matter who wins here, we're gonna have a fun time. And yeah, good luck to Triss facing, well, he's undefeated, to be fair. He hasn't played in an open yet, so
exactly.
needs to be careful. But let's take a look at the deck list and see what the two of them brought. So firstly we have Piable here, and he's going old school Syndicate, it seems, not building his entire deck around the Bounty Syndicate archetype. I see an interesting card there though, the Grand Inquisitor Hell. Now that's quite an interesting one, definitely one you'd expect in a Firesworn meta, but he shall cleanse you with fire anyway. He is a guaranteed 10 for 10, but also a spender, so it's not a bad proactive card, and it's definitely not a bad card when you need a little bit of tempo. Then of course we just have the usual Syndicate cards. We have a lot of removal, we have a little bit of uninteractive play if needed, we have enough Crown Splitters to make sure our Tunnel Drill goes brrr, and of course we also have Horizon Jr. combined with Professor, and also a little bit of coins with Sigi, little being an understatement of course. But next we go on to Nilfgaard Hyperthin again.
We do. We see a lot more tactical decision Hyperthin than I was expecting, having watched the top 16, but it has done reasonably well so far today. We saw it win a matchup against Imprisonment earlier in the second series, so it's going to be interesting to see if Piable has to worry about that himself. It has all of the power with the reveal cards. You've got Yen, you've got Triss and Zarthisius, the points and thinning of Sunset Wanderers, but also an interesting choice down in the 5 provision slot. He's chosen to value removal here, double Alza's Thunder, which is a very interesting choice. A lot of other players are taking the option of running locks instead in that position and taking the 5p unit, but reducing the number of units in his list gives him better choices for the reveal options. Has decided, you know what, I'm not as interested in being able to lock cards, I'd rather remove them, perhaps targeting some of those veiled units that we see in Squaretel in the Precision Strike engine lists. But it is a standard play. Other than that, you can see the Snowdrop, the ability to pair up with that tactical decision leader and really jam home those points. The next list is Fruits of Isgith.
Yes, and we have seen this list quite a bit throughout the day, I must say. I believe everybody has brought it so far, except for Truski, who brought Rajas, of course. But yeah, a very interesting list. I find it very interesting how the pros managed to fit all of these good cards in a deck, and a Royal Decree being a big part of that. Royal Decree, a tutor for 1 card instead of 2 like on Neuromancy. You spare 4 provisions if you include him, and you get to spend that provisions on other cards like Cave Troll we see here, a Defender. That's going to be quite interesting. If you can't remove that Defender, you're going to have a lot of trouble with cards like Idarin, cards like Bloody Mistress, and cards like She Who Knows. So an interesting tech, not everybody went for that one. And then here in the bronze slots, we have double Griffin, double Gun Cayenne, double Witch Apprentice, double Kikimo Warrior, and a little Squirrel and an Elder Bear. Interesting. Not a lot of players brought those either, so I'm interested to see this deck in action. Hopefully it doesn't get banned. But then we have Precision Strike, an interesting one.
We do, and it is a very interesting Precision Strike list because it is the very control-heavy version, but it is also Shiru. Now, I am a big fan of the control version of this list, and add a Shiru into it, wow, there is some serious power here. And yet, again, another list, perhaps looking and thinking, you know what? I don't like the look of that Scoia'tael engine that is going to be everywhere. I'm going to bring another list that targets it. There are multiple bombs in the list because it is a Madder version of it. One Banish Bomb, one Purify Bomb, and then other duplicates as well. There is no Simless in this list. One of the ways you fit the Shiru in, of course, to make that happen. The Geralt Professional at the top with Heatwave for toll removal. But there's something in the 6-piece slot that is quite an interesting meta tech. There is an Xavier Lemons there. Now, once again, a lot of players have taken the option of perhaps running a lock in the 6 provision slot. Can be a little bit awkward in the control meta, but Paya again saying, I don't need a lock in the 6 provision slot, I'm going to take Xavier. Now, this card is a 6 for 6 and has the ability to consistently banish units or cards. Now, this can be really useful. It can get in the way of monsters. It can get rid of the Mamuna targets, for instance. Against the Scoia'tael list that I feel like you may well be going after, farewell orbs. If you are going to be Syndicate, your Flying Redanian may be working just the one voyage this time around. It's a really interesting tech. It's yet another card that needs an answer, has a decent sized body, and can help for tempo in a way that perhaps the Squirrel would have fallen just a little short. So a really interesting lineup from Fireball. Feels like he has a certain target in mind for sure, and I guess we'll get to see now if he's going to find it when we take a look at Lord Triss's lists, starting off with his Syndicate Line Pockets list.
Yes, the Line Pockets list Lord Triss talked about earlier during his interview. Just waiting for that to show up here on our side. There he is. Now, at first I did a double take here because this seemed like your average Line Pockets list, but then I noticed the Confession Extractor hiding there in the 5 provision slots, one of the new cards. Now, this card gives you 5 profit, it goes directly into your graveyard, and it has a counter of 3. Now, every time you trigger the counter, this will damage the card that you've given bounty to, and I had to go look at what he actually included here. He does have 3 bounty triggers. He has Professor, he has Kurt, and he has 1 Slander, so I quite like this setup, and I'm very curious to see if he gets his full money's worth, if you will. He also has Jock, which is another point slam card, just an excellent one to include, especially if you can have Veil in your 3rd form. And then here at the bronze slots, he has a Mutant Maker, and then he has Cleaver's Muscle. Another interesting little tech there, of course it is a Crown Splitter, so it will help out if you run out of those, but he also has Bloody Good Friends, and he does of course have Cleavers, so he shouldn't have too much trouble making that Tunnel Drill go. He also has Tavern Brawl, again another nice fusion here. You do not want to play 2 large cards next to each other or you'll be in trouble. This card can catch you off guard on the ladder, but at least this is an open deckless tournament, so our players will specifically playing around this one. Up next, we have Lord Triss's Imprisonment list.
We do indeed, and this imprisonment list is, we've seen, there is a lot of power in Assimilate Spies, and as we've seen earlier on, Artho Terran, you can set him up, giving spying with the Mage Torturers, with those Thaned Turncoats, or random pings from Furcart. He can really create a powerhouse of points. You have the removal options with the Yennefer's Invocation, the Vincent van Moorlehem, but there is also a bribery in this list. Now, this card, once upon a time, was the bane of many Gwent players, and yet right now, it is probably trading for its highest ever amount in a list like this. I have seen 60+ point swings in Nilfgaard Mirrors with bribery this season, and it will be very interesting to see if we are going to get something similar today with this list. Hopefully we will get to see, I'm going to say it again, I want Mirrors, ladies. Can't believe I'm saying it, but it is still true. I love the first one, let's have some more. And we do see an engine-based precision strike list that may make Pireball very happy to see based on his lineup.
Yes, well, I would definitely fear Shiru quite a bit if I was playing the normal Precision Strike meta. Of course, still a very, very strong one. I mean, Feign Death in itself has just so much tempo, especially if you pair it with all of these strong cards like Simlas, the Sorceress of Doblathana, Alvin Seer, Whisper of Doblathana. He's one of the few players I've noticed who has actually included 2 Dryad's Caresses. A lot of them went for the Markham Ale tech instead. I quite like the Dryad's Caress if I'm going to be fair. It's a nice one to pull out with Simlas if you must, but Simlas also has the option of pulling out Nature's Rebuke or Orbs of Insight. Then we have a single Tempering and also a Dunka to boost your Alvin engines out of killing range. And then lastly, we have another Fruits of Isgith list.
We do indeed, and it follows the pattern you would expect. The Royal Decree getting a buff in the most recent patch to 9 provisions is massive. It feels so much more playable in relation to the Aneromancy now that it makes lists that are slightly greedier, but still wanting a little bit of a guarantee, a little bit of an option in the pocket more viable. The idea of fitting in the Idaran, the Caranthir, and of course She Who Knows right at the top, as well as, you know, just Bloody Mistress and Mamuna, just a few win conditions. Feels particularly nice here. This list does have access to a little bit of removal. The Parasite and the Natural Selection, both decent options, as well, of course, as the Crones, if you can get them set up. Interesting little card down in the 4-piece slot, a Megascope. One of the things we have seen happen, certainly with cards like Xavier's we've mentioned, your options vanish from Mamuna. One of the lines this list often suffers to is the fact that it doesn't get to keep its Mamuna targets. A Megascope kind of helps that. You can create yourself another Self Eater, create yourself a Griffin or a Gankaien. Really, really powerful options available to you. And uninteractively, you're not going to touch those. The odds of that getting heat waved are minimal. And, even better, it can pair off with the Idaran, making the floor of that Idaran just a little bit higher. Really, really nice choice there from Lord Triss, and we may get to see him play that list.
I sure hope we do. I am a big fan of monsters, as most know by now. Of course, it's very strong, and I'm very curious to see how other pros will face it. Now, whether they ban it or not is yet to be seen. I personally would. But then again, I'm very afraid of Shiru, especially if you're Lord Triss. It just has so many counters, especially if you're going up against Squirtle. I mean, just imagine a row full of Whisperers and one well-placed 3-point Shiru. That's it, done and dusted.
That does sound like quite the image one I hope we get to see, but maybe not. It does certainly look like that list will be the possible weak link for Lord Triss. A few players today, that has been the one that has been to get through. In a Conquest format, it is win with every list, so it does often come down to who gets their third list through effectively. So Lord Triss will potentially have to deal with getting that one through here, assuming, of course, it doesn't disappear away from it.
Well, that sure is the case, isn't it? And Pireball also bringing Hyperthin against Lord Triss's Imprisonment Terra Nova. That's another unfavored matchup, if you will, though we have seen Hyperthin breaking through previously. So let's see the bans here.
Yeah, and we can see the bans coming in, and it doesn't surprise me. We can see Pireball does not have access to his monster list here. That's a lot of power in that monster list. He is pretty content to do that. Lord Triss saying, you know what, I don't fancy facing off that. And it looks like the Squirtle list has been banned for...
This might be a little bit of a mistake because
I think that's backwards.
Yeah, I do believe this might be a mistake, folks. I do believe Pireball has banned Lord Triss's monsters list,
yes,
and Lord Triss has banned Sure. So let's just make double sure here from behind the scenes before you jump to any conclusion.
I'm pretty sure you are correct here. I'm pretty sure that is correct. So we will see Lord Triss. His monster list is away from him. He will not have access to that. You can see a lot of what Pireball's lists are trying is targeting those more engine-heavy lists. Precision strike option was one of his hard targets. From the conversations I had with him, he was hoping to queue into one of those engine matches and felt he was pretty good into line pockets as well. And on the other side, it is the Shiru list, as you mentioned, that Lord Triss has taken a look at and said, you know what, that one is not for me. I do not fancy going against that list. So unfortunately, we will not get to see Shiru create Scorched Earth on a row of fellow elves.
I mean, that's a wise decision, honestly. Shiru, uninteractive Shiru is just very, very scary, especially if you're playing something like Terra Nova. You can't make any targets that way. If you are playing Syndicate, your cleaver and all your cleaver's muscles just go like that with the well-placed Isengrim and Shiru. And then again, Square Tile mirrors, you just suffer tremendously. They get rid of every single Alvin engine you have. And then after you have passed, they just scorch everything. So I think that's a well-placed ban by Lord Triss, but now Piable's monster deck is going through, which isn't exactly a lot better, especially if you can't get any lists through with it. So,
no,
interesting.
And I hear they're going in early. They are a chance to guesstimate what they are taking. And Piable, who is TLG Piable, there is no iron mindset. It is Piable, and B is back. He has taken his Nilfgaard list on blue coin here, and we can see Lord Triss saying, you know what, first time, I'm going to take my drill, and I'm going to take it on red coin.
Now, it's very interesting that Payabo is taking this on blue. I can see it though. You might be attempting to snipe Lord Triss, or very well, you just definitely want round control with this list. You can't afford to be bled if you are playing hyper thin. You want to thin all the way down to your win conditions, and you definitely want round control. Now, Lord Triss here, going a Syndicate, this is going to be interesting. He's going to have a lot of control, and he's going to have quite a variety of options to his disposal.
Yeah, very much so. And you can see from Piable's hand here, no Snowdrop. And while it isn't necessarily something you'd have to commit into round one, if you want to go really into this round here, it would be ideal. But the Doderic could be a saving grace, as it doesn't gain its zeal because there are no agents on the board, but it can consistently deal with a little bit of hand fix. Draw a card and swap another one back, keep gaining the value on that Sunset Wanderer, although I do see a Best Boy sat in hand that definitely needs to be removed from that hand. As we see Lord Triss there quickly drop the Confession Extractor into the graveyard, an easy 6 coins in this list, and is now +1 on every bounty you're going to see.
I am a big fan of that card, I must say. It was one of the cards that I think sort of went unnoticed in a recent expansion, but the thing is, you can't touch it unless you decide to squirrel it. It's a guaranteed 5 coins, 6 of course if you're playing line pockets, as the leader gives you 1 more. And if it can't be touched, it's safe, and it will damage 3 cards you decide to place bounty on. So this places some cards in killing range without you having to do much work. So I'm a big fan of that card, and I thank Lord Triss for adding it. We see he's thinking a lot here before he's playing anything.
Yeah, he's already dropped his card, it's back to Pieball, and now he's thinking to himself, what am I committing here?
Oh yes,
he can boost the Doderic up, or he can just drop out one of his tortoises. The only issue with dropping the tortoises, it is one of his backup options if there's going to be multiple cards left in the deck with the Golem. Shouldn't be too much of an issue into this matchup though, as we see Knickers also raid the board. Lord Triss here could just be going down the Syndicate lines of saying, you know what, I'm just going to stay uninteractive early on, could choose to try and develop other options as well, but he does have a bit of an issue with his hand. He has Furco and both of his Crown Splitters in hand as well. In fact, he has Cleaver as well, all Crown Splitters, and no drill, and no way of using that Novigradian Justice not as a brick. So instead, Lord Triss here may well have to try and push this round with a few awkward bronze cards instead, gets up to 9 coins and gets the boat out.
Yeah, he does overspend with 1, but it is alright as long as you are thinning, and you definitely want that boat on your board, not as a brick. Pieball here just continuing to play very nicely. He's already on 27 points. Doderic is clearly safe from here on out. It can't exactly be targeted by Lord Triss, at least not in one soup turn. And Pieball now being able to manipulate his deck. He might even draw into Snowdrop at some point, who knows.
Yeah, he'll be really happy with the number of options he had that were active. One of the things that Nilfgaard can struggle with, this list runs a good chunk of them in order to do that. Lord Triss has a Sea Jackal though, which does threaten pretty decent reach. Now Pireball will be looking at that. We know he has a Heat Wave, can't quite remove it with his other options, and certainly doesn't want to be trading a Heat Wave onto that for 4, but with it existing as the only spender, it should be comfortable into this round. The question is, how much further does he keep playing here and keep clicking that Doderic? Is he going to trade out perhaps those assassinations, for instance, while clicking every turn to keep this Sunset Wanderer growing?
Yeah, both here are on 7 cards, so Pireball can't exactly tell if Lotris is bluffing at this point. He instead decides to continue the play. Round control is really important for him. He can't just opt out of the round for fun. Now, we see he is deciding here. Let's take a look.
Yeah, he's just choosing which card to pop back in there from the Doderic, trying to work out if access to the Triss right now is valuable or not. Probably best not, and decides to get rid of that. And we see some thinning now. I believe this is the Dead Man's Tongue, and he has hopefully not fully roped out there. We see the boost, 9 points of boost coming on there onto the cards. I believe the spies have disappeared.
Yeah, and Pireball also very nicely playing on the left of Sunset Wanderers. Of course, that's always preferable, as it will give it more turns to move to the right and grow even larger. Doderic being a very nice engine for that. Of course, if you pair that with Snowdrop, she'd grow 2 points every turn as well. So just a very strong long round synergy, but Pireball hasn't yet drawn it yet. Lotris here threatening with the Slander, though Pireball is well aware that actually have anything that can take this card out right now.
No, and you do see that that shield did burst, and that is not a graphic issue. That is because when Slander is applied and the Profession Extractor is in the graveyard, it does 1 damage, which of course has caused damage on. Now, this is an open decklist situation. He has not got to fear a Graydon or anything like that. He knows that card doesn't exist, and he is now looking and thinking, do you have access? Are you going to drill this? No. Do you have access to Freak Show? Well, we know the answer to that is no.
Yeah, so this might be a bit of a bluff on Lotris's end. Of course, he could start pinging this down. He could very well do some significant damage here and even steal it with something like Philippa later if he'd really like to. It depends what his next card is. He is behind by quite a few points, but he does have 9 coins in his pocket, and that shouldn't be ignored. Question is what he decides to play from here on out. The Sea Jackal on the board is a very nice spender, just in case you overspend. You don't want to play something like Bloody Good Fun on it, because you will have too many coins and you'll lose a few if you don't click on that Sea Jackal first.
Doable a turn from now though. He could drop the Bloody Good Friends instead, because Bloody Good Friends can spend to damage. Bloody Good Friends could do that, damage it back down to 8, and then he could use Bloody Good Fun to remove it and gain all of those coins back for free, plus the coin proc from using it. So that Bloody Good Fun here could end up trading and gaining him a full pocket all the way back. Fireball will be acutely aware of that possibility as well. So while it is effectively a 20-point game, that is a very, very quick swing in the next turn, with the spender on board as well.
And Lotris not even clicking the Bloody Good Friends, sort of tempting Pireball to maybe commit just a little bit more. Of course, Assassination can't take it out as it is placed next to a unit, and therefore only 5 damage will be dealt to Bloody Good Friends. So Pireball still continuing to play makes sense. He draws into his Royal Decree, and what is he going to play here?
Could decree for more thinning, perhaps, and does decide to take that. Not only is it thinning, it's also a deep chunk of points. Comes down at 11 and takes the hit onto the Bloody Good Friends, brings it into removal range. But Lord Triss will also be aware of how close the Sunset Wanderer is to coming out here. It's a 30-point game, but there's a big amount of reach when you've got a full pocket of coins as Syndicate right now.
Yes, Lotris probably doing some calculations here. If he does decide to kill this now, he'll have to spend a few coins with the Bloody Good Friends, then go into Bloody Good Fun, a lot of bloodies in the sentence, PG-13. He will definitely be able to get rid of it, and he will have another sack of coins, which is 9. He'll get 3 points each with his first 2 charges on Sea Jackal, and then he'll have to trade 2 for 2. He's trying to calculate most likely if he do that within 2 turns, because of course you don't want to pass.
He's got too many Crown Splitters to want to commit right now. Philippa is a decent option, but not one you want to give him and won't feel too happy about this pass. Paya is going to be pretty happy. Not only does he keep his Sunset Wanderer, also wins the round.
That's very nice. Interesting that Lord Triss didn't go a little bit further there, as the Sunset Wanderers would of course have left Piable's hand if he did not decide to use his leader there, with Doadric of course not being present after being killed. So Lord Triss instead deciding to go into the next round with a card up. Piable likely very happy here. He has significant tempo.
He's now mulliganed away the only remaining Crown Splitter he had and has drawn into the Justice. So now he has Furco or the Cleaver on the board to threaten him. Still having missed his drill. He also has missed his drill. No Junior, no Professor. There are no options for damage here. And Piable says, that's fine for me. I will take this pass very happily.
I am sure he will. I am sure he will. Now, luckily, Lord Triss is playing Syndicate, so he doesn't exactly have a deck manipulation options there. This is very nice for Piable because uncontested, he's just going to have so many points in the next round. He's going to set up those cards perfectly with ample options to manipulate the deck with cards like Snowdrop as well as his leader. This is just going to be beautiful. And it's going to be interesting to see how Lord Triss tries to contest it. He's going to have to make ample use of his own cards and try to outpoint slam Piable.
Yeah, I mean, he really needs to find his drill here. One of the issues in choosing to take the Tavern Brawl here is he hasn't got access to Freak Show because he doesn't run it. He's replaced it, which is a very interesting choice, going all in on a spender. He has found his drill though, and not bricked Justice from the Furco, so he has got a decent amount of power as well as Poison Toll Removal. That gives more coins for some of these. Not the perfect hand, but could certainly be a lot worse here for Lord Triss given how his round 1 hand looked. On the other side, with just 4 cards left and Snowdrop and leader, Piable will be happy with seeing.
You say drill, you are referring to the Vivaldi Bank having access to drill, right?
Yes, he can use Vivaldi Bank to get to drill, but Tavern Brawl existing in the 7p slot has resulted in the removal of Horson's Freak Show, so there is only one proactive spender. Does run other spenders like Jacques, which is slightly unusual for this meta, but certainly very decent power play, but doesn't have access to it, has not drawn into it.
That is a pity. Lord Triss actually not drawing all the cards he need. He does have 2 Fistic though, which isn't bad at all. He just has to make sure he spends everything in the right order here. Piable now concentrating what does he want to play and in which order will he play it.
Yeah, that is the question for him. It's too early, and his hand is really awkward here because he's got damage cards that are going to lose value. He cannot commit his leader on a full hand. He cannot commit his Snowdrop on a full hand, so he has to trade an Assassination for 2 here. Now, it does take away 1 piece of the pocket, but that is not ideal and will give a little bit of information away as to the... He was probably considering whether just dropping that Mage Assassin from hand was worth it, but when you know it's going to auto-thin and play, it's going to reduce your access to all 3 of your thinning cards, the Triss, the Yen, and the Zarthythius, all sat in deck right now. Want those, it just makes sense. You certainly don't want to put that and give that as another option. You want to thin all the way down to just the 1 card there with the Imperial Golem back in.
Yeah, of course you need Snowdrop to get all the potential boost she can, or else Lord Triss might just go ahead and remove her. So Piable needs to make sure he gets optimal value, and Lord Triss playing Cleaver in between 2 Crown Splitters. That's beautiful. Now it's going to play for Intimidate 3 insteat of Intimidate 1, which is really nice to see. Lord Triss having planned that optimally. You have to respect it.
Wow, and that was a rapid heat wave there from Piable saying, nope, I am not going to let you have that. That is going to trade for a decent amount of points in your list. Yeah, as you say, with Intimidate 3, that's huge. I mean, this Smuggle would have traded for... And he's decided that is far too valuable to let that pass here.
Yes, for sure. Now, a Piable perhaps yeah, he's just going uninteractive here. He is not giving Lord Triss any value. It makes sense, to be fair. If you know that Lord Triss is running Tavern Brawl, Two Fistic, Horson Jr., Philippa, at some point he's going to come up with a card that can't interact with anything, and it will be a waste. If Piable can sort of just continue to play these cards that he doesn't really want per se. Oh, and there's a Jackal now, one of his few spenders at this point, unless of course he draws into Tavern Brawl later on.
Yeah, that's very true. You've just seen he chooses to boost it up there, perhaps playing around it being removed the other Alza's Thunder, but that Thunder likely being saved for the drill here. And this now comes down to the turn where you're expecting Piable probably to drop this Snowdrop and pair it off with the leader here to start setting up bigger plays. There is an issue when this Sunset Wanderers jumps out. If it jumps out to the wrong position here, it could unintentionally set up a much bigger Tavern Brawl for Lord Triss. So it's going to be really interesting to see where that jumps here as Fireball takes his time trying to work out exactly what it is that he wants to do here.
Yes, and of course, if you can, you want it to grow bigger. I mean, there's no reason to let it come out on a you have access to something like Snowdrop as well as a leader. Well, he is deciding to let it come out. Oh,
that's
dear
not
goodness.
ideal.
No, it
Not
is
what you want
not.
to see. And decides early on to remove the spender, thinking that the value is huge. But what he proceeds to do there is he pulls out the Jacques, which is not amazing, and also makes it even better. You do not have to list just, it's not a deep now launch for Vivaldi Bank to get in. The drill will find a decent chunk of coins.
It sure will, and we do see that Fister coming out, so that card is just going to be killed very swiftly. And we now have a nice spender on the board too, so we don't have to worry about overspending if we are Lord Triss. We can just use Jock a few times, and it's all good. Piable finally playing Snowdrop as well as his leader. That's going to boost up quite nicely, and we're going to see Afan come out, as well as the Mage Assassin. And he's going to have to shuffle that Imperial Golem back, of course.
Yeah, but it will leave him with just one solitary card as these jump out here. Does manage to miss the shields, takes the 20% chance to hit those. Instead, we see an instant spend from Lord Triss in response there, but now it is all set up for the reveals, and he has swung that back. He was down 25 points, he's now up 20, but this is far from over yet.
Oh yes, this list has significant tempo now. If only Piable had Doedric along with Snowdrop, that just makes for a longer, strong round. But of course he had to play that round one without the Snowdrop. But Lord Triss here having to decide, he goes for Horson Jr. Interesting card to play right now. Definitely very interesting. Sets up some coins instead. Not yet a target he wants to steal particularly.
No, I mean, there aren't too many targets he's going to get that are going to be worth stealing. His best choice probably going to end up being something like an Ardfian for maximum value, but with the pocket set up, you'd rather steal, as crazy as it is, the drill tends to trade for 3 for 2 guaranteed, whereas Philippa is 2 for 1, so she is still slightly better. It is going to come down to what is your best steal option for her. He's playing this a little slow right now while Pi makes his decision. Be surprised to see the reveal card start coming out here and him to try and this to boost up the options to keep them out of the Philippa range, which is what we see.
He is of course calculating very carefully where that Tavern Brawl is going to be played, because that's a lot of points. So he needs to make sure that there is a small unit between very large units, or else they'll end up having the Tavern Brawl. So Lord Triss here keeping on to the Brawl for now. Piable not yet having a nice Triss target. His Alza's Thunder also is likely just going to one of his larger targets to a smaller one, just taking away from Triss's value. So Lord Triss carefully calculating here whether he can just diminish Triss's value altogether if he keeps on spending coins wisely, I'd say. And he does decide to go for the Tavern Brawl here. He gets some very nice value out of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty good Tavern Brawl, I'll be honest. Takes himself to 9 coins on the bus as well there, so that the boat comes flying out. There was an option he could have set the drill up first, and then removed the 2 units in between the tall Snowdrop and the tall Mage Assassin. Doesn't go down that line, and we see Triss come down now and remove that spender, albeit Horson Jr. does have a couple of very nice threes to take out. Can he bring himself to destroy Triss, though? That is the real question.
That is the real question. Do you think he won't do it out of dignity? Surely he cannot. He decides to play Philippa and he steals Afon, the biggest card he currently can steal, as his limit is 9. So he goes for the 5 there, makes sense. Hasn't yet decided to go for Tunnel Drill, which is interesting. Obviously, perhaps trying to get that last Ulz's Thunder out onto the board before he does so. But right now he's not going to find a lot more value. He decides to go for Fiststick, brings his coins up to a nice 6. And that isn't too bad. Pieball here having to decide if he's willing to play his Tortoise, as that's going to give Lord Triss just a little bit more value. And he goes with his last bit of removal instead. It's time for Tunnel Drill, I'd say.
I would say so. The drill, he's going up to maximum coins. How many points will the drill have? How many coins does it have to? It makes sense. He never gets to remove this drill here. So holding on to the Thunder, it doesn't help anyway, because you're not going to use that. And if you do choose to play that Melfi and Tortoise, would have given another point here. The drill dropping down, finding a huge amount of value. And it is not going to be enough. Pieball is taken out in round 1 there. Syndicate is a powerhouse. Wow, what a game 1. The drill really does just go brrr into game 1.
Yes, it does. Well, a drill paying off as always. That was really interesting because Pieball had a very optimal round 3. He had ground control as well. Still, Syndicate managed to pull through. So, very nice for Triss here, winning his first game in an open event. Still, he has 2 lists to take through now. Of course, his monsters list is banned. He now has Nilfgaard and Scoia'tael to his disposal, whereas Pieball is going on red. Now, I don't think he wants to take his Hyper list on red. No. I think he likes it on blue. Question is he going for monsters or Syndicate?
I mean, he's pretty confident with both of those lists to be flexible, and he'd like to take both of those lists on red ideally, so he's going to be considering now which one has the better chance into what I expect to be his blue coin list. Pyre's list, if he were to take the monster list that he has access to, he has some control, but not a huge amount, and when you're taking all of that and you queue into what is likely to be a precision strike queue, he's probably more likely to choose another option there. Is he going to want to take the monsters just for the pure power value on red and just hope he can abuse and remove those engines? Because into the long round, the Scoia'tael list can do some serious work. It can really fight off the points of monsters if monsters doesn't find access to its control cards. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that, but could equally just say, no, you know what? I've got Syndicate. You want to take your Syndicate on red? No problem. I will take mine all day into your Scoia'tael list. I think that's the line we're going to see here. I'd be surprised. I mean, I'm regularly surprised by the very top players and the choices they make, but nonetheless, I can see it being a Line Pockets pick. Pieball.
I agree with you. I mean, Line Pockets just has so much removal options, and when it comes to Scoia'tael, you definitely rely on your removal. Now, of course, that Gourd can go unchallenged, if you will, if you don't have something like Heatwave in your deck. Pieball also not playing a Bounty variant, so he does not have Great in his list. And yeah, he will just have to make sure that Scoia'tael does not get last say. But on red, you have quite a bit of tempo with it as well, so if you want to Scoia'tael, that's not impossible, especially with your control option. So it'd be interesting to see. Question is, does he want to take his monsters against Triss's Scoia'tael, or would he like to take it against someone else later? I can see monsters comfortably outpointing Scoia'tael, to be fair. I've played quite a few games, and with monsters particularly, and it very rarely does Scoia'tael catch up in round 1, especially with carryover. So if you draw your cards and your Pieball happy, but then again, Syndicate is just as good as an option. Will Lord Triss maybe not take Scoia'tael and go for a little sniper mission?
I'd be surprised. I mean, I think it's the list he wants to get through on this coin. It is his coin list. Instead, he says no. He takes his Nilfgaard here.
He goes for the snipe.
This was a list he was pretty comfortable taking on red, and has instead gone, I'm going to flip this. This is not a list I want to take on red. I think you're going to bring it. Pyre bringing the monsters, though. This is going to be one powerhouse of a matchup here. because wow, the monster list coming in on red coin, and I can see in hand the Adaran. I do not currently see access to She Who Knows, which will be huge if he can find it. But the Nilfgaard does have the options, of course, to get in the way and get rid of some of those Mamuna targets with the experimental remedy.
This is quite a good snipe on Lord Triss's part. And Nilfgaard is going to get optimal value here if it can correctly target the right cards with spying status for Terra Nova later. I mean, I have seen a 9 base power gun Cayenne being used against me. Remember, it isn't boosted, it's already 9, so you replay relics stolen with your spies, and boom, it's a lot more than 9 all of a sudden. So Lord Triss already indicating he doesn't really have a of play here. Often the problem with the sort of mid-range imprisonment list, you often have to struggle finding value. He didn't draw into Dead Man's Tongue either, so that isn't something he can use on his Lampgen. And Piable opening with the signature Griffin.
Yeah, although has got a couple of awkward cards in hand for Piable. Both of his Self-Eaters, both of his Griffins. Now, you don't really want to play both of those, ideally, simply because they are your Mamuna targets for later to pull out of the deck. So it is something he's going to have to consider here, and playing the leader instead before the Adaran, liking the Adaran into a later round for full-on greed, pairing it with something like the Caranthir, and we just see the standard setup for the bronzes. If the Self-Eater doesn't get answered, oh boy, does that pop off. The amount of threats that this list has for a point slam list that could also play engines is one of the things that's made Relics just so scary. But Lord Triss, as you said, round 1 he might be playing Nilfgaard. Round 2, Lord Triss could very easily decide he's playing monsters all of a sudden with the cards he'll have access to, and that is one of the things that this list does so well.
Yes, and he goes with Assassination on that little Om Nom Nom muncher. And of course, that can't multiply now because it has to be able to divide without killing itself. And right now its base power is 6. So it needs to be able to go down 3 points before it can divide. In other words, Piable needs to boost that up quite a bit before he can get it going again, which isn't that difficult with the amount of relics you normally have in a... Though, his hand is a little bit awkward, I must say. Like you said, he has 2 Griffins. You do not want to play 2 of those if that is your main Mamuna target. You also don't want to get both of your Self-Eaters out necessarily, because it could also brick a double Mamuna. He has 1 Crone, and not the one you'd like to start off with either. He has Caranthir, he has Idaran. It's quite awkward for Piable. I don't think he could have drawn a worse round 1 monster hand, if I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, not ideal for him. Could have chosen to take the Parasite onto his own Self-Eater, has instead decided to commit Whispers early for damage and for the Thrive and Relic boost, respectively. The reason choosing not to do that, so little removal available directly to Piable, that Parasite could come in really handy later, denying an Assimilate engine early that could end up being worth serious value, a lot more than the 6. So, and we see a very rapid Plumahard created there from Diplomacy. Will play for the 4, the bleeding, and of course also its own Assimilate value. Lord Triss just keeping in this so that Piable doesn't have a pass, and now we do see the Parasite doing exactly that, turning one of those engines off and saying, nope, I am not going to let that grow out of control here. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, here it comes. And we know there is a lot of power in Piable. Oh dear.
It backfires.
Well,
badly.
you love to see it, ladies and gentlemen. It hurts my soul to see an artist suffer so greatly. And he gives him the Dead Man's Tongue. And Piable will be looking at this right now and he's thinking, you must have some pretty tasty options. That is not necessarily the trade you would be hoping for if you were Lord Triss right now. Additional consistency available with the Dead Man's Tongue here, and I think this is a pretty rapid maxi to prevent that going back the other side. But does he choose to keep this right now? If he keeps this, well, I guess we'll find out. Could also, of course, be a bit of gamesmanship saying, hey, take the risk, but I could have put something else on the top. What would you like to do?
I mean, that was a very fast maxi. If he was trying to fool Lord Triss there into thinking he reshuffled that deck, I don't know. Of course, we don't have access to it right now, but that was one of the quickest maxis I have ever seen.
I mean, he was roping pretty down there, but we see a bribery played early. Huge value missing from this bribery because of the lack of assimilate engines. Takes the Mamuna here because he does have a Mage Torturer himself in the graveyard and in the deck. So now can thin himself and play a Mamuna all of his own, which just shows the power. It is Nilfgaard Monsters hybrid. I've always said Nilfgaard was a monster. This matchup is proving that to be the case.
I do like that quote. I will write it down somewhere. Now, Lotris obviously having stolen Piable's Gun Cayenne, also not the greatest scenario here. I think Piable needs to start focusing on committing his energy towards something like Gurney Korra, with Idurin along with his Caranthier, instead of with Mamuna. The problem is you don't always have privilege. You don't necessarily draw what you need. But his options for Mamuna started to look very, very sad here. If he plays another bronze, that's already one less target for Mamuna. Of course, she still can consume the target. She just can't draw another one from the deck, which is what makes her so incredibly strong.
I mean, he's got one card he can play here. It's the Griffin. It's the Griffin onto destroying the Self Eater. Doesn't destroy the Self Eater, though. Takes the option to kill a 4-point Whispers instead of that Self Eater. And we see a rapid pass from Lord Triss as the Squirrel comes down and is just enough here. That Self Eater, though, does have a 7 base power, so while it was damaged and not able to become an engine in this round, it is worth noting that it is now a taller base power for a potential Mamuna later, as we see Piable did not shuffle the Dead Man's Tongue right at the top, as well as his Decree, and all of a sudden he's going to feel a little bit better.
He sure is now. He does have that Royal Decree, but of course, Caranthier doesn't care if you have a Royal Decree and commands it now. And he's likely going to want to keep that Dead Man's Tongue merely because of the fact that he is really struggling to get the cards he needs. I wouldn't be surprised if he tried to get something like She Who Knows out, but with something like Yennefer being a threat, that's not necessarily a viable option.
Yeah, I mean,
he just has a terrible hand.
But
Very
he knew
bad
what he was
luck.
drawing into, though. He knew what he was drawing into with Maxi. He's pretty content there. He's taken the Kickmore Worker over the Apprentice, as it's another thing he can choose to set up that is a better Mamuna target in terms of points than that. Drops the Adaran, instantaneously gets locked and noped here, which won't surprise him at all.
No, of course not. You never allow Idurin to survive. Lotris doesn't know that Piable have any actual cards right now for Idurin. Of course, you can play something like Caranthier, and that will spawn another card with Idurin if it was not locked. Now, Piable here not ahead, and Lotris now threatening to win this round with a card up. He's going to have to start committing some more cards. He goes with his Weavers. Again, not optimal. You'd like Brewers to have been played earlier on, but again, Vegas can't be choosers. He gets ahead with that, and Lotris now just nom-nom-nomming his way into the monster meta with cards.
We see
this Gun Cayenne
here. A stolen Gun Cayenne and a stolen... Note that he used the Gaved to take that out of Piable's graveyard, then steal it with the Cantarella, which is pretty massive for him because now the Mamuna really has no target at all here so far. It is just this Kickmore Worker, and we're going to see those Relict Engines start playing for points now.
It's always so funny when Nilfgaard is playing more of your faction than you are. Lotris here definitely has a hand of gold there, has quite a bit of disposal. He just needs to figure out how he's going to be triggering those relics, as they are very powerful engines, and if you can get them a little bit bigger, then that is what you should be doing.
Yeah, may choose to play his assimilate options here, perhaps take something like the Vigo, perhaps, drop that down. Doesn't find a spy to create, but instead drops an emissary for the boost and gives it some protection there. But Piable's still ahead. Hasn't got a huge amount out from Lord Triss, though. That's the scary thing. All of those assimilate engines, all of those powerhouses are gone, but he will be considering, is this now my pass? Do I have to take this here, or do I Dead Man's Tongue to remove a few more things so that I have a better option later? It's difficult though, because his banish options are quite rough for him. What is he going to banish? Because he has to remember his Mamuna needs targets as well.
I mean, like you said, if he didn't end up shuffling with Maxi, we don't know.
He didn't
Okay, he did shuffle, alright. So then we know exactly the order, and if he knows he's not drawing one of his strong cards, he can just decide to Dead Man's Tongue it instead and take the provision cost. Interesting play here with Lord Trisk, by the way, going for the Emissary, row stacking. It means he's getting Sabbath. He is intending on perhaps getting a cards that get some benefit out of the Sabbath ability, and that would be one of them, by the way. A Swift Yennefer into a Joachim. Got yourself some carryover if you're Lord Triss. And I didn't even see him play.
Exactly that happened. We didn't even see Lord Triss's turn. It was that quick, and I think I can tell you what he is going to play on this pass here. He has got the option of using the Roderick, but there are 5 golds. The Joachim guarantees him this She Who Knows. If he takes that out of the deck, he is guaranteed that carryover for himself here, and that is exactly what he does.
Oh my. Look at that. That is the perfect end of a monster's turn. Lord Nilfgaard got good on Triss. He stacked that row for Sabbath, though Joachim would definitely have done the job if need be. We now see Piable's head shifting into Lord Triss's screen. That's definitely
well,
definitely
if the
5 head,
is
if you
going to
ask
play
me.
monsters, then it's what you've got to expect, right? That is clearly what's happening. Hands some very, very nice options as we see, as we do see here. The Mamuna is in hand, the Bloody Mistress, the Caranthea as well, Self-Eater and Gankayen. There are a lot of points sat in that hand right now, and doesn't find all of the golds here. At the moment, there are 3 golds left as options for for Lord Triss. He would be looking to find one here and doesn't find it. So, Furcart, Brathens, Coup de Grace, you are only going to find one of those from your Roderick. But it doesn't surprise me that we are going to see the removal of the only current Mamuna target instantly there. Forget Assimilate, we don't need that. We want to get in your way.
Yes, now Piable's goal here is going to be creating Sabbath as quickly as possible so he can get his strongest win con now ticking, which is Gurney Korra with the Caranthea. Lord Triss obviously just locking that bronze engine as quickly as possible. Piable going to struggle here with Sabbath because he doesn't have a lot of targets with Mamuna, like you said. He'll something like Griffin, but he won't be getting another one out from his deck. So that's a little bit problematic. Lord Triss obviously stacking the other row, just making sure that Piable doesn't get Sabbath a tiny bit earlier. And it's looking good for Lord Triss here, I must say.
It is. He has got his own Sabbath, his army. We have not looking too great in terms of options, but we're going to see, is that still going to be the choice that he takes here? It is. Decides to take it for maximum value, I'm guessing, which would be the Griffin. So even a bricked card that comes from the Caranthea is still playing for 10. That could be a lot worse, but does give Lord Triss the hand information. The Mamuna is there. The next Mamuna is also only playing for just 10 points here. He's already down 10.
Now, if he does decide to play a Gurney in the melee row, that's going to give him an extra 8 points, putting him in Sabbath range, so it is going
quite,
to
I don't
tick.
think. Takes him to 24, not 25. So it will not tick in one go.
Oh, sorry, for some reason, I blanked out there and I was calculating cards on his side of the board instead of the row. You are right, though. He does decide to play it on the row without actually getting Sabbath right away. Again, definitely not ideal. If you are playing one of the strongest engines in the game, you want that to be active as long as possible, whereas it simply isn't right now. He is definitely not getting the ideal amount of points here.
No, but the Arto has also not got really any targets. It's got a Griffin. I mean, the Griffin could be a lot worse. It plays for 8 points on its own, plus 2 points of Assimilate, but it's not as huge as it could have been. That could have been considerably worse as well. This Vincent is looking pretty disappointing, I've got to say. We've got a Vincent in hand right now, and his biggest target is a 4. So he's going to be pretty happy with that. And all of a sudden, Pieball, from relative problems, is sitting on a 9, 10, 11, 12-point finisher and a 3-point engine. So Pieball has 15 here. And unbelievably, Monsters with a double bricked Mamuna looks like it is going to take this game and tie it up, if my maths is not mistaken.
Yeah, well, Lord Triss definitely having to decide what he's going to do here. He's likely going to get rid of 4-point fruit, I'd say. I can't really picture anything else you'd like to do. He decides to go for Om Nom Nom. I'm not exactly sure why.
I honestly don't know the answer to that either. It wouldn't have bricked graveyard either way, but Pireball there, it looked for all intents and purposes that Mamuna had been neutralized. She wasn't going to be a problem. Well, the 2 brick Mamunas, well, they traded for 10 points each, plus, just a little Thrive ping, so pretty respectable for a brick. Did really well there, and Pireball levels it up at 1-all. The power that list has is terrifying.
It's ridiculous. It's just so strong. I mean, again, Lord Triss didn't draw all of his cards. He might have had a better chance of winning there. But to be fair, Pireball didn't draw his cards either. Or else he would have had a very better round 1 tempo and would likely have gotten round control a lot more easier. But all in all, a good on Pireball for taking his list through. Perhaps Lord Triss now regretting not banning it, going for Squirtle instead.
Maybe. I mean, at the moment when you look through the list, you go, okay, I'm banning Syndicate. Oh, good lord, Monsters. Wait a minute, do I see a Shiru? I mean, which way do you go with that option? And of course now, back, Pireball now going back onto blue. Expect to see him try and get that Nilfgaard list through another time here, which gives us Lord Triss, and maybe I get my Nilfgaard mirror after.
You really want a Nilfgaard mirror?
I do. I really do.
I mean, you did talk to Pireball beforehand, and I know he the Nilfgaard mirror actually. So I'm pretty sure you Lord Triss going with his list
I can see it
unread.
from Lord Triss. He's trying to get this list has to get through. He really needs to get this Squirtle list through here into this. There's such a decent chunk of removal. Pireball has added in things like the Owls' Thunders to this list, overlocks to be able to deal with the engine potential here. And at the moment, not the greatest hand either for Lord Triss. A Gord you don't want to play in hand. No scenario either on red. And sure, there's a chunk of tutors, but that's not necessarily going to help you as much as you'd like here. But we see Pyre instant slam, says, you know what, I'm going to say there's no punish, and he's dead man's tonguing straight away.
Yes, well, he does have a few proactive choices, but he decides to instead go for the left card to the Sunset Wanderers, which of course makes sense. When you have that option, you always go for it. I have to respect Lord Triss's snipe just once again. He is definitely just playing lists that Pireball might not be expecting. He goes for a 4-point Sorceress of Doblathon. Of course, that cannot be surviving. Pireball has to take that out, unless he really wants to play.
Blightmaker here instead. He could Blightmaker here instead, because it's guaranteed to hit it. If he chooses to take a Blightmaker on this, it does lower it down. It forces Lord Triss to have a boost in hand. It's exactly what he does. Now, of course, you can see that. But are you playing that Dryad's Caress for a simple 3 points right now?
That is the question, right? You don't have a Dryad on the board, so it's just going to be 3 points. Boosting her to 5 doesn't get you an orb. Instead, we see Alvin Seer. Now, Pireball having to decide if he's going to answer this threat.
I don't think it took very long to decide whether. That is one of the really high value cards. Lord Triss now saying, okay, I've seen one, but do you have two? Because the Whisper of Doblathana now drops down, and the pairing with this could be dangerous. I expect to see that zapped in exactly the same speed, and Pyre duly responds in the same way.
Yes, well, that's the benefits of including 2 Owls' Thunders in your list, ladies and gentlemen. You are very much able to exercise great control over your opponents. Lord Triss now having to decide. I see he's eyeing, but I do think he wants to go with that Dryad's Caress after all. It does give him the 5, and he does get access to quite a few cards. Now, which one does he decide to go with is the
the
question.
Waylay's the most points if he's considering getting out of the round. Instead, he may have taken the option for hand boost. Doesn't and goes for the maximum points here. He understands how valuable Lassay is when you know cards like Vilgeforce exist. And also Heatwave, so won't want to just disappear here, but Paya able to just jam cards, and even without the Dodoran, without the Snowdrop, he has been able to play to the left of his hand very consistently, so this Sunset Wanderer still isn't much of a threat. And while there are bricks in the hand, with this leader ability, that's just a hazard you're not too stressed about. Currently needs 20 points to catch here, Lord Chris.
You have to respect Piable's ability to stick to the left of the Sunset Wanderers. It's not always as easy as one would like. Lord Triss definitely has to calculate how much he's willing to commit here, as he's running out of bronze cards. He doesn't necessarily want to play all of these gold cards just yet, and his orbs aren't exactly the maximum amount of impact.
And again, doesn't get what he's looking for, I don't think. Whisperer now likely answered up at 5, unless Paja really decides to pause it, which he could do. Number of elves available to Lord is dwindling though. Simless obviously still an option, and then there is 1 sorceress and 1 elven seer, so this feigned death is looking more and more risky. And ooh, okay, out comes the maxi goodbye engine.
Wow, that is quite the commitment there. Piable giving Lord Triss more points than anything. Of course, we know that the Whisper, if left unchecked, can very quickly grow into quite a bit, and the fact that Lord Triss isn't grimmed into it would indicate that he is trying to build into getting round control, definitely playing more specials, perhaps even something like Simlas. Just a simple Simlas will get you another 2 Whisperers on the board. That's already 6 extra points, so you have to take these things into account. Now Lord Triss definitely running out of options here. He has to decide whether he is off.
And does take the pass. Could have used the Rebuke, then dropped the Forest Protector, perhaps hit the Ardfian Tortoise the first time, Vilgeforce the second time for reach, but has decided, I need to get out of here because I could end up getting locked into this round. Overcommitting, really risky. Is now in a position where he doesn't have last say, albeit is drawing some very nice cards. The power in the list that he has, perhaps he's now thinking, I've seen most of your... I am pretty content here that, you know what, I can deal with what you're throwing at me. Expect to see Paya, is he just going to take that pass now?
That is the question. It is what he did in the previous game,
Not against
isn't it?
this.
Okay, and there's good boy Knickers coming out already on 10. Well, Lord Triss now has card advantage, and he has all the options to his disposal. His Simlas has access to 2 orbs at once if need be. He also has 2 Nature's Rebukes, as well as Forest Protector that won't be bricked here. He needs to be careful here. What is he willing to throw onto the board? Does he want Feigned Death? Is he going to access more than 1 elf? He needs to take all of this into consideration before next.
He does. I mean, the Feigned Death isn't enough points and could signal the pass that Piebald would be happy to take. Could pair it with the leader ability as well. Be interesting, and that Lord Triss right now trying to work out what to do here. Do I just do something simple like drop a Rebuke? Can do. I lose the boost, and that is what he does here. Fireball now sitting, but still no Snowdrop. May happen in this situation. A turn from now. Can just stay on interactive with something like a Tawny Joust, but it's really slow in this situation. Probably expect to see him fish for a few more points.
Yeah, we see that Snowdrop coming out as well as the leader. Piable is not playing around here, that is for sure. He is intending to go very high tempo, as tactical decision can do. Now, Lord Triss here definitely knows he needs to start committing. The time is definitely now, and I can see him... Oh yes, I can see him going for Feigned Death, but does Feigned Death stick? That's the question.
I think so. I don't think I can... I mean, he might Heatwave it, but Pieball here just as likely to sit and say, I can just kill the engine. I'm not worried about the points it's going to generate, as long as I keep my last say, and I'm completely wrong here, and Paya says, I don't need to beat the Gord. The Gord right now is only 7, but we have seen Gords in this already reach 24 points today, so he is just saying, I'm not worried about that. I have 15 and 17 point slams, I have no worry, and has given his toll removal.
I think Pieball has sort of calculated here that he can pass at any moment, and Lord Triss is simply catching up. Pieball definitely indicating he's going for 2-0 or a very, very tough round to bleed, because he can't answer Gord now. He doesn't have or does he have Heat Wave? We see those Orbs of Insight finally coming out. Not ideal, as you definitely want to target an Elven Seer where possible, but Lord Triss doesn't exactly have a lot of options here, so he decides to play them now. Pieball is not joking, this is definitely him going for a 2-0. I doubt that we see him passing.
Yeah, could well do, and the other option, of course, as well, for some damage if you have got Last Say, well, Triss Merigold does a pretty good job of bopping a card for 12. One of the problems Triss tends to find is that you lose value on that, because you don't find a unit that tall. Well, I can see a dwarf that might just get there. So he has pushed. We have now seen the Sunset Wanderers jump out here. Doderic is on board, but the Snowdrop has traded with Heatwave. That would have been quite a scary engine every turn, so certainly makes sense. Big point gap right now, and if Payek keeps going here with the Doderic, he really, really could take this. He does, however, need to find the Yen and the Triss, swap those out for those specials if he wants to. He will frantically be doing the math right now on what it's going to take to catch. The leader ability is worth 11 points, so it's actually 27 to 41 if that whole leader gets procced. If that happens, the Vernos Commando, of course, does turn off though, so that engine will switch off, and he just takes the pass.
Okay, Pieball clearly happy with having Thund, and he's just very happy with that pass because Lord Triss is not merely catching
the
up
orbs are on
there.
the way. He knows the orbs are at 2 and 1, which means he's going to get that carryover. Gord isn't enough to catch anyway. Other cards are all playing specials. So, that carryover, farewell, you are going to see those orbs bounce out if I'm not mistaken right now.
Pieball hoping that Lord Triss is going to struggle here. He purposely passed here after having climbed quite a bit ahead. He wants commitment from Lord Triss, and he is definitely going to get it.
I think if he Call of the Forest right now, and he's probably doing he can Call of the Forest into an Elven, that will then proc the orbs and give him another orb potentially for the next round. Although he is going right down to the wire on this. And hopefully it's the client rather than that. Instead, just takes the Rebuke and decides to 2 and get the orbs out now.
Well, it's not enough.
No, it's not enough on its own. And with leader, it also would have been enough. He jammed that entire leader there. If he'd used, I think, the Call of the Forest into the Elven Seer, it may have been. Although honestly, the maths on that with all the orbs is very difficult to calculate, and I'm sure he does the maths far quicker than I will. Now it is all about the options. Do you drop that Forest Protector? Here, the Forest Protector itself will play for 5, remove perhaps, say, the Ardfield for 4, and then gain the 2 boost as well as the Vitality. You'd imagine that's going to be the line because it does just about get you ahead, and it's going to come down to, is your Gord big enough?
Alright, and that's enough. The orbs counting and Lord Triss being a card down here, though he's going to have a hefty Gord, but Pieball has Thund adequately and all his win conditions are in hand. He's going to find the optimal amount of points here. He just needs to draw his cards, but of course he will. So
yeah, he's guaranteed to, in fact.
Yes, of course.
Everything he wants. Now, the Gord is nowhere near as big as hope, because there's been so much denial of the engine value that creates it. Those Elven Seers have not found orbs. We didn't get to see any extra value there from the Sorceresses either. They didn't create specials. So this Gord, at the moment, standing at 14, 15, 16 by the time everything played, and not too rosy on the side of Lord Triss, albeit maybe this Dunkirk going to work in terms of hand boost. Not sure how long it survives, though. Actually, I am pretty sure how long it survives.
A millisecond?
About that, yeah.
Pretty
much. I think that was 2 milliseconds. 2 milliseconds there, and we see now Lord Triss decides he's going to take the Falve into a Call of Nature here. Best chance has to take this Sorceress of Banner and hope she survives at 5, so that you can pair her into the Seer still available. It has to take all of the options to go down as greedy a line as possible in this situation, but we can see the hand state is just removal, including there's even a Tawny Joust ready to take that out. This list is so well thought out and such a great counter to this engine list.
Yeah, it's kind of odd that Lord Triss queued Squirtle into this list unless he didn't think Pireball was planning on queuing Nilfgaard on blue again, yet he did it once, so...
It's not unwinnable. It isn't unwinnable for the Squirtle player but in terms of the normal version, but Pyre has teched this list pretty well to face off against this matchup, and there's still a decent chunk of points here. The leader obviously is going to be a slight brick. He's up 13. We see that swung in a single card here. But as I said, I think this Squirtle list is the one he has to get through. It's going to be the most difficult to get through, so he wants every possible opportunity to take that. As we see Pireball turn it back around, and it is 1, and the master of Season 2 is on the verge. He has one more game to, and he has one more list to get through.
And that list is Syndicate, so he's in a pretty good position here, especially going through with us on red. Now, yeah, Lord Triss being beaten by his own card, that is poetry, I'd say. Triss giving that second to loss.
Yes.
Yeah, blow to his happiness, I'd say. But Triss having played very well there, and Pireball. Now, the thing is, Triss now needs to decide what he's going to do on blue. He obviously has the Squirtle option. He went for it on red, which was a bit odd, I must say. In fact, I would very much have liked going for Nilfgaard on red here. It would have been the Nilfgaard matchup you wanted, and I do believe Terra Nova is favored here against Hyperthin, unless you have a pro player who knows exactly what they're doing, of course.
Well, he does. On the other side of that, I honestly this Squirtle list through. I think he probably takes the Nilfgaard now, but he could take his Squirtle list here and go for it on blue, give it every possible chance to get through, because, as I say, it can play well from blue coin, but you are then giving Syndicate the chance to possibly coin abuse you. Not finding the scenario in that last round, really hurt him, especially on red. He was aiming for the sort of the push, the abuse, the I'm going to drop my scenario and I'm going to answer it. Fortunately, he found it in round 2 when Pireball had the answer. He did not have that heat wave in round 1, and it would have been a very different game if those cards come out in a different. But that is the beauty of it.
It sure is. Now I'm getting word that we might have a poll about 15 seconds in about a moment to come here. But you won't be able to hear us for a few seconds, and that will be fine. Then we will go on to the next game. And yeah, it will be interesting to see whether Triss is going to queue Squirtle on blue or whether he's going to queue Nilfgaard on blue. I do think Nilfgaard is more favored on red, to be fair. I do sort of expect to see Squirtle, but with Triss, with Lord Triss, you never know.
I can see it going the other way. I guess we'll find out very shortly, but I am excited to see this list. The Helvig is a really cool option because it's a spender that spends nice and wide as a really good backup spender that just plays for its provision curve. It's a really interesting choice to take a card like that, but could make all of the difference. Has decided, I don't want to go all in on bounty. I'm happy with the mid-range, I'm happy with the damage, and as we get ready to go into the next game, as Tia mentioned, our voices will disappear, and then we shall return. And we are back, guys, and you can see we have got Lord Triss here boosting up a Dunker, finding some hand buff, and is taking on Pireball in what could be the final game here. We see the scenario in the hand of Lord Triss, just one elf shy of triggering.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? We have a nice boost there on the Soldiers of Doblathan, which is always extremely valuable. Now that those bloody good friends will of course be able to get rid of Dunka if not dealt with. Alas, there it goes. Lord Triss getting rid of it with a quick ping and a Nature's Rebuke.
Yeah, it's one of the nice things that this list can do. It has regular 6-point reach. Most lists only have 5-point reach, but when you can successfully use those leader charges just to bring that down a notch, it feels really good. And of course, Lord Triss desperately trying to deny the ability to play something like a Justice.
Exactly, and we see Lord Triss here deciding what he wants.
Yeah, this looks like he has taken the Maxi here, trying to work out if this is worth it. Leader options from the Broccolon Sentinels, of course, polluting those draws. Isn't going to mulligan into the orbs at all. Also not going to see those Whisperers of Dolbathana or, importantly, the Karathi Heatwave. Something he's never going to have access to. So how important does he find that in this matchup? That's what's going to matter here. Find out shortly. Draws into the same cards.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, his top cards didn't look too bad. He had access to Isengrim as well as Forest and Falv. Falv being able to thin there a little bit if need be. It will be interesting to see whether he decided to go for the shuffle. He boosts Dunka well out of killing range, which is quite nice. She also has Veil, so cannot be poisoned. One of the perks of Dunka.
Yeah, very much so. That Veil really useful, and we know, of course, it is Devotion on the side. So in terms of tool removal, well, above 14, it just doesn't exist. So really nice there to take out of range of a prospective Philippa, albeit, of course, it's not actually a card that Fireball runs in his list, so perhaps just a ladder habit, and you don't want anything sat at 9 against Skoya, even if you know the list. And we do see the threat of that Sea Jackal spender down now.
Yes, well, of course, yeah, you just avoid the number 9 altogether when facing Cynic. I mean, Horson Jr. also quite likes the number 9. Big fan, can easily damage a card by 6 and then kill it with coins of 3, so that's quite awesome. The Fistic coming down there. Okay, so we'll still be able to use that, but we decided
doesn't need to. You see the Purify, but again, no Orb. The Orb rolls have been minimal today. For all the ones we've seen at 6 above, and obviously it is a small chance because you're 5s, but not going to love that choice there, as we do see it looks like a bit of drops in. Lord Triss looking at this and thinking, I am going to take as much carryover as.
Yes, Lord Triss now in a very nice position here. He actually has drawn a lot of the cards he does want, and we see that Fistic Trafficker coming down. He does poison his own card there, gets 3 coins of course, and Lord Triss going for another Dryad's Caress, not afraid anymore of being poisoned, as I do believe Pieball only has 3 poisons in his deck, so that's not a threat anymore.
No, and of course with the Dunka on board, that Vitality will tick, and Pieball says, you know what, I'm going to take my maximum coins. I do not want to commit my Furco. I have no interest in committing Horse and Bank. I'm going to get out of here. So has now given control to this list, and it has not changed the list by the look of it. He has not see here. Lord Triss has kept his draw order, knowing he was going to draw into a couple of elves that would prop that scenario should he choose to do so.
I'm quite a fan of not reshuffling that deck. I quite liked it, and you also like the set that goes with Max. Just knowing you're going to draw certain cards and being able to plan ahead. Lord Triss not wasting any time here. He is likely hoping Pieball didn't draw some of his cards, and he did not draw Tunnel Drill. That's at least one threat he doesn't have to worry about unless Pieball decides to go into Vivaldi Bank. But Lord Triss definitely indicating he's going to push a little bit and at least bleed some cards out of Pieball. Pieball setting up Novigradian Justice too, so the Crown Splitter threat is of course there, so you don't know if he has Tunnel Drill or not.
No, and that's the thing, albeit if you are Lord Triss and you can see that card come out sooner rather than later, I think chose to mulligan away Sorceress of Dol. Really interesting option, knowing he could access another elf from Falv. Also gave him the option of another without committing this huge Forest Protector here, as we see Horson. Oh, this is going to do some work here, and it's cleaning up engines. Horson Jr. is such a powerhouse. Can and go through everything pretty quickly.
Yes, now if you were playing against something like Vernasil, you'd of course have killed all of those dead eyes just to decrease the amount of pings she's going to give to you. And we see Slimlas, very nice. Those orbs, very shiny, very powerful, and will make for some very nice carryover when he eventually decides to pass, if he does.
Yeah, I mean, they are now sat in the graveyard at 3 and 2 ticks respectively. Also throws the full, basically trying to give himself a decent number of points ahead. He's ahead by 16, 18 with the Vitality, which is a decent number of points there, saying to Pireball, I don't fancy losing last say, so hopefully I can... Can the Helveed catch that up though?
That's the most British thing I don't think he would have said, I don't fancy.
I feel like that's exactly how Pireball would have said it, personally, but that's fine.
Alright, you know what, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Now, Lord Triss here, having to decide whether he's going to get rid of that Crown Splitter. I sort of think he wants that Tunnel Draw out, he wants to maybe bleed. I don't know. Of course, if he plays one special card, it's not yet triggering the orbs, so he can afford to do so, but that's a big card to commit now.
Now, I'm curious here. Committing that over the Nature's Rebuke, it's a massive tempo play anyway, and gives him a bit more room, kind of forces Pireball's hand a little more, but also could give Pireball the incorrect hand room. He doesn't have the other Rebuke available to him. This could genuinely turn into a 2-0 from Lord Triss here. That Gourd is pretty chunky, and the Nature's Rebuke will also re-proc those orbs if he chooses to play it here. So a lot of points, and it is not often you see pushed quite this hard.
Yeah, and it could also indicate that Lord Triss is intending on proccing those orbs, as he will of course get a Death Wish if he does kill something like Tunnel Draw, and that would give the Forest Protector 2 more points. Not Death Wish, sorry, a Death Blow. That is if Pireball decided to commit it, but of course he's not. He is holding on to his cards, he doesn't yet know how to go. And Lord Triss having to decide whether he wants to proc those orbs or not. Does he want to take them into the next... No, he doesn't. He doesn't. He wants them right now. That's what he wants.
And they are out. Now it's even more points. Both of the orbs come out. All of this just building your Gourd. That Gourd right now is 18 points. There is a huge gap here. And I think we're going to have to see a spend pretty quickly on this Helveed, followed by Pireball wants to find his way out of this.
Yeah, Pireball spending Helveed. At least he does have that engine on the board, so he does over profiting. He plays Cleaver next to a Crown Splitter, giving him at least a number 2, which is quite nice. Just an extra point there with the shakedown. He spins, but it is definitely not enough. He's going to have to end up... He's likely going to end up having to use Vivaldi Bank. Oh Lord.
It's huge. That is a perfect pass here, because it's going to come down to the bank right now. Will show you 6 cards. Pireball could also, of course, use Lined Pockets charges to improve the guarantee. But if this Tunnel Drill is sitting too low here, he may struggle to catch. This is a great push, a brilliant lead from Lord Triss here, putting Pireball in a really awkward situation. He has missed so many of the cards that would have helped him resist that, but if he can find a way out, we have seen before, Syndicate finds a way. So this isn't quite done yet.
That was just an exceptional bleed. I mean, there's no stronger short rounder than the Gourd that Lord Triss has in hand. Pireball going for that Vivaldi Bank with just 3 profits. That's
he's going to see 4 cards. Oh, the Drill's on top.
He top decked. He top decked.
Wow.
Very nice.
And now he is going to spend as quickly as he can. Can he get out? And he does it and gets out on even as well.
Look at his face.
Wow.
He doesn't believe it either.
Now
that could have gone horribly wrong. That could have been the end of the game. We'll see how this goes though. Lord Triss still has a very big card now waiting to be played. But Pireball drawing into Siggy, which isn't bad. If he gets a spender, he's in a very good position as well.
Yeah, he's going to need one, but as we say, this right now sitting 18 points, 2 elves that are going to demand an answer by an Isengrim. And you know what? He even draws the Heat Wave. This is going to be very, very tough. Has got plenty of generation for you, so it is not quite over yet. but it does force Pireball to start early here. Would be surprised if we saw anything a Siggy Royven drop down to fill that pocket and give him a vote.
Yeah, not bad play, of course. Gives Lortress an indication of what is about to follow, either a spender being dropped on the board or something that doesn't generate coins. So he goes for the Alvins here. Pireball is likely going to want to contest that. Problem is he will be overspending.
Yeah,
and
he
Lortress might
overprofits, but he's always going to. Here's the risk. His spender is now gone. He is sat there, and he knows this heat wave basically ends the game. So he's just hoping beyond hope that it is not there.
As it is, Lortress thinking a little bit, not yet ready to play his card here. Has to figure out exactly what is in Pireball's deck and what he went through during this game, just to make sure this is his last spender.
Yeah, he will be going through, he will be taking every option, looking to see what is happening and how he can get the best out of this. Pireball does have other spenders. There is a Sea Jackal left at worst Blacksmith, so that will be part of the consideration for him. Do I just Heatwave this? Is it a bait from Pireball? That is what Lucas is currently trying to figure out. Can I afford to remove this, or do I drop effectively my own L? Knowing it's just going to die, takes the option.
And that's game, set, and match, folks. Gord just simply outpoints Pireball from here on out. Lortress will be taking the game.
It looks like it. There's a 20-point Gord as well as a point Sorceress that will also create another unit. So Gord will be dropping down for a chunky 21 here. And that is an incredible play from Lortress. This was the list he would have been worried about. This was the one that he needed to get through here, and he has just done so. By the look of it, it is now 2-2 in this series. We are going into a final game for the final place, and we're going to see Lortress on red against Pyre on blue. Wow, what a game that was.
That is a very big Gord, and just mad respect for Lortress for that exceptional bleed. Pireball simply not having the spenders nor the coins really to catch up there, but he now has another option of bringing Syndicate through on blue coin instead. Lortress having the option of playing Nilfgaard on red now. I'm very curious to see how this one goes. Of course, Lortress, he'll be playing Syndicate and attempting to play it better than Pireball, and he's doing that on red as is the favored coin for his version of Nilfgaard. So
yeah,
this
that's
will
true.
be an interesting one.
Nilfgaard does struggle a bit more though playing Syndicate, because it's all well and good just grabbing a few points and a few point slams, but the coins that go along with it can be harder. The control options into this, preventing those drill pockets, all going to be really and very possible for Lortress. He will be much happier with the coin choice he has left than I think Pireball will, that's for sure.
I mean, this is a big one. I mean, this is Lortress's first time playing in an Open against Pireball, the Master.
Right.
And they're 2 each. This is quite big. If Lortress can go through here, that's something he's definitely going to remember, and quite a feat as well. Though Pireball keeping up the pace here, showing what he's made of course. This is a very big last game. I think they're going to be taking their time here. This is going to determine who goes through to tomorrow's set of game.
Very much so. And while obviously there are only one deck each for the players remaining, they will just be composing themselves right now, making sure that they know exactly what the bring in this series, racking their brains over the times they will have played this on ladder in the previous series, which I'm sure were countless.
Alright, that's
We may hear again very briefly, voice-wise, at the start of the next game, guys. But again, we will of course be returning back. So we'll quickly, while they queue in, lists that are coming through then. It is the imprisonment list from Lortress. I really like the way this list plays in the current meta. I've got to be honest, the art of it's such a good card that has been added in. Adds so many fun synergy. We saw it not really find a decent time, and again could find that problem here. The spying value, the ability to get in the way, could be really nice. And if nothing else, those imprisonment leader locks when I did briefly, through Hessa, thank you very much Hessa, have a chat with Lord Triss, he did mention the reason he took this, the reason he took the Imprisonment Leader was its flexibility, its ability simply to answer engines and not have to worry about running cards to do that in your list, which makes perfect sense.
Certainly does make perfect sense, and a card that Lord Triss did include in his list that not everybody did is Bribery, of course, and Bribery is quite your high roll card. You do hope it draws you the card you need, but you can never be certain of what it will draw, unlike Arto Terra Nova, where you can actually target specific cards with your cards that give spying status, of course. And yeah, it's just a very nice list. It has a very high ceiling with regards to the players that pilot it. You can have the best player in the world just beat about any deck with this list, and you can have a newbie with the best list in their hands and they will struggle immensely because you have so many options to your disposal. And like you said previously, you do need to know exactly how your opponent just so you can play their deck better than they can and accumulate more points that way.
That is so very true, and Paya here not hanging around. He is playing some speedy Gwent here right now, not liking the way that last game at all, has jammed his special straight down, a smuggle in and done, perhaps trying to get away from this round, get to his 9 as quickly as possible. It'll be interesting to see how this goes, because the long round can be really scary in this matchup if you're against Assimilate.
Yeah, Lord Triss definitely getting a little bit extra value there. The fact that playing on red, you don't have a lot of proactive cards in a Nilfgaard list with Imprisonment, at least the mid-range version. So that's at least nice. He gets to set up that engine off the bat and he doesn't have to play it without a card on Piable's end. Now, Piable having to decide what to give Lord Triss, because remember, every single card he plays can be used against him. You don't want to give targets too early. Lord Triss has 2 Mage Torturers in hand, and he has fur cards as well. So Piable needs to expect the worst and not commit too much. Yet he needs to win the round. It's a catch-22.
It really is here. Try not to let them set their Arto up, make it difficult, make them have proactive plays. Lord Triss duly obliges. Keep my engine alive. I will keep this Thanid Turncoat available. And we see Paya really jamming those cards now. Takes himself up to max coins, puts himself ahead here, and drops one of the Sea Jackals down as well. A slightly less awkward hand for him this time. Does have poison to be able to trade onto that tall boosted unit now. Not ideally his best target over the course of the game. He is going to find huge poison value at some stage in this, but nonetheless, if he has to take it here to seal this round, I'm sure he will be very content to do so.
Yes, I can also see an argument here for Lord Triss wanting to get a spender in his Terra Nova list, at least so that if he accumulates coins, he can spend them accordingly. But right now he's not targeting the Sea Jackals, instead waiting for a better spinner perhaps. We know how Veed is just sitting there. We know Cleaver is there, Tunnel Drill, all of those good cards. But he does go ahead and target a Sea Jackal just because. Also, he doesn't want to commit some of his golds just yet. Fur card obviously has to play a special card, so that will force him to either play Bribery or Fur. And neither of those perhaps willing to commit just yet.
No, definitely not. There isn't really a target you would want Furcart to grab right now. He could decide to drop it with just the one Assimilate engine on board. Does, of course, limit the number of points he would get from other potential Assimilate engines. Nothing he wants to Yennefer right now either, but there is a gap, and he has got to worry, do you have the follow-up poison here? Has this Thanid Turncoat's time run out? And we, of course, can see that that is the case, but he does continue to play.
He certainly does. Now, he is still concentrating here. This is a big match. He doesn't know whether Piable actually... He has to assume he does. He doesn't use Furcart, interestingly enough, to play Yen. Perhaps not because he doesn't want to thin, but because Furcart is very nice at giving random units spying every time he plays a special, and he might want to hold on to that until he actually has decent targets on the board. And Paya giving him the decent target, but oh boy, is there a lot of units now. Furcart isn't exactly going to just randomly ping Halvid per se.
No.
But that's a pretty big commitment there. You want to target that ASAP for Terra Nova later
Well, I mean,
on.
the Mage Torturer is there to be able to do that, but slow tempo. Instead, we do see the Furcart come down, and we see the bribery drop out here. Why try and create one when you can just bribery potentially into one? We also see the Sea Jackal that was Yend there drawn. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
I was joking. I was joking. Oh, bribery. I'd say never change, but I don't mean it. Doesn't need to spend either. Holding those coins mentioned can be valuable. Decides to spend to push to be further ahead here. The Yen onto a Sea Jackal never feels amazing, especially when he wasn't too tall. But pairing it in that way, not awful. You can see Paya here now just jams that poison, is not messing around, and does choose to take the spend here, thinking how far ahead do I need to be to force a bit more out of you, or to force you out of here. Knowing now it has information on the hand. Just a Sea Jackal, I mean, that's a slow play. It drops down for a single assimilate ping and spends the remaining coins. So small reach needed, but now Paya having to go away. Does not want to commit those cards.
And Lord Triss just having an excellent option here to target that Halvid. It's exactly what he does. He gets a guaranteed 10 points if he plays that. And if you played with Arto, it's automatically going to be because you will trigger the assimilate. That's a very strong short tempo play if you really want to go for it. And he does have round control, so he has all the options in the world here. Yet Payable's still having a lot of his golds that need bled out, or else he's going to have a very strong long round. Ooh, what a hand.
That's the risk. This Nilfgaard list loves itself round, but only if its cards stick, and that is a risk with a drill around. Now the options here for Lord Triss were either Trialchemist, which is slow and risky. YOLO Rella does none of those things. Instead, we see the Furco come out here, take a big chunk of coin carryover from the Swindle, and a nice pass here. Paya has access to the Cleaver, to the Drill, and to a pocket full of coins. Can he remove everything in time? This is going to be an interesting final round.
Yeah, this is a big one.
Wow.
Payable has every single card he wants. Look at that hand, it's just golds, except for the one for stick. You can't have a better hand than that. Lord Triss, his hand isn't the best right now. He does have a few bronzes that he doesn't necessarily
He has
want.
missed so many cards. He has managed to miss Artorius Vigo, Vincent, also Roderick, Joachim, and Ku here. That is not amazing. Access, in fact, no access to any of those. Minor saving grace is the Dead Man's Tongue, I guess, can hit a gold card for slightly more, but wow, that is not ideal for Lord Triss in terms of draws. Has a couple of his key assimilate engine, is able to use the assassination here to take out the Cleaver, but the pocket is now established.
I mean, it's clear he just used up all his luck with that one bribery card. That's just the Gwent RNG biting back, saying, no more luck for you, Lord Triss. You're lucked out here. Payable just, this looks really good for Payable right here. I mean, he just has... we can already sort of... Yeah.
The Coerced Backsmith's really nice, because if it sticks on the board, the Drill stays out of almost all removal range as well, which feels really nice. And it looks like it will stick, as we can see as well. Also, if you don't choose to lock it with Imprisonment, it is another spender that just gets to sit there. So it's another thing you have to answer. And right now, Assimilate can really throw some points together. Start getting in the way, use those spies like the Brathans, it can put a Cantarella in the way, and the Cantarella here does have some decent options. All of them are 6 units, or could also draw into something like a Novigradian Justice though, so you expect the Gorthra Cantor combination instead. Maybe, just maybe, even into a Vivaldi Bank to try and improve this hand slightly. If Lord Triss wants to go down the I am going to find a way to get cards route.
Yeah, he's in a very tough position here. There isn't a lot he can actually do. Like you said, he does have a little bit of options to his disposal, at least. I can imagine he's going to want to start and make Tunnel Drill's life just a little bit more difficult by trying to split those Crown Splitters. Of course, there are still two next to each other, so he's going to have to play another card, potentially Cantarella, but that might not come immediately. Like you said, setting it up with Gortho Divide. Oh, and it's too late.
Yeah, then the drill goes brrr. Pete is saying, I no longer... The value of losing this drill right now to be able to do this is completely worth it. That Brathens wasn't too big right now, but I have seen Brathens reach 20 points very easily in this season, so denying one of those big assimilate engines pretty quickly will feel great. We see the lock instantly drop down here, and there's not even a risk of a coup onto a drill himself. Wouldn't be the line with the number of golds he's missing anyway, but still, Lord Triss here is not, he's going to feel really unhappy, missing so many options, but equally hadn't used the Dead Man's Tongue earlier. Perhaps had that happened, had access to it, maybe could have thinned the deck, improved the draw slightly, but that is the way RNG goes, as cannot spell RNG without an Elf.
Exactly, and he decides to go for experimental remedy here, and does go for that spying. That was likely his next play anyway, to try and make the drill redundant. In a way, of course, it's a little bit too late. That's Siggy already just giving Piable another 3 points with the Flying Redanian coming forward. It's starting to look very dire here for Lord Triss. Of course, he doesn't yet know how dire. He doesn't know that Paya has just simply drawn all of his cards.
It may not be done yet. As I say, Gortha into the bank. Cantor pulls that out. If he then somehow hits Joachim to a Vin, this whole thing can turn on its head. It is not over just yet. Nilfgaard finds a way. It looks bad right now, and he would be much happier with a better hand, but you just never know.
No, you certainly don't. And we do see that Dead Man's Tongue coming out a little bit too. He now obviously has the option of it going for his biggest gold and taking the provision, unless he decides to go bronzes instead.
Which he does. Two bronzes are gone, yeah. Removes a 4 provision and a 5 bronze. Now remaining units are literally down to 5 gold cards and 2 specials here. I honestly can see him taking the line for bank. The more units he can remove, the better chance he's got with that bank, with just the 4 out of 7 cards visible to him, to possibly, just possibly, find the out he's looking for here.
Yeah, I mean, I think you are right. Otherwise, he would obviously just have gone for the highest provision there with the Dead Man's Tongue. Instead, getting rid of 2 bronzes he doesn't want to see with that Vivaldi Bank. He'll only have the possibility of looking at 3 cards with Vivaldi Bank, as he's just given 3 coins. Now, we do see a Piable... I do see their faces have disappeared. Yes, we do see...
They are still there, we promise. They have just faded at the moment, perhaps blinking as the freak show comes down, much like the stunning card art that comes with it, and has just thrown it onto the board. It is another spender that is there, but is aware there shouldn't really be much in the way of answers to that now. In this list, the lock's not available, and we do see Lord Triss create himself and spend, interestingly, with that Helveed. Could have held those coins and say, I'm going to guarantee I find what I want here. Doesn't do that, and we see Freak Show into the dip to deny another assimilate engine here.
And he reappears. Now, it might mean he isn't actually going to bank. It's definitely up for debate. We'll see what he decides to do. I think sort of we do see Gortho Divide coming down there, and what is he going to go for? Likely the Vital Ritual.
Yeah, he'll take the Mentor here because the Adrenaline is on, and gives him some hand knowledge left. Not too much though. A 10 is pretty nice for him there, and it is Novigradian Justice, but he doesn't know that. He isn't 100% sure that is the case. It could also, of course, be the Junior. We see the Professor trade for such great value as well here.
Yeah, that's excellent. Putting bounty on it and getting 6 coins in return. Not too shabby, not too shabby at all.
And
now
there
let's
goes
see.
the bank.
Oh, there it is. So we're going to attempt to high roll, it seems, as we're not going to be able to view all our cards. Merely 3 of them, I believe.
4 of them, you get 1 for free.
Oh yes, well, he gets Vincent Coup as well as Arturius. He decides to go for the Coup, and
Yeah.
what is he targeting?
I mean, the Cantarella doesn't necessarily help him because the Cantarella doesn't actually have anything useful in deck. It's not going to give him other bank, for instance. So he's taken the Coup now and thinking, what is going to be the most points? Maybe I have to Coup this Cantarella into something like Orson Jr. here. Unfortunately, did not find the cards he didn't hold those coins from Helvey. May instead just kill the spy and take himself another option here to give him. He's got himself a nice looking pocket on the other side, but not quite the coins you would hope.
Yeah, unfortunately not the best outcome for him here. I think it is safe to say that we do have a winner. Fireball is definitely going to be taking this, unless Imperial Diplomacy Magic... I won't.
It does seem unlikely. As good as it can be, will breach this 30-point gap. But Lord Triss has played so well here. Got the list through that I was most worried about from his lineup for sure, and has pushed one of the very best, not just now, but ever, all the way to a 3-2. But when it comes down to it, and a big sigh of relief there from Pireball as he takes it 3-2. That was quite the series tier. Wow.
Yes, quite impressive. Lord Triss doing so well for his first time in an open event against...
Sorry, I love Pyre's face at the end. It was a... Oh, he's brilliant. But yeah, massive respect there to both players, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, just so much deserved. And I do believe it's like morning hours there for Lord Triss as well. It's quite late, I want to say.
Actually, I haven't considered time zones. You're completely right. It is the earlier... In fact, it's probably the not so early hours of tomorrow now, where he is and performed admirably.
And yeah, I do hear we are ready for Berza and the of Pireball. Say.
Yeah, we'll throw you over now.
All right, I am here with Pireball. Jak tam, byczku? I'll say that in Polish. You seem very calm. Like, the game ended, you were like, yeah, it ended. What's up?
It was not my best series, for sure. I think I misplayed the first 2 games a bit. Then the other games were sort of fine.
I mean, the last one was like you just dominated. Like the points difference was crazy, and the tunnel drill there before it was locked was just incredible. So very well executed.
Yeah, the last game was really good from my side. But yeah, the first 2 games were in the screen, so I was pretty unhappy with myself, and you could maybe see it in the camera. But then later I managed to pull through.
So you know pretty much the decks and the lineups. What do you think about going against Wangit tomorrow?
Well, Wangit has a very similar lineup to Lord Triss, so the series might go basically the same. I feel pretty confident going against him. Like, my lineup is just favorite against his lineup. But I mean, Wangit is a great player, so it's definitely going to be a hard task to beat him.
Yeah. I mean, you are also a great player, so 2 greats going against each other is going to be exciting for us to watch for sure tomorrow. Fireball, congratulations once again, and thank you for the interview.
Thank you.
And before we go, last leak of the day. I also will come back later to sign you off. But yeah, let's show it. It's going to be something different this time. As you guys know, the Battle of the Aruga Bridge is something that we try to celebrate at least once a year, starting last year. So we plan to do it this year. And together with that, you also will be seeing some of the old vanities coming back to Gwent, but also we'll be updating our boy Gascon, so he looks a million times better. You can see him. Look at that face. He looks much happier, much cooler, because he is cool and he deserves to look awesome. So yes, expect that to happen. So that's a different leak than the normal one that you would expect. And if I'm counting correctly, there will be 2 more leaks coming tomorrow. Yes, 2 more are coming tomorrow. So expect those. Also, there will be no pre-final segment tomorrow. There will be a Gwent trivia with the pros done by Ryan as the pre-final part. So yeah, so that's 2 leaks, 1 pre-final segment. That means 3 cool things to watch tomorrow, but I will sign you off later. Let's go back to the casters.
Welcome back, guys. Thank you very much for that, Borja. Wow, I love the Gascon leader skin already. It's one of my favorites. One of the things I love the most about the switch in style for the journey is that I can now play any leader I want, and Gascon is usually my leader of choice, so I have a feeling I will be using him a fair amount in the years.
I mean, I love the fact that they're bringing back old leader skins as well. I know a lot of people have been requesting this quite adamantly. And I love the fact that there's a little twist to it. He does look a little bit like Robin Hood. I do like me some Robin Hood, but let's go ahead and perhaps take a look at how the tomorrow's series.
Yeah, we can take a look at the bracket, as you say, and see how it's progressed. We now have the semi-finals are locked in. Semi-final number 1, it is Big Corn, or Poisound, taking on Truski. And then the second semi-final, now that is, I'm pretty sure that has been a final several times before. It is Wang ID taking on Pireball. Wow. Tomorrow is going to be pretty big, and they're just semi-final coming as well.
Oh yeah, that's going to be quite fun to cast, and I believe you and I will be cast Pireball one. So that's pretty exciting. A little bit of prep we're going to have to do there, because they have some... in the way that they're displaying to me right now, because that's terrifying.
That's my new profile picture. I looked great, and I will hear nothing about that's exactly how it's going to be. But yes, I agree. Players not only have progressed in terms of going forward, but also for the financial side as well. The prize pool is updated now with the quarterfinal phase finished and through. We can see that each of the players has taken home a little bit more. I mean, that last series was just so good, taking it down to the wire. And as you say, even with Lord Triss going home, he takes a really nice amount of money. That is over $1,100 for Lord Triss.
That is a lot. That is a PS5 right there. If you can get your hands on one, that is. Download Gwent. Oh, sorry, Gwent isn't on console anymore. Freudian slip there. But that is quite a bit of money there for the players who have spent quite a bit of time getting to where they are. Of course, there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes as well. But yes, well done to all of these players, and I'm sure they are mostly very happy with the outcomes today. Again, Lord Triss having done really well against a pro that is Pireball, but Pireball going through and taking us into a new game tomorrow.
Indeed, but that is all from us today. That is your 4th quarterfinals wrapped up. That we now know who are in the semi. We will be back tomorrow for that second semi. Here has said, starting you tomorrow at 4 p.m. CEST will be Shinmiri and Flake to take you through semi-final number 1. That is all, and we will be throwing you over to Borja just now.
Thanks a lot, guys. We'll see you tomorrow, and thanks for spending your Saturday with us.
Bye, guys.
Yes, indeed. Thank you for spending your Saturday with us. What an exciting day. We had the Battle of the Corns that started off, which we saw a different Corn win. So a new Corn player with a Spanish name this time winning instead of Big Kukuruzina. And Pireball and Wangit, I mean, that already is going to be an interesting one. And we have one new player, Trusky, which is also moving on. So it's going to be a very, very interesting day too. I'm excited. I already said leaks are coming tomorrow, so don't worry about that. I don't think there's anything more that I have to say. Hopefully we'll be able to sort out some of the issues when it comes to the audio tomorrow. Hopefully there will be no issues when it comes to connecting with the players, but I cannot, say that it's not going to happen 100%, but we hope so. But enough for me. Let's get some sleep. Let's go home, and I shall see you all tomorrow, 4 p.m. CST. Bye.